My parents had finally decided to have a date night after weeks of non-stop work. As a teenager, I was thrilled to have the house to myself for the evening. I had grand plans for a night of binge watching my favorite TV shows and indulging in all the snacks I could find in the kitchen. The house felt eerily quiet as I settled in for the evening. I turned on all the lights to dispel any shadows that might play tricks on my imagination. It was just me, my dog Max, and a bag of potato chips. The sound of rain outside added to the cozy atmosphere, and I felt safe and snug on the couch. Hours passed as I watched episode after episode, and my parents' absence was almost forgotten. That was until I heard the faint sound of creaking from upstairs. Max, my usually fearless and boisterous German shepherd, had perked up, his ears alert. I muted the TV and strained to listen. It was quiet for a moment, and I thought maybe I had imagined it. But then, unmistakable footsteps echoed from above. My heart began to race. My parents had left me alone, and I was on edge. Is someone there? I called out, trying to sound confident. There was no response, just the sound of the rain drumming on the windows. I considered calling my parents, but I didn't want to worry them on their date night. It was probably just my imagination playing tricks on me, I thought. I reluctantly resumed my show, but my unease lingered. Max remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the staircase. That's when I heard a door creaking open upstairs. Panic seized me. There was no denying it now. Someone was in the house. I grabbed my phone and texted my parents, hoping they would see my message without being disturbed on their date. I think someone's in the house, I typed, my fingers trembling. I waited, watching the screen, praying for a response. Minutes passed like hours, and still no reply. I couldn't wait any longer. I decided to call 911. As I spoke to the dispatcher, my voice trembled as I described the situation. They assured me that police were on their way and to stay on the line. With Max by my side, I crept to the hallway and glanced up the stairs. The faint glow of the upstairs hallway light revealed a dark figure standing at the top of the stairs. My blood ran cold. It was a man, a stranger, and he was just standing there, watching me. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I stifled a scream as I retreated back to the living room, clutching my phone. I whispered to the dispatcher that there was someone in the house, and they urged me to lock myself in a room. I dashed to the nearest bedroom, slammed the door shut, and barricaded it with whatever furniture I could find. Max was with me, barking furiously. My parents still hadn't replied to my messages, and my fear grew with each passing second. The sound of sirens approaching outside was a lifeline. The police had arrived. I explained my location to the dispatcher and told them I could hear the intruder moving around upstairs. Minutes later, I heard the unmistakable sound of heavy boots coming down the stairs. The intruder was heading my way. My heart pounded, and I was ready to defend myself and Max with anything I could find. But then, I heard the voices of the police officers. They were shouting for the intruder to drop to the ground. There was a struggle, followed by the sound of handcuffs clicking into place. It was over. The police burst into the room, their guns drawn, ensuring the intruder was apprehended. I felt a rush of relief, but my hands were still trembling. The man was arrested and taken away in the back of a police car. As the officers took my statement, my parents finally arrived home, shocked and horrified by what had occurred. It turned out that the intruder had broken in, thinking the house was empty, but had been startled by Max and my presence. I shuddered to think of what might have happened if I hadn't locked myself in the room and called the police. That night, I learned a valuable lesson about the importance of staying vigilant, even when you think you're safe at home. Driving the night bus had its quirks, but I had grown used to the solitude and the occasional odd passenger. It was approaching midnight, and I was on one of the final stretches of my usual late-night route, with only 6 more stops to go. The bus was empty, and the hum of the engine was the only sound that broke the silence. As I approached a dimly lit, isolated bus stop, I noticed 3 figures huddled on the bench. It was unusual to see anyone waiting at this hour, but I pulled over, thinking they were just late-night travelers trying to get home. I opened the doors, and the 3 men, all dressed in ragged clothes, stepped onto the bus. There was something unsettling about their appearance, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. They seemed disheveled, with wild, darting eyes that made me uneasy. Without a word, they made their way to the back of the bus, sitting in the last row. I kept my eye on them through the rearview mirror as I continued on the route. The atmosphere on the bus had shifted, and a sense of foreboding hung in the air. I tried to push aside my unease, chalking it up to late-night fatigue, but something about those 3 men gnawed at me. They whispered among themselves, and I couldn't make out their words, but their hushed tones sent shivers down my spine. As I pulled up to the next stop, a feeling of dread washed over me. I had a gut instinct that something was very wrong. I watched in the rearview mirror as one of the men got up from his seat and moved toward the front of the bus. He approached the fare box and stood there, not saying a word. I swallowed hard, my heart pounding in my chest. The other 2 men remained in their seats, their eyes locked onto me with an unsettling intensity. I cleared my throat and asked, "Where are you headed?" The man at the fare box didn't respond. Instead, he pulled out a knife, its blade glinting in the dim light of the bus. Panic surged through me as I realized the gravity of the situation. These men weren't passengers, they had other intentions. I knew I had to act fast. Without hesitation, I slammed my foot on the gas pedal and lurched the bus forward, sending the man stumbling backward. His 2 companions shouted in anger as the bus roared to life, but I didn't stop. The road ahead stretched out in darkness, and I sped toward the next stop, praying that someone would be waiting there. My hands were trembling on the steering wheel as I tried to maintain control of the bus. As I pulled up to the next stop, I saw a lone figure waiting. I slammed on the brakes, and the bus screeched to a halt. Without waiting for the doors to fully open, I shouted, "Get on! Quick!" The passenger, a young woman, looked bewildered but didn't hesitate. She jumped onto the bus just as the 3 men from the back lunged forward, their faces contorted with rage. I slammed the doors shut, leaving the men outside, shouting and pounding on the bus. The woman and I locked eyes, both of us terrified by what had just transpired. I drove her to the next stop, where she could safely exit, and then continued on my route. My heart was still pounding, and the memory of those 3 men would haunt me for the rest of my days. I reported the incident to the authorities, but the men were never found. The police told me that they had likely been planning something sinister, and I had narrowly escaped a chilling encounter that could have ended in tragedy. From that night on, I drove the night bus with a constant sense of unease, always watching the rearview mirror, afraid that those 3 men might return. I was used to late-night shifts as a room service attendant at the Grand Plaza Hotel. The place had its quirks, but it paid the bills. It was an ordinary evening, and I had an order for room 312, a standard guest room on the 3rd floor. I gathered the tray with a covered plate and a bottle of wine and headed up in the dimly lit elevator. As I approached room 312, I could hear muffled sounds from behind the door. Soft, yet unnerving, like someone whispering. I knocked politely, announcing myself as room service. After a brief pause, the door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit room with heavy curtains drawn to block any outside light. The guest who opened the door was a man, middle-aged, with a haggard expression and disheveled hair. He was wearing a wrinkled suit, and it was evident that he had seen better days. I greeted him with a polite smile and began setting the tray down on the table, my eyes briefly scanning the room. It was filled with a pungent smell of stale cigarette smoke. The man's gaze was fixed on me with an unsettling intensity. I could feel his eyes, cold and piercing, pouring into me. There was an awkward silence as I uncovered the plate and presented his meal. The room was eerily quiet, and the only sound was my own breathing. As I offered the wine, he reached out to take it, his hand trembling slightly. He spoke in a low, almost conspiratorial tone. "You know, I'm not usually one for small talk, but you seem different from the others." I forced a polite chuckle, trying to maintain a professional demeanor. "Different? How so?" I asked, though I had a feeling I didn't want to know his answer. He leaned in closer, his breath stinking of alcohol and something else, something more sinister. "You see, I have this gift," he whispered, as if sharing a forbidden secret. "I can see things. The truth, you know." A chill ran down my spine. The room felt colder, despite the warmth outside. I couldn't move, mesmerized by the strange man's unsettling eyes. He continued, "You have secrets, my friend. We all do. But some secrets are darker than others." I struggled to maintain my composure, trying to finish my service as quickly as possible. I couldn't get out of that room fast enough. As I bid him goodnight and headed back down to the elevator, the feeling of dread lingered. What had I just encountered? That night, I couldn't sleep. The strange man's words echoed in my mind. His uncanny ability to see something hidden, something darker, filled me with an unsettling sense of paranoia. I questioned every action, every decision I'd ever made. My mind was a whirlwind of fear and doubt. The next evening, I received another order for room 312. Dread filled my veins, but I couldn't refuse. I climbed the stairs to the third floor, tray in hand, and hesitated before knocking on the door again. This time, it was the smell that hit me first. A rancid odor, stronger than the cigarette smoke. My heart pounded as I knocked, and the door creaked open once more. The man's eyes, bloodshot and wild, locked onto mine. There was a wicked grin on his face. As I cautiously entered the room, I couldn't help but glance at the bed. There, I saw the source of the rancid smell. A pool of dark, crimson liquid had soaked through the sheets and dripped onto the floor. A sense of horror washed over me. The man gestured to the tray, but I couldn't focus on it. I couldn't ignore the sinister tableau before me. My instincts told me that I needed to leave, that I needed to get out of there as fast as I could. But the man leaned closer, his voice a sinister whisper. "You know what I see, don't you? The truth, my friend." I managed to mutter something about needing to check on another guest and fled the room. Once I was safely out of the hotel, I called the police. The authorities arrived and discovered a gruesome scene in room 312. It turned out that the man had a history of violent crimes and had been on the run. He'd been using the hotel as a hiding place, and I had unwittingly walked into his terrifying world. That chilling encounter haunted me for years. It was a nightmare I couldn't escape. The Grand Plaza Hotel, once a place of mundane late-night work, had transformed into a house of horrors. It reminded me that darkness often lurked where you least expected it, hidden behind the veneer of ordinary life. As the rain relentlessly pounded the city outside, I found myself immersed in a wave of nostalgia, reminiscing about a chilling encounter from my past, a night when a seemingly normal trip to Blockbuster Video turned into a nightmare. The memories had faded over the years, but that night remained etched in my mind. It was a rainy night, much like the one outside my window now. I was in my late teens, seeking refuge from the downpour, and the local Blockbuster store seemed like the perfect hideaway. The familiar scent of popcorn and the hum of fluorescent lights welcomed me as I stepped inside, the rain-soaked wind still fresh on my skin. I strolled through the narrow aisles, my sneakers squeaking on the linoleum floor. The flickering light from the ceiling cast eerie shadows on the rows of DVD cases. It was a trip down memory lane, and I was lost in a world of cinematic possibilities. That's when I saw him, an enigmatic figure standing by the horror section. His silhouette was barely discernible in the dim light, but something about his presence sent shivers down my spine. He seemed out of place, as if he didn't belong in the aisles of Blockbuster. I tried to dismiss my unease, assuming he was just another customer, but the way he stared at the horror movie covers with an intensity that bordered on obsession was unsettling. I moved on to the new releases section, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. The rain outside had intensified, and the distant sound of thunder echoed through the store, adding to the eerie atmosphere. As I browsed the DVDs, I couldn't help but glance back at the strange man. He was still there, his eyes locked onto the horror section. It was as if he was in a trance, his mind lost in the world of gory films and macabre tales. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to approach him, partially to break the awkward silence that had fallen over the store. I walked slowly, my footsteps echoing in the emptiness. "Hey," I said, trying to sound friendly. "Looks like you're a fan of horror, huh?" The man turned to me, his face hidden in the shadows of his hood. His eyes met mine, and they were piercing, a deep shade of gray that seemed to see right through me. "Yes," he replied, his voice a soft whisper. "Horror is my life." I forced a smile, though his response sent a chill down my spine. There was something off about him, something that didn't quite fit the setting. We struck up a conversation, and he seemed knowledgeable about horror movies, discussing obscure titles and directors I had never heard of. But the more he spoke, the more my unease grew. There was a sinister edge to his words, a darkness that couldn't be ignored. He spoke of gruesome scenes and gore with a disturbing enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. It was as if he reveled in the darkest aspects of the genre, finding a twisted joy in the macabre. As the conversation continued, I couldn't help but feel trapped. The man's intensity had a suffocating effect, and I found it increasingly difficult to break away. It was as if his words held me captive, and the distant rumble of thunder seemed to underscore the growing tension. Eventually, I managed to extricate myself from the conversation, offering a feeble excuse about needing to pick out a movie and make my way to the counter. The store had grown eerily quiet, the only sounds the occasional drip of rainwater from the ceiling. But as I made my way to the counter, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I glanced over my shoulder, and there he was, the man from the horror section. He trailed behind me, his eyes never leaving my back. Panic surged through me, and I quickened my pace, my heart racing as I approached the store's entrance. The rain outside had intensified, and the downpour masked the sound of my hurried footsteps. I burst through the door and into the deluge, my clothes instantly soaked by the relentless rain. But I didn't care. I needed to escape from the man who had haunted the aisles of Blockbuster. As I rushed down the sidewalk, I couldn't help but glance back at the store. The man stood in the doorway, his hood now removed, revealing a face etched with madness. His eyes locked onto mine, and the sinister smile on his lips sent a shiver down my spine. I ran through the rain-soaked streets, my heart pounding, the chilling encounter at Blockbuster forever etched in my memory. The rain that had once been a source of comfort had become a torrential downpour, as if the elements themselves conspired to mirror the terror I had felt inside the store. My life had been simple, peaceful even, as I found peace in my remote cabin nestled deep in the woods. The tranquility of nature had always been my closest companion, providing me with the serenity I had longed for. But that solitude came to an abrupt and nightmarish end one evening. It started with a subtle feeling of being watched. At first, I brushed it off as my imagination, but the unease gnawed at me. As the days passed, the sensation intensified, growing more sinister with each glance over my shoulder. I knew I wasn't alone. One evening, as I gazed out my cabin window into the darkened forest, I saw a figure among the trees. It was motionless, shrouded in a mask that concealed its identity. Panic surged through me as our eyes met, and then, with the speed of a shadow, the stalker vanished into the night. I called the police, but in the remote wilderness, their response was slow, and when they arrived, they found nothing but the deafening silence of the woods. There was no evidence, no trace of the intruder. Night after night, the masked stalker returned. I could hear their silent presence lurking among the trees, watching, waiting. The torment was relentless, and sleep became a luxury I could no longer afford. My nerves frayed as each night passed. In the depths of despair, I decided to confront the stalker. Armed with a flashlight and my trembling resolve, I ventured into the forest. The woods closed in around me, and every rustle of leaves was a threat. The confrontation was chilling. I found myself face to face with the masked figure, their presence suffocating. They never spoke a word, but their eyes bore into my soul. Desperation coursed through me, and I realized I was dealing with someone who was relentless and unhinged. My resolve shattered, and I fled back to the cabin, my heart pounding in my chest. The stalker didn't follow, and when I peered out the window, they were gone, leaving me with nothing but the chilling certainty that they would return. With every passing day, the torment intensified. I barricaded myself in the cabin, fearing the impending night. Sleep deprived and consumed by paranoia, I knew I had to take action. I gathered my belongings and left my cherished cabin behind. I sought refuge in the city, but even there, the presence of the masked stalker lingered in my mind. The experience haunted me, and the peace I had once known was forever shattered. Though I escaped the remote cabin and the sinister figure that had tormented me, the scars of that nightmare clung to my soul. I never learned the identity of the stalker, but their silent, masked presence would forever haunt my dreams, a testament to the terrors that can hide within the solitude of the wilderness. The day began like any other hiking trip with my group of friends. A bright sun overhead, the scent of pine trees in the crisp mountain air, and our backpacks filled with sandwiches and water bottles. We were on the lookout for adventure, and oh, we found it, though not in the way we expected. We had set out on a popular trail in the vast wilderness, a place we'd explored countless times. Our laughter echoed through the woods, a testament to our camaraderie. We followed the trail, deep into the heart of the forest, chatting and savoring the beauty of the untamed landscape. As the sun started its descent, casting long shadows over the trees, we realized we had ventured farther than ever before. We were in uncharted territory, but curiosity propelled us forward. That's when we stumbled upon it. An eerie silence enveloped us as we came upon a gruesome discovery that sent shivers down our spines. A corpse suspended high in a tree, swaying gently in the breeze. The sight was jarring, to say the least. The lifeless body, still fresh enough to display the signs of a violent end, dangled from a rope. The branches above seemed impossibly sturdy, raising more questions than they answered. How had the body been hoisted so high? It was a scene that defied explanation. We approached with a mixture of dread and disbelief, our voices hushed, as if speaking any louder might awaken the horrors that surrounded us. There was no sign of anyone else nearby, no clues to explain the chilling spectacle before us. The hiker's face was distorted in a final grimace, and his eyes stared blankly into the abyss. His clothes were tattered, and his skin a sickly shade of pale. I had seen death before, but this was something entirely different, something out of a nightmare. One of our group, A paramedic examined the body, searching for any signs of life or an attempt to stage the scene. But there were no wounds, no signs of foul play, just the horrific reality of a man suspended in a tree, his life extinguished. We made the difficult decision to cut the body down, to give this poor soul a proper burial. The process was a macabre and somber one, marked by the silent weight of what we had witnessed. It was a task none of us could have anticipated, nor would we ever forget. As night fell, we set up camp nearby, our campfire's glow casting eerie shadows across the surrounding trees. None of us could shake the unease that had settled in our hearts. Our conversations were hushed, and the forest around us felt different now, more alive with secrets. We notified the police, who arrived at the scene. The investigation that followed only deepened the mystery. There were no missing person reports that matched the description of the hiker, no evidence of how he had met such a gruesome end. As we made our way back to civilization, the memories of that haunting discovery lingered. We couldn't explain what we had encountered, and it haunted our thoughts for years to come. We had gone in search of adventure and found a nightmare. Back in 2015, my friend Jamie and I decided to embark on a backpacking adventure through Europe. We heard about this small, forgotten village nestled deep in the Romanian Carpathian Mountains. The place was called Vaslor, and rumors suggested it had been abandoned for years. Curiosity drove us to include it in our itinerary. Our journey led us through winding mountain roads, and eventually, we stumbled upon the outskirts of the village. The sight that greeted us was eerie: cottages, overgrown gardens, and cobblestone streets that seemed untouched by time. The air was heavy with silence, and a thick mist clung to the landscape. Excitement mingled with unease as we ventured further into Vaslor. No sooner had we taken a few steps than we felt an overwhelming sense of being watched. It was as though unseen eyes followed our every move. But we shrugged it off, thinking our imagination was getting the best of us. We explored an old church first, its interior filled with ancient, religious relics. Jamie decided to snap a photo when he suddenly froze, staring at the camera screen. "Look at this," he muttered, showing me the image. In the photo, amidst the religious icons, there was a blurry figure, a villager who seemed out of place, seemingly staring right at us. We decided to continue, pressing further into the village. As we approached a decaying, two-story house, we heard a distant, melodic chant. The sound grew louder, and we realized it was coming from the village square, where a group of villagers had gathered. What struck us as odd was the way they seemed to be celebrating, though the village appeared deserted when we arrived. Their clothes, a strange blend of old and new, made them look like they had stepped out of the past. The tension was palpable as we hesitated about whether to approach the group. Their faces were obscured, a sea of white masks with crude, smiley expressions. The unnerving chants grew louder, and our sense of dread deepened. Before we could make a decision, one of the villagers noticed us and pointed us out to the others. A chill ran down my spine as they turned their collective attention toward us. Their expressions remained concealed by the sinister masks, but their movements conveyed a malevolent intent. We didn't wait to see what they had in mind, bolting back towards the church. The villagers pursued us with alarming speed and stamina. Our hearts pounded as we raced through the streets, and it became apparent that these seemingly ordinary villagers were far from harmless. They were gaining on us, and there was no choice but to hide. We ducked into an abandoned cottage, barricading ourselves behind the creaking wooden door. It didn't take long for the villagers to discover our hiding spot, and soon they were banging on the door with an eerie determination. It was a harrowing standoff, and I was grateful for the sturdy, old were keeping them at bay. However, it was only a matter of time before they overcame our barricade. Jamie and I knew we needed a plan, and fast. As we brainstormed, a crash echoed from outside, and the banging stopped. We exchanged bewildered glances and decided to risk a peek. What we saw was astonishing. Another group of people, armed with sticks and rocks, had come to our aid. They fought off the menacing villagers, giving us the chance to escape. We sprinted out of the cottage and joined our unexpected saviors. Their leader, an elderly woman with a stern but kind face, explained that the villagers of Vassalor were dangerous, hiding in plain sight for generations. They revealed that the place wasn't abandoned, but that it was occupied by a secretive cult who lured curious tourists like us. With the help of our new allies, we managed to escape the clutches of the villagers and find our way back to safety. It was a heart-pounding ordeal that haunted our memories long after we left Vassalor. The experience in that supposedly abandoned village had shaken us to our core, teaching us the true meaning of fear. It was a nightmare come to life, and it made us appreciate the safety of the world outside its sinister cobblestone streets. Jamie and I never stopped wondering about the secrets of Vassalor, but one thing was certain: we had no intention of ever returning to those haunted mountains. Our adventure had changed us, leaving an indelible mark on our souls and a chilling story to share. A few years back, I was working as a recovery driver, a job that often took me into the darkest hours of the night. One rainy night, my phone buzzed with an urgent call. A vehicle had broken down on the outskirts of town, and I was dispatched to assist. As I drove through the downpour, my mind raced with thoughts of what could have gone wrong. Little did I know, this would be a night I would never forget. Arriving at the scene, I found a group of 5 men huddled around the disabled vehicle. Their behavior was strange, to say the least. They looked jittery, their eyes darting around as though they were on the brink of a secret. I couldn't help but sense something was amiss. The vehicle had a flat tire, a mundane issue that shouldn't have warranted such unease. I decided to get to work, determined to change the tire and get these men back on the road. As I knelt down, the rain pouring down on me, the men remained oddly silent, observing my every move with intensity. I pulled the spare tire from the trunk and began to assess the situation. But as I opened the trunk, I was met with a sight that sent a bolt of terror down my spine. There, before me, lay a lifeless body, wrapped in a tarp. The men had a corpse in their trunk. Shock and fear consumed me as I stumbled back, my heart racing. The men maintained their eerie silence, their expressions devoid of emotion. I knew I had to act quickly, that my life was in danger. I pretended to have not seen the body, trying to maintain a sense of normalcy. I continued to work on the tire, my hands trembling. The rain continued to fall, a symphony of dread that seemed to mock my predicament. My mind raced with questions. Who was the deceased person in the trunk? Why were these men traveling with a body? And what were their intentions? With the new tire in place, I finished the job and informed the men they were ready to go. Their silence remained unbroken, but the weight of their secret bore down on me like a suffocating fog. As they departed into the rainy night, I was left alone with my thoughts and the chilling memory of what I had discovered. I couldn't help but wonder what sinister events had led to this night. The rain washed away any evidence of their presence, but the nightmare was etched into my memory. I reported the incident to the authorities, who launched an investigation into the mysterious travelers. The truth behind the body in the trunk would eventually come to light, but the horror of that night would forever haunt my dreams. The rain that had fallen relentlessly that night served as a symbol of the darkness that can lurk in the most ordinary of situations. My job as a recovery driver had taken me to the edge of a real-life nightmare, and the memory of that chilling encounter would stay with me for the rest of my days. Being a delivery driver for Dave's Burgers the last 6 months was an easy job. The routine of taking orders, loading up the car, and dropping off meals to hungry customers rarely involved anything beyond navigating city streets. that all changed on a chilly Friday night. I noticed the first inkling of trouble during a delivery to a quiet suburban neighborhood. As I stepped out of the car, I caught sight of a shadowy figure standing beneath a street lamp, their features obscured by the darkness. A shiver ran down my spine, but I brushed it off, attributing it to the usual jitters of working after dark. The feeling of unease intensified with each subsequent delivery. It wasn't just a single figure anymore. It seemed like a different person was watching me at each stop. Their distant gazes and furtive movements set my nerves on edge, but I reasoned that it could be a coincidence, a string of curious onlookers. As the night wore on, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. I became acutely aware of the headlights trailing me, switching lanes when I did, maintaining a steady distance. Paranoia gnawed at my thoughts, and the lines between coincidence and something more sinister blurred. By the time I reached the last delivery on my list, a palpable sense of dread hung in the air. The address led me to an isolated house at the edge of town, surrounded by dense woods. The headlights behind me lingered at the entrance, their occupants hidden in the shadows. I approached the house cautiously, the crunch of gravel beneath my shoes echoing in the silence. As I handed the bag to the customer, a sense of urgency overcame me. I needed to leave, to escape the disconcerting gaze of the mysterious followers. As I retraced my steps to the car, a rustle in the woods caught my attention. The shadows seemed to come alive, figures emerging from the darkness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for the keys, the distant sound of footsteps quickening. The engine roared to life, and I sped away from the ominous scene, glancing nervously in the rearview mirror. The figures, now visible in the glow of the taillights, sprinted after me. Fear clenched my chest as I navigated the winding roads, the relentless pursuit showing no signs of abating. I contemplated calling the police, but uncertainty held me back. What would I tell them? A group of people was following me? It sounded absurd, even to my own ears. Instead, I focused on getting home, on losing the unnerving pursuers. The chase led me through deserted streets and darkened alleys, the relentless pursuit never faltering. Thoughts of the unknown assailants and their motives raced through my mind. Were they after me personally, or was I just an unwitting target? I dared not lead them to my home, opting instead to take convoluted routes through the city. The adrenaline-fueled chase felt like a nightmare, the line between reality and terror blurred in the rearview mirror. My phone buzzed with messages from the unknown numbers, each one more cryptic than the last. It became clear that this was more than a random encounter. Someone had orchestrated this pursuit with intent, and I was the unwitting protagonist in a twisted game. Fear and paranoia gripped me, my imagination conjuring sinister scenarios that defied rational explanation. Desperation set in as I contemplated seeking refuge in a crowded public place. The chase continued, my pursuers seemingly undeterred by the bustling city streets. I couldn't shake the feeling that their relentless pursuit was a prelude to something far more sinister. With a surge of adrenaline, I decided to confront them directly. I pulled into an empty parking lot, the headlights behind me slowing to a stop. As the figures emerged from their vehicles, my heart pounded in my ears. Their faces, once shrouded in darkness, were now illuminated by the harsh glow of the streetlights. To my astonishment, they weren't strangers but people from my past, former colleagues, acquaintances, and even distant relatives. Their expressions ranged from stern determination to twisted grins. A wave of confusion washed over me as they revealed a shared motive: revenge for perceived wrongs, imagined slights, and ancient grievances. I realized then that this wasn't a random act but a calculated vendetta. The pursuit was a manifestation of their collective anger, a nightmarish retaliation that left me shaken to the core. As they closed in, I understood that the real horror was not in the pursuit itself, but in the darkness that lurked within the hearts of those I had unwittingly wronged. The nightmare ended with their menacing presence and the eerie stillness that followed. The forest had become my refuge, a chaotic sanctuary veiled by the shadows of towering trees. I was on the run, a fugitive, my every step weighted by the fear of pursuit. My tent, hidden amidst the dense foliage, was a meager haven, but dwindling supplies pressed me deeper into the wilderness. As hunger gnawed in my stomach, desperation became my guide, leading me towards an unexpected encounter that would strip away the illusion of safety. One early morning, as I trekked through the underbrush, a plume of smoke twisted through the treetops. A distant cabin, nestled in the heart of the forest, beckoned like a mirage of salvation. A cautious optimism kindled within me, and I cautiously approached, hoping to find sustenance to prolong my desperate escape. The closer I ventured, the more details emerged: a rustic cabin, weathered by time, its chimney billowing the smoke that had lured me. My footsteps, muffled by fallen leaves, betrayed no sign of my arrival. As the cabin loomed before me, a strange sense of foreboding tightened its grip. Summoning a semblance of courage, I rapped gently on the door, the echo reverberating through the stillness of the forest. A shadow flickered behind the frosted glass, a silhouette, a silent observer of my intrusion. The door creaked open, revealing a man whose eyes bore into mine with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. His withered face betrayed no emotion, a stoic mask that concealed a myriad of secrets. I stammered, concocting a tale of a lost hiker, hoping to divert suspicion. The man's gaze remained unwavering, a piercing scrutiny that saw through my feeble facade. Without uttering a word, he invited me inside, his gesture carrying an unspoken weight. The interior was dimly lit, the aroma of burning firewood mingling with the mustiness of aged timber. Unease festered as I observed my surroundings. An array of hunting trophies adorned the walls, the lifeless eyes of the taxidermy creatures reflecting the eerie ambience. My attempt to blend in faltered, every corner whispered of a sinister history, hidden behind the facade of rustic simplicity. The man, an enigma draped in worn flannel, broke the silence with a gravelly voice that echoed through the confined space. He spoke of the forest's tales, its ancient secrets entwined with the roots that anchored the cabin. An unsettling realization dawned: the man was no stranger to the shadows that clung to the wilderness. As conversation unfolded, a cold sweat traced my spine. His questions were veiled interrogations, probing into the recesses of my fabricated story. I felt like prey ensnared in the hunter's trap, the illusion of safety crumbling with each passing moment. Panic clawed in my chest as I wrestled with the decision to flee or feign camaraderie. The man's demeanor shifted, a subtle menace tainting the air. His eyes, once unreadable, harbored a darkness that mirrored the depths of the forest itself. Abruptly, he rose, beckoning me towards a door that led to the cabin's bowels. My heart thundered as I hesitated, the unknown awaiting me beyond that threshold. The room revealed a trove of horrors: shackles, chains, and tools that spoke of unspeakable acts committed in the name of a twisted solitude. The man's true nature unfurled before me, a predator hidden behind the guise of a recluse. The realization ignited a primal instinct, the fight-or-flight response that surged through my veins. Adrenaline propelled me towards the exit, my senses heightened to the looming threat. The forest, once a realm of escape, became a labyrinth fraught with peril. My breath synchronized with the rhythm of my pounding footsteps, the pursuit echoing through the dense thicket. Every branch that snapped beneath my feet reverberated with the urgency of survival. The canopy above, thick with interwoven branches, veiled the moonlight, casting in ominous darkness. The predator's steps echoed relentlessly, a haunting symphony of pursuit. My mind raced, mapping an escape route through the labyrinth of trees, the boundaries of safety ever elusive. As the forest swallowed my fleeting silhouette, the man's bellowed threats hung in the air. The underbrush became my ally, masking my movements as I weaved through the intricate dance of shadows. Panic and determination intermingled, the thin line between predator and prey blurring in the suffocating confines of the woods. Exhaustion threatened to betray me, my labored breaths a symphony of vulnerability. A glimmer of moonlight guided me towards a clearing, a sanctuary bathed in silver luminescence. With every ounce of strength, I willed my legs forward, the rhythm of pursuit fading into the distance. The evening was settling in, and the house was quiet, just me, alone, in the comfort of my home. It felt peaceful at first, the familiar silence wrapping around me like a blanket. But as darkness draped over the neighborhood, a sense of unease began to creep in. That unease wasn't unfounded. The doorbell echoed through the house, shattering the quietude. I hesitated before peering through the peephole, and my heart skipped a beat. There she stood, Miss Thompson, the former babysitter from years ago. Her sudden appearance sent a jolt of unease through me. I remembered her from my childhood, a reliable babysitter, but there was something off about her now. She looked anxious, her eyes darting around as if expecting trouble. Reluctantly, I opened the door, hoping to alleviate whatever emergency she claimed to have. She appeared distressed, fumbling with her words, explaining that her car had broken down nearby, and she needed to use the phone urgently. A dubious excuse, but I let her in, feeling a pang of guilt leaving her stranded outside. As she entered, her nervous energy seemed to fill the room, infusing the air with a palpable tension. I offered her the phone, but she declined, insisting she needed to use the restroom. Her behavior was erratic, and a sense of discomfort lingered as I led her down the hall. Minutes ticked by, and a creeping feeling of anxiety gnawed at me. I started to question her motives. Why was she really here? Her emergency story didn't add up, and her presence felt suffocating. I debated calling for help but couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. When she emerged from the restroom, her demeanor had shifted. She appeared calmer but had a strange intensity in her eyes that sent a chill down my spine. I tried to make small talk, but the conversation felt forced and strained. Her eyes darted around the room as if searching for something, her gaze lingering on the family photos with an unsettling fixation. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the air thick with unspoken apprehension. I was on edge, a growing sense of dread seeping into every fiber of my being. The longer she stayed, the more uncomfortable I felt in my own home. I attempted to gently hint that it was getting late, hoping she would take the cue to leave, but she didn't budge. Instead, she lingered, making me feel more uneasy with every passing moment. Her presence felt intrusive, invasive almost, and a knot of fear tightened in my stomach. The night stretched on, the clock ticking away each agonizing second. I tried to maintain a facade of normalcy, but her presence had me on edge. I kept making excuses, subtly hinting that I needed to turn in for the night, but she remained stubbornly rooted in the living room. As the clock struck midnight, her behavior grew increasingly erratic. She started pacing, muttering to herself in hushed tones that sent shivers down my spine. I felt trapped, the walls of my own home closing in on me, suffocating me with fear and anxiety. Suddenly, she turned to me, her gaze piercing, and started speaking in a frantic, almost manic tone. Her words were disjointed, a mix of apologies, cryptic messages, and veiled threats that sent my heart racing. My mind spun with questions, trying to decipher her intentions, but nothing made sense. I tried to maintain composure, attempting to coax her to leave, but she seemed fixated on something that I couldn't comprehend. Her presence had become suffocating, an ominous cloud hanging over my home. The situation escalated when she made veiled references to events from my childhood, events that no stranger should have known. Fear gripped me, the realization sinking in that this wasn't an ordinary visit, it was something darker, something deeply unsettling. The night felt endless, my home becoming a prison, trapping me with this intruder whose intentions were shrouded in mystery. I felt vulnerable, helpless against her unnerving behavior. I managed to reach for my phone, my trembling fingers dialing for help. But just as I was about to press the call button, she lunged forward, grabbing my arm in a vice-like grip, her eyes wild with desperation. Panic coursed through me, adrenaline flooding my veins as I struggled to break free. My heart raced, each beat drumming the urgency of the situation. With a surge of strength, I wrenched myself away, stumbling backward in terror. In a flurry of movement, I bolted for the door, my heart pounding against my rib cage. I dashed outside, not daring to look back until I reached safety. Gasping for breath, I frantically dialed the authorities, relaying the chilling ordeal that had unfolded in my own home. The authorities arrived swiftly, but Miss Thompson was nowhere to be found. They searched the area thoroughly, offering reassurances, but the sense of terror lingered long after she vanished into the night. I've been driving trucks for ages, long, lonely stretches of road, nothing unusual. But this night was different. It was unsettling. I picked up a hitchhiker, a guy who looked like he needed a lift. He seemed ordinary, a little quiet maybe, but nothing out of the ordinary. We chatted a bit as we drove, nothing too deep, just passing the time. But then he got this strange look in his eyes, like he was lost in thought or something. It made me uncomfortable, this sudden change in demeanor. I pulled into a gas station to refuel and stretch my legs. But when I turned to talk to the guy, he was gone. Vanished into thin air. I thought I was losing it. Maybe he had slipped away while I wasn't looking, but there was no way. I would have heard the door or seen him walking away. I searched around the station, but he was nowhere in sight. It was like he had never been there, like I'd imagined the whole thing. I couldn't wrap my head around it. It was chilling, this mysterious disappearance that made no sense. I tried to brush it off, thinking maybe he hitched another ride or something, but that feeling of unease lingered. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting him to reappear out of nowhere. I got back in the truck, heart racing, hands trembling. I felt this sense of dread creeping in, this fear that I couldn't shake off. I drove on, but every shadow, every noise, made me jump. I kept glancing at the passenger seat, half expecting him to materialize there. I stopped at another gas station further down the road, trying to calm my nerves. But that's when things took a turn for the worse. I saw him, or at least I thought I did, standing in the distance, watching me. I blinked, and he was gone again. It was impossible. It had to be a trick of the mind. I hurried back to the truck, feeling this creeping paranoia, this fear that I couldn't shake off. I locked the doors, checking and rechecking, but that feeling of being watched lingered. I drove faster, trying to put distance between me and whatever was haunting me. But then, I saw him again, in my rearview mirror, standing on the side of the road, just watching. I couldn't take it anymore. My heart was racing, and I felt this panic rising inside me. I drove and drove, not stopping until I reached a crowded rest area. I tried to explain what happened to the authorities, but it sounded crazy, like I'd lost my mind. They searched the area, but there was no sign of the hitchhiker. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. I couldn't sleep that night, haunted by that eerie encounter, that hitchhiker who appeared and disappeared like a ghost. I kept thinking I was being watched, that he was still out there, lurking in the shadows. Even now, I can't shake off the fear, the uncertainty of what happened that night. That hitchhiker, his mysterious disappearance, and the lingering feeling that something wasn't right, something beyond explanation, still terrifies me. Vacations are usually a time for relaxation, but my recent trip to a tropical paradise turned into a chilling encounter I'll never forget. I'd always been fascinated by shipwrecks, so when I saw the opportunity to book a diving experience to explore one off the coast, I jumped at the chance. Little did I know that this adventure would become a nightmarish descent into the depths of human greed. As I arrived at the dive center, I was greeted by our diving instructor, Sarah, who seemed friendly and experienced. A small group of us had signed up for the dive, and we were all excited about the prospect of uncovering hidden treasures from the ocean's depths. The shipwreck was said to be a rich source of historical artifacts, and rumors had it that it might even contain a lost chest of gold. The dive began like any other, with breathtaking coral reefs and colorful marine life to explore. We descended deeper, and as the shipwreck came into view, I couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. The old vessel lay in eerie silence, its masts tangled with seaweed, a haunting relic of the past. Our group carefully explored the ship's interior, discovering rusted cannons, pottery, and other remnants of its cargo. It was as thrilling as I'd hoped, and I couldn't have been happier. That is until we stumbled upon a cache of artifacts unlike anything I'd ever seen. The rumors of gold suddenly seemed all too real as we found a chest filled with ornate, glistening trinkets. Before we could react, a series of lights emerged from the gloom. Our flashlights revealed a rival group of divers, led by a menacing figure named Marco. He was a tall, menacing man with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Marco and his team claimed ownership of the shipwreck and accused us of trespassing. Panic set in as we realized we were caught in a deadly game. Marco was driven by an obsession to claim the treasure for himself, and he'd stop at nothing to achieve his goal. We tried to reason with him, explaining that we were there for a legitimate dive, but he was unyielding, his threats growing more chilling by the minute. As tensions escalated, I felt the cold, oppressive water closing in around us. Marco's group had us outnumbered, and it was clear that they were willing to use force to take the treasure. We were trapped in a life and death struggle, miles below the surface, with no one to hear our cries for help. The atmosphere grew increasingly suffocating as we fought to protect the treasure we'd found. Our dive had transformed into a nightmare, a desperate fight to survive. Sarah, our diving instructor, displayed incredible courage as she helped us defend ourselves against the ruthless rival treasure hunters. But the odds were against us, and I couldn't help but wonder if we'd ever see the surface again. As time passed, the stalemate continued. Marco's group was determined, but we were equally resolute. A sinister dance of threats and counter-threats unfolded in the eerie silence of the deep ocean. We knew that one wrong move could cost us our lives. Hours felt like days as we clung to our discovery, desperate to escape the clutches of our adversaries. The reality of our situation was inescapable. We were stranded in a life and death struggle, with darkness and danger lurking in the watery depths. Our dive had turned into a chilling game of survival, and the weight of the ocean above pressed down on us with relentless menace. With the situation growing increasingly dire, our group began to contemplate an escape plan. We realized that our best chance was to make a break for it, ascending toward the surface while Marco and his team remained focused on the treasure. It was a dangerous gambit, and we had to act quickly. When the moment came, we made our move. Sarah led us in a dash for the surface, our hearts pounding with a mix of fear and hope. The ascent was fraught with danger, and we knew that we were leaving the treasure behind, but our lives were more precious. Gasping for air, we broke the surface, leaving the haunting shipwreck and the chilling depths behind. Our escape had been a desperate gamble, but we had emerged with our lives intact. Our dive had transformed from a dream of adventure into a nightmarish struggle for survival. In the end, we reported our encounter to the authorities, but Marco and his crew managed to elude capture. They disappeared back into the depths, leaving us with the chilling memory of our deadly game in the deep blue sea. The dream of uncovering treasure had led us to a terrifying ordeal that still haunts our thoughts, a chilling encounter with ruthless rivals in the unforgiving realm of the ocean's depths. Rainy nights have always given me an eerie feeling. It was one such night when I had an encounter that still haunts me. The relentless downpour was like a constant drumming on the roof, creating an atmosphere of solitude that I usually found comforting. But this night, it was different. I had just finished a long day at work and was heading home, my windshield wipers swaying back and forth, battling the heavy rain. The streets were nearly empty, and the faint glow of the streetlights cast long, distorted shadows. My car's tires splashed through puddles as I navigated the slick roads. As I approached a desolate stretch of road, I noticed a figure up ahead. A solitary man, drenched by the rain, was standing by the side of the road, his thumb outstretched. It was a scene I'd encountered before, a hitchhiker seeking refuge from the rain. However, something about this man made my heart race. His clothes were disheveled, and his face was obscured by the hood of his tattered jacket. I couldn't see his features, but I could feel his eyes on me as I approached. A sudden chill coursed through my body as I slowed down and came to a stop. Against my better judgment, I rolled down the window. The man leaned closer, his hood still obscuring his face. "Could you give me a lift?" he asked, his voice shaky, as if he were drenched not only in rain but in fear. I hesitated, my instincts warning me that something was off. "Where are you headed?" I finally asked. He hesitated too, and then replied, "Just a few miles down the road. Anywhere you can drop me would be fine." I decided to trust my gut and reluctantly unlocked the car doors. He climbed into the passenger seat, his wet clothes soaking the upholstery, and the car was immediately filled with a musty, damp odor. As we continued down the rain-soaked road, the atmosphere in the car grew increasingly tense. The only sound was the relentless pitter-patter of rain on the roof. I attempted small talk, asking the man about his day, but he responded with vague and evasive answers. A sense of unease crept over me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. My grip on the steering wheel tightened as I contemplated what to do. I noticed his hands. They were trembling uncontrollably, and my suspicion deepened. As we approached the supposed drop-off point, I decided it was time to end this unsettling journey. I pulled over to the side of the road and turned to the man. "This is as far as I can take you," I said, my voice trembling slightly. He didn't respond but continued to stare ahead, his hood still obscuring his face. I felt a chill run down my spine as I reached for the door handle, ready to ask him to leave. That's when he finally turned his head slowly in my direction. His face, illuminated by the dim car interior light, was like nothing I'd ever seen. His eyes were hollow and devoid of emotion, his skin ashen and translucent. His mouth twisted into a grotesque smile, revealing rows of jagged, yellow teeth. My heart pounded in my chest, and my instinct screamed at me to get out of there. With a surge of adrenaline, I flung open the car door and bolted out into the pouring rain. I didn't look back, but I could hear the man's unsettling laughter echoing through the night. I ran to the nearest house, pounded on the door, and begged the startled homeowner to call the police. It was only then, in the safety of a stranger's home, that I began to comprehend the gravity of what had just happened. The police arrived promptly, and they conducted a search of the area, but the man had vanished into the rainy night. They assured me that they would do everything they could to locate him, but they could offer no explanation for the encounter or the man's disturbing appearance. This happened to me around 4 years ago now. I was driving alone in my old beat-up sedan. I had received an urgent call from my dad, who needed a ride from a nearby town. It was past midnight, and the road was dark and eerily quiet. As I sped along the deserted highway, my mind drifted to my dad's situation. He rarely asked for help, so it must have been something serious. The tension built up inside me as I contemplated the unknown. Suddenly, a pair of headlights appeared in my rearview mirror, rapidly approaching. The car behind me was tailgating dangerously, and I couldn't make out its make or model. Anxiety surged through me as I glanced at my speedometer. I was already driving above the limit. I switched lanes, hoping the aggressive driver would pass me, but they followed suit. Panic gnawed at me as I realized this wasn't just a careless tailgater, it was someone with malicious intent. My heart raced, and I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles turning white. As the menacing vehicle continued to shadow me, my mind raced through possible explanations. Maybe it was a road rage incident, or perhaps they were trying to carjack me. Regardless of the reason, I knew I had to act. I attempted to put some distance between us by accelerating, but the driver behind me matched my speed, inching closer with every second. Fear coursed through my veins as I considered my next move. Up ahead, I spotted a well-lit gas station, a beacon of hope in the inky darkness. I made the split-second decision to make a run for it. As I approached the entrance, I prayed that someone would be there to witness what was happening. I swung into the gas station, tires screeching, and rushed out of my car. My heart pounded in my chest as I sprinted toward the store, frantically searching for anyone who could help. The gas station attendant was outside, taking a break. I yelled, "Call the police. Someone's chasing me." Without hesitation, the attendant grabbed his phone and dialed 911. I explained the situation, my voice trembling, and he assured me that help was on the way. As we waited for the police, I watched the menacing car slow down and circle the gas station, its headlights illuminating my desperate face. The driver's intent was clear. They weren't going to let me escape so easily. When the police arrived, they quickly surrounded the aggressor's vehicle, guns drawn. The driver was apprehended, and I breathed a sigh of relief. As it turned out, the person behind the wheel was a complete stranger, their motives still a mystery. They were arrested and taken into custody, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that clung to me. I finally picked up my dad, who was equally baffled by the chilling encounter. We drove home together, our conversation filled with questions and unease. That night, as I lay in bed, my mind kept replaying the events on that desolate highway. I had narrowly escaped a terrifying encounter with a stranger whose intentions I would never fully understand. Me and my buddy, Mark, decided to escape to the woods for a weekend camping trip. We needed a break from our busy lives in the city. It was supposed to be a fun adventure, just the two of us reconnecting with nature. We set up our tent deep in the heart of the forest, away from any trails or other campers. The night was quiet, with only the soft rustle of leaves and the distant hooting of an owl. We had just finished roasting marshmallows over the campfire, laughing and reminiscing about old times, when we heard a faint rustling outside our tent. Mark and I exchanged glances, thinking it might be a raccoon or a deer. But this wasn't your typical forest noise. The rustling grew louder, more deliberate, and then we heard a voice. It was a low, almost inaudible whisper, like someone muttering just outside the tent. My heart pounded as I strained to make out the words. "Let me in." Mark and I froze, our flashlights poised to reveal the intruder. We asked who it was, but the voice didn't respond. It just kept repeating the same eerie phrase, "Let me in." Mark unzipped the tent slowly, revealing the silhouette of a man standing a few feet away. He was tall and dressed in tattered clothes. His face was hidden in the shadows. "Let me in," he whispered again, his voice tinged with an odd mix of desperation and menace. We were unnerved but decided to help him. Maybe he was lost or in trouble. Mark unzipped the tent further, and the stranger stepped inside. His appearance was unsettling. His clothes were filthy, and his eyes darted around nervously. We asked him if he was okay, but he didn't respond. Instead, he just stood there, staring at us with an unnerving intensity. The atmosphere grew tense, and Mark and I exchanged uneasy glances. Suddenly, the stranger's gaze fixated on me. He leaned in close, his breath hot on my neck. "Let me in," he hissed, and I recoiled in fear. That's when I noticed it, the knife clutched tightly in his hand. It gleamed ominously in the dim light, and I knew we were in grave danger. Mark and I exchanged a look of sheer terror. Without a word, we lunged at the tent flap, pushing our way past the intruder. We sprinted through the woods, not daring to look back, our hearts pounding as we left the campsite behind. As we finally reached our car, the memory of that eerie whisper and the glint of that knife continued to haunt us. We didn't know what the stranger's intentions were, and we had no desire to find out. The camping trip had taken a dark turn, and it was a chilling encounter we would never forget. I live in a quiet suburban area, where the days usually pass by without much excitement. But one evening, that changed. I was home alone, finishing up some work on my laptop when I heard a knock on the door. It was already quite late, and I wasn't expecting any visitors. I peeked through the peephole and saw a man standing there, holding a clipboard and wearing what looked like a company badge. I cautiously opened the door, and he introduced himself as a surveyor conducting a neighborhood survey. He seemed professional at first, explaining that he needed a few minutes of my time to ask some questions about the local community. I obliged, thinking it wouldn't take long. As the conversation progressed, his questions became increasingly personal, delving into details about my daily routine, my neighbors, and even the security measures in my home. It felt intrusive, but I tried to maintain a polite demeanor. Yet, something about his probing questions and intense stare sent shivers down my spine. I tried to steer the conversation back to general topics, but he persisted, getting too close for comfort, invading my personal space. His inquiries started sounding more like prying interrogations, and his demeanor turned from friendly to unnerving. I grew increasingly uncomfortable, feeling a sense of unease and vulnerability. I made excuses to end the conversation, but he persisted, refusing to leave. He started making veiled threats, hinting at dire consequences if I didn't comply with his inquiries. My heart raced as I realized the situation had taken a dangerous turn. I attempted to close the door, but he forcibly blocked it, his demeanor now aggressive and menacing. Fear surged through me, and I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears. I knew I had to get him to leave, so I tried to assertively demand that he go. But he wouldn't budge. His tone became more threatening, his words a mix of intimidation and coercion. I felt trapped in my own home, powerless against this stranger's invasion of my space and privacy. With each passing moment, my fear intensified. I tried to keep a level head, not wanting to provoke him further, but the situation was spiraling out of control. My thoughts raced, considering my options, feeling a sense of desperation and vulnerability. In a moment of panic, I fumbled for my phone, ready to dial emergency services. But his sudden movement startled me. He lunged forward, attempting to force his way in. I stumbled back, locking the door just in time. The sound of him pounding on the door echoed through the house, his voice rising in anger and threats. I could hear his demands to be let in, promising consequences if I didn't comply. It was a nightmare unfolding before my eyes, and I felt utterly helpless. I quickly called emergency services, explaining the situation in frantic words, my voice trembling with fear. As I waited for help to arrive, I barricaded myself in a room, feeling the weight of terror bearing down on me. Every sound outside the door sent shivers down my spine. Every passing second felt like an eternity. The arrival of the police was a wave of relief, but the man had vanished into the night by the time they arrived. I explained what had happened, but without any identification or clear information, there wasn't much they could do. The incident left me shaken to the core. I installed extra security measures, checked the locks multiple times a day, and avoided answering the door to unexpected visitors. The sense of violation lingered long after that night, the fear of an unknown threat lurking in the safety of my home. I couldn't shake off the feeling of vulnerability, knowing that sometimes the scariest encounters are not with supernatural entities but with the unsettling intentions of people. It was a night of terror that made me question the sanctity of my home, leaving me haunted by the chilling reminder that danger could come knocking when least expected. The night was unusually dark, and my friends and I were driving back from a long road trip. We decided to take a break at a rest stop, just to stretch our legs and grab a quick snack. The place looked deserted, just a few dimly lit lampposts casting eerie shadows. As we pulled into the lot, there was this uncanny silence, an unsettling absence of any noise. I attributed it to the late hour, thinking everyone must be asleep. But there was something about that silence that sent a chill down my spine. We stepped out of the car, and that's when I noticed it. The atmosphere felt off, heavy with an unspoken dread. The usual bustle of a rest stop was missing. No chatter, no cars coming and going, just this unsettling stillness. We walked towards the vending machines, hoping to find something to snack on, but they were empty. Not a single snack left, not even a packet of chips. It felt odd, as if the place was abandoned in a hurry. My friend pointed out a small building nearby, probably the restroom. We hesitated but decided to check it out. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior. The flickering lights made the place seem almost haunting. The restroom was in shambles, the stalls were broken, and the sinks were stained. It looked like it hadn't been cleaned in ages. The air was musty, with a hint of something rotten. We decided to leave, the atmosphere too unnerving to linger. As we made our way back to the car, we noticed a figure standing at the edge of the lot, just beyond the reach of the lamplight. It was unnaturally still, almost blending into the darkness. I couldn't make out any features, just this ominous silhouette. We hurriedly got into the car, trying to shake off the unease creeping over us. But then the headlights flickered, and the engine sputtered. Panic set in as the car wouldn't start. It was as if something sinister was at play. My friend tried the radio, hoping to hear some music, something to break the eerie silence. But all we got was static, a harsh, grating sound that seemed to amplify the sense of impending doom. That figure we had seen earlier, it was closer now, just beyond the edge of the light. I could feel this growing sense of dread, a knot forming in my stomach. I wanted to leave, to get away from this place, but the car remained stubbornly still. We tried to call for help, but our phones had no signal, no bars whatsoever. The isolation of the rest stop felt suffocating, like we were trapped in a nightmare. Then, the figure started moving towards us, slow, deliberate steps. My heart raced as I realized we were in danger. There was something about its movement, this unhurried, calculated approach that sent shivers down my spine. We were trapped, sitting ducks in a deserted rest stop in the dead of night. Fear washed over us, and time seemed to stretch endlessly. We locked the doors, but that figure, it didn't seem affected. It kept getting closer, its features still hidden in the shadows. My mind raced, trying to rationalize the situation, to find a way out of this nightmare. Suddenly, the figure stopped, just inches away from the car. I could feel its presence, this oppressive force looming over us. It was as if it was studying us, observing our fear. I wanted to scream, to break free from this paralysis gripping me, but fear rendered me speechless. My friends were just as petrified, silent, and wide-eyed. And then, the figure turned and vanished into the darkness. The car started, the engine roaring to life. We wasted no time, speeding away from that rest stop. I was working the night shift, monitoring security cameras in this remote facility. It was one of those places that felt desolate even during the day, and at night, it seemed to become a different world altogether. I kept an eye on the screens, watching for any unusual activities, knowing I was the only one on duty. Everything was quiet until I noticed movement in one of the isolated areas on the cameras. It was supposed to be vacant, miles away from the main complex. At first, I dismissed it as a glitch or maybe an animal wandering around. But then, I saw it again, a shadowy figure lurking at the edge of the frame. I leaned closer, squinting at the screen, trying to make out details. The figure was hunched over, moving slowly and deliberately. My heart quickened. There was something unnerving about the way it moved. I switched to a different camera to get a closer look, but the figure had vanished. I scanned the area, feeling a sense of unease creeping over me. Everything appeared quiet and undisturbed. But then, there it was again, a fleeting glimpse of movement, as if someone was deliberately avoiding the cameras. I focused all my attention on that area, feeling a growing sense of dread. Shadows danced across the screens, and my imagination started to play tricks on me. I was jumpy, convinced I was being watched from somewhere beyond those lenses. I picked up the radio to call for backup or alert someone, but static filled the airwaves. Panic clawed at me, realizing that I was truly alone in this isolated post with whatever was out there. The figure appeared again on one of the screens, closer this time, lingering just at the edge of the camera's range. My heart hammered in my chest as I decided to take action. I grabbed a flashlight and a baton, trying to quell my rising fear. I knew I had to investigate, despite every instinct screaming at me to stay put. Stepping outside, the air was thick with silence, broken only by the sound of my footsteps echoing in the darkness. I navigated towards the area the figure had been spotted, my flashlight casting eerie shadows as I moved cautiously. The tension in the air was palpable, and I could feel my skin prickling with unease. The surroundings seemed almost alive, as if they were hiding something sinister. I reached the area but found nothing except for abandoned equipment and the rustling of leaves in the wind. I swept the flashlight around, scanning every corner, but there was no sign of anyone or anything. Just the vast emptiness of the night. Doubt crept in. Was I imagining things? Was it a trick of the light or exhaustion playing tricks on my mind? I decided to head back, feeling a mixture of relief and lingering apprehension. But as I turned to leave, I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye. I swung the flashlight towards it, illuminating a dark figure standing just a few feet away. My breath caught in my throat as I faced the figure, feeling a cold chill run down my spine. The person, or whatever it was, stood completely still, staring at me with piercing eyes that seemed to glint in the light. I stumbled backward, my heart racing in terror. I tried to call out, but words failed me. There was something off about this figure, a sense of otherness that sent shivers down my spine. Before I could react or make sense of the situation, the figure turned and vanished into the darkness. I stood there, trembling, my mind racing with 1,000 questions and a primal fear that gnawed at my core. I hurried back to the security office, locking the door behind me, and I reached for the radio again, desperate for any connection. But the static persisted, refusing to yield to my pleas for help. I stayed in that room, watching the monitors, expecting the figure to reappear, but there was nothing. No signs of movement, no hint of the unsettling presence I had witnessed. As the night wore on, I tried to shake off the fear, rationalizing it as fatigue or perhaps a mind playing tricks. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something inexplicable had occurred. When morning finally broke, I was exhausted and on edge, but I was also relieved to see the light of day. I reported what had happened to my supervisor, but the reaction was dismissive, a suggestion that it was likely an animal or my imagination. But I knew what I had seen. It wasn't a trick of the light or a mere illusion. There was something out there, something unexplainable and chilling, lurking in the darkness of that remote area. And that experience would haunt me for a long time to come, leaving me with an unshakable fear of what could exist beyond our understanding. I was driving late at night with a couple of friends, and we needed to refuel, so we spotted this gas station off the highway. It looked alright from a distance, but as we pulled in closer, things started to feel off. The station was eerily quiet, no signs of life around. I thought maybe it was just late, that they closed up early, but something about it didn't sit right. We needed gas, so we decided to check it out. Pulling up to the pumps, we realized there were no cars, no attendants, just an eerie silence. I tried to shrug it off, maybe it was just a slow night for them. But as I got out of the car, this shiver ran down my spine. It was too quiet, too still. The place looked old, worn down. Lights flickered above us, casting these unsettling shadows around. We walked towards the building, thinking someone might be inside, but the door creaked open as if it hadn't been touched in years. The inside was even more unsettling, dusty shelves, old magazines scattered, a layer of neglect everywhere. I called out, but there was no response. It was this eerie silence that sent a chill down my spine. We decided to grab what we needed and leave. But as we were about to head out, strange things started happening. The lights flickered more erratically, and we heard these odd creaks, like someone moving in the shadows. I felt this knot in my stomach, this sense of danger that I couldn't explain. I thought maybe it was just our nerves, playing tricks on us in this abandoned place. But then, things got weirder. Items on the shelf started moving on their own, falling off with no one near them. It was like the place had a life of its own, and it wasn't a friendly one. I felt this sense of impending doom, this urgency to get out, but we needed gas. As we made our way back to the pumps, the lights flickered faster, and this feeling of being watched settled over us. We hurried, trying to fuel up, but the pump didn't seem to be working, no gas flowing. That's when we heard it, the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from inside the station. We froze, exchanging terrified looks. We were alone, or so we thought. I called out, asking if anyone was there, but there was no response. The footsteps continued, getting closer. Panic started to set in. We needed to leave, now. We ran to the car, this sense of urgency driving us. I fumbled with the keys, trying to start the engine, but it wouldn't turn over. My heart raced as I kept trying, the sound of those footsteps getting louder. Finally, the car roared to life, and we peeled out of there, leaving that eerie gas station behind us. As we drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, and I saw figures standing in the shadows of the station, watching us leave. It was this inexplicable encounter at that supposedly functional gas station that left us shaken, with this lingering fear that something sinister lurked within those abandoned walls. I took a babysitting job for a wealthy family, thinking it'd be an easy way to make some extra money. The house was grand, but something about it felt imposing, as if its walls held untold stories. The man of the house had made his fortune in the textile industry, and the air in the house carried an aura of opulence mixed with an unsettling tension. The kids were in bed, and I was in the living room, flipping through a magazine when I heard a loud crash, followed by voices shouting. Fear gripped me as I realized the sounds were coming from inside the house. Armed individuals burst in, their faces obscured by masks. They were shouting demands, asking for something the family didn't possess. I was frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. They herded us into a room, holding us hostage, me, the kids, and the parents. The air was thick with tension and fear. The parents tried to reason with the intruders, pleading for our safety, but the masked individuals seemed driven by something beyond reason. They were aggressive, threatening violence if their demands weren't met. The parents insisted they didn't have what the intruders were looking for, but the armed individuals didn't believe them. I felt powerless, helpless, as if the walls of the room were closing in on us. The children were terrified, clinging to their parents, and I tried my best to keep them calm, to reassure them that everything would be okay. But deep down, I was terrified too. The desperation in the intruders' voices, their menacing demeanor, it was clear they were willing to do anything to get what they wanted. Hours dragged by, the tension in the room escalating with each passing moment. I could hear the kids whimpering softly, their fear palpable. The intruders grew impatient, their threats turning more severe. They demanded immediate compliance or else they would take drastic measures. I felt a surge of fear, knowing that our lives were hanging by a thread. The parents were frantic, trying to negotiate, but it seemed futile. The intruders were unrelenting. Suddenly, a commotion outside drew the intruders' attention. There were sirens, flashing lights, a police presence outside the house. The intruders panicked, realizing they were surrounded. In the chaos, they grabbed what they could and fled, leaving us shaken and terrified. The sound of their hurried footsteps fading away felt like a lifeline. The police arrived and secured the house. They questioned us, and the parents explained that they didn't possess what the intruders were demanding. It seemed like a case of mistaken identity or a botched robbery. As the police conducted their investigation, I couldn't shake off the feeling of terror. The memory of those masked individuals, their aggression, the fear of not knowing if they'd return, it lingered like a nightmare. We were fortunate to come out physically unharmed, but the psychological trauma stayed with us. It was a night of terror, a stark reminder of the vulnerability that comes with simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The safety and security I took for granted shattered within those few hours, leaving behind a haunting experience I wish I could forget. It was getting late, and fatigue was creeping in as I navigated through the dimly lit streets. Then, I saw this figure at the side of the road, a hitchhiker with their thumb out. I felt this pang of sympathy, this desire to help someone in need. So, I pulled over, thinking I could offer a ride and some assistance. The hitchhiker seemed harmless enough, this weary-looking person with a backpack. I thought maybe they were just down on their luck, needing a lift to the next town. I felt this urge to help, this sense of doing a good deed. They got in, thanking me for stopping. We exchanged a few pleasantries, but as the ride went on, I noticed something was off. There was this uneasiness in their demeanor, this shifting glance that made me uneasy. I tried to engage in small talk, to ease the tension, but they seemed distant, almost evasive. I felt this growing sense of discomfort, this realization that I might have made a mistake. They asked if I could drop them off at a remote location, far from the main road. I hesitated, but I didn't want to leave them stranded. I felt this tug of war inside, this conflict between wanting to help and this feeling that something wasn't right. As we got closer to the spot they mentioned, this sense of dread washed over me. It was this desolate area, no signs of life around. I felt this overwhelming fear, this realization that I might be in danger. They asked me to pull over, and as I did, they suddenly turned towards me, this menacing look in their eyes. I felt this rush of panic, this fear gripping me. They demanded my belongings, this threatening tone that sent chills down my spine. I tried to reason with them, to talk them out of it, but they were insistent. I tried to hit the gas pedal and escape, but they grabbed onto me, this tight grip that paralyzed me with fear. I felt this suffocating terror, this sense of being completely helpless. They took my belongings and got out, disappearing into the darkness. I sat there, trembling, trying to process what had just happened. I felt this overwhelming shock, this fear of what they might do next. I managed to drive away, this haunting encounter etched in my mind. But the fear lingered, this haunting memory of that chilling experience. Back when I was a teenager, I joined the cadets, and one summer, we had this camping trip planned. It was supposed to be a fun adventure, a chance to bond and learn survival skills. But things took a chilling turn that I'll never forget. We set up camp in a remote area, surrounded by thick woods. The air was crisp, the sky clear. It felt like the perfect setting for a camping trip. As night fell, we gathered around the fire, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows. But then, we heard a strange sound in the distance, like branches snapping. At first, we dismissed it as some animal, but the sound grew louder, closer. It sent shivers down our spines. We huddled together, trying to brush off the unease. But then, one of us saw something moving in the darkness, silhouettes lurking beyond the trees. Fear gripped us. We weren't alone. There were figures out there, watching us. We debated whether to investigate or stay put. Some were curious, wanting to check it out, while others were terrified, fearing it could be dangerous. A group of us, eager to know what was out there, ventured cautiously into the woods. The night was eerily silent, the only sound our footsteps crunching on leaves. But then, we saw them, figures standing in a circle, their faces hidden in the darkness. They didn't move or make a sound, just stood there, staring at us. Panic surged within us. We didn't know who or what they were. It was unsettling, the way they stood there, unmoving. We tried to call out, ask if they needed help, but they remained silent. The tension in the air was suffocating. Suddenly, they started chanting, low and haunting, in a language we couldn't understand. It felt sinister, sending chills down our spines. Fear consumed us. We turned and fled back to camp, not looking back, hearts pounding with terror. The night felt endless, the fear keeping us wide awake. Every sound made us jump, every rustle sending us into a panic. Morning couldn't come soon enough. We packed up swiftly, eager to leave that place behind. As we hiked out, the memory of those figures in the woods haunted us. It was a chilling encounter that stayed etched in our minds, leaving an unsettling feeling that we couldn't shake off. That camping trip, meant for camaraderie and learning, turned into a nightmarish experience. I worked the night shift at the hospital. The night was silent, the corridors dimly lit, and the rooms mostly quiet. But some nights, things happened that I couldn't explain. There was this one patient, Mr. Johnson, in room 213. He was recovering from surgery, but every time I walked by his room, he was awake, staring at the wall with these wide, unblinking eyes. He never acknowledged me, just kept his gaze fixed, which sent a chill down my spine. Then, there was Mrs. Carter in room 227. She'd been here for weeks, battling an infection. But she would wake up in the middle of the night, screaming about someone being in her room, despite it being empty. She was shaking, her eyes darting around, pleading for help, but there was no one there. It wasn't just the patients, it was the atmosphere that felt eerie at times. The lights flickered occasionally, and strange noises echoed down the empty halls. The whole place felt suffused with an eerie energy, making me feel on edge. One night, as I made my rounds, I heard murmurs coming from the empty room 240. I cautiously pushed the door open, expecting to find a patient in distress. But the room was empty, just an empty bed and a stillness that made my skin crawl. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was probably just the air conditioning. Then, there was the patient in room 219, a young man recovering from an accident. He was usually quiet, but one night, he started talking to himself, whispering about someone watching him from the corner. I tried to calm him, but he just kept staring at the empty space, terror in his eyes. As the nights passed, these occurrences became more frequent. Patients would talk about seeing shadows or hearing whispers in the dark. Some even claimed they were being watched by unseen figures. I tried to dismiss it as hallucinations or paranoia, but the fear in their eyes felt real. One night, as I checked on a patient, I heard a faint, eerie melody echoing down the corridor. It sounded like an old music box, soft and haunting, I followed the sound, and it led me to the abandoned wing of the hospital, the part they closed off years ago. But the music was coming from there, drifting through the silent halls. I hesitated, my heart pounding, but curiosity got the better of me. I pushed open the creaky door and stepped into the darkness. The melody grew louder, guiding me deeper into the abandoned area. The air was thick, and an unsettling feeling settled over me. I followed the sound until it suddenly stopped. The silence was deafening. That's when I heard it, a whisper, barely audible, right behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing there, just the empty corridor, the dim light casting eerie shadows. I raced back to the main wing, shaken. I tried to convince myself it was a figment of my imagination, but that feeling of dread lingered. Something about that place felt wrong, like it held secrets I didn't want to uncover. The next night, I was attending to my duties when I heard footsteps coming from the closed-off area again. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I stood there, listening intently, trying to make sense of it. But then, I saw shadows moving along the walls, shapes that shouldn't have been there. My breath hitched as I watched the shadows, feeling an inexplicable terror grip me. I wanted to leave, to run, but my feet were rooted to the ground. The footsteps drew closer, echoing louder with each passing moment. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and in that brief moment of darkness, I saw figures, silhouettes of people, standing at the edge of the abandoned wing. Their presence felt wrong, sending a shiver down my spine. I stumbled backward, my heart racing, and I turned and fled, not looking back until I was back in the main corridor. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, my mind racing with questions and fear. What were those figures? Who or what was making those noises? I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, but the fear that I felt was too real. I wanted to leave, to quit my job, but I needed it. So, I forced myself to carry on, to keep my eyes straight, and to ignore the unsettling occurrences. But the fear lingered, making every sound, every whisper, seem like a haunting presence. I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off about that hospital, about those empty corridors and the patients' whispers. I worked my shifts, keeping my head down, but the fear never left me, making every night shift a dreadful experience. Me and my girlfriend planned a weekend getaway to this cute little Airbnb, a tiny home tucked away in a quiet wooded area. The pictures online were inviting, showcasing a cozy place surrounded by nature. The host, Evelyn, seemed nice from our online interactions. She had positive reviews, so we were looking forward to our stay. When we arrived, Evelyn greeted us warmly, but something about her felt a bit off. She was overly attentive, almost too interested in our plans and itinerary for the weekend. She'd mentioned knowing our schedule for the next day, which struck me as strange, but I brushed it off. As the day rolled on, things started getting weirder. She would show up unannounced, claiming she wanted to ensure everything was all right. It felt like she was constantly watching us, our every move. At one point, she mentioned something that she could have only known if she was eavesdropping on us. Inside the tiny home, there were strange things. Some of our belongings seemed slightly rearranged, as if someone had been going through them. I tried to keep my composure, but my girlfriend was getting increasingly anxious. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The silence was too heavy, and the darkness outside felt suffocating. We heard footsteps around the house, but whenever we checked, there was no one. I thought I saw a shadow lurking outside our window, but when I looked again, it was gone. The next day, Evelyn asked questions about our personal lives that seemed way too probing. She seemed overly invested in our relationship, our jobs, and even our future plans. It was uncomfortable. The climax came when she entered the tiny home without knocking, claiming she needed to fix something, but everything seemed fine. We felt invaded, trapped in this space with someone who was becoming more than just an overly attentive host. Her interest turned into an unnerving obsession with us. I started noticing small details that were off. A hidden camera perhaps, or maybe a microphone. Paranoia began to creep in, and we felt like we were prisoners in this tiny home. We decided to leave early, making up an excuse about an emergency back home. But Evelyn insisted on knowing our exact plans, almost desperate for us to stay. Her insistence was frightening, and we hurriedly packed our things, feeling like we were escaping something ominous. Once we left, the relief was palpable. But the feeling of being watched lingered. We couldn't shake the chilling sense that Evelyn was still keeping tabs on us, even after we were miles away. It took a while for the eerie feeling to fade, but even now, the memory of that weekend remains etched in our minds. The unsettling realization that we were at the mercy of a host who crossed the line between hospitality and an unnerving obsession still sends shivers down my spine. My name is Billy, and I used to work the night shift at this hotel, you know, checking in guests, handling the paperwork, and all that. But this one night, things got real weird. I was going through the records, doing the usual audit, when I noticed something off. There were these discrepancies in the records, bookings that didn't add up. Rooms were marked as vacant, but I swear I remembered checking someone into those rooms earlier. It felt like something wasn't right, like someone was messing with the records. I tried to brush it off, thinking maybe I made a mistake, but then I noticed more odd things. Some guests were listed as checked out, but their belongings were still in the rooms. It was like they disappeared into thin air. I felt this chill creeping up my spine, like there was something shady going on. I checked the security footage, but it was all glitchy, like someone tampered with it. It made me real uneasy. Then, I started getting these calls from guests, complaining about strange noises in their rooms, like whispers or footsteps. They said they felt like they were being watched. It made my skin crawl. I tried to reassure them, saying it was probably just the old building settling or something, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that something wasn't right. It was like the hotel had this eerie vibe, like there was something lurking in the shadows. As I went through the records, I found bookings for rooms that didn't exist. I checked the floor plans, and there was no such room number. It made no sense. I thought maybe it was a mistake, but the more I looked, the more these strange entries popped up. I tried to reach out to my manager, but I couldn't get through. It felt like I was on my own, dealing with this bizarre situation. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't abandon my shift, and there was this feeling like I had to figure out what was going on. I went up to the floors, checking the rooms myself. Some doors were locked from the inside, and when I knocked, there was no answer. It gave me this unsettling feeling, like someone was hiding in there. Then I stumbled upon this room, but one that wasn't supposed to exist. It was like a blank space on the floor plan, but there it was, a door where no door should be. I felt this dread sinking in. I tried the handle, and it was unlocked. The room was freezing cold, even though the air conditioning was off. There was this stale smell, like something rotten. It made my stomach turn. I stepped inside, and it was dark, pitch black. I felt my way around, trying to find a light switch. When I finally did, what I saw, I can't even explain. The room was empty, but it felt wrong. It was like the air was heavy with something sinister. I heard this whispering, real faint at first, like distant voices. It made the hairs on my neck stand up. I called out, asking if anyone was there, but there was no response. Just this eerie silence. I wanted to get out of there, but I felt glued to the spot. It was like something was holding me back. The whispers grew louder, and I felt this overwhelming sense of fear, like I was in danger. I stumbled back, trying to leave, but the door wouldn't budge. It was like it was stuck, like it didn't want to open. Panic started setting in, and I pounded on the door, calling for help, but no one came. I don't know how, but suddenly the door swung open, and I bolted out of there. I ran down to the lobby, trying to make sense of what happened. But when I checked the records again, that room wasn't there, like it never existed. I wanted to leave, get away from that place, but something kept pulling me back. I felt this lingering sense of dread, like whatever was in that room followed me. I quit that job soon after, but the fear, it stayed with me, haunting me like a nightmare that wouldn't end. I've been trucking for years, driving through the night, moving cargo from one place to another. One evening, I was making good time, driving along a deserted stretch of highway when I saw something in the distance, a blockade across the road. I slowed down, trying to figure out what was going on. That's when a group of masked individuals emerged from the shadows, surrounding my truck. My heart pounded. This was trouble. They forced me to stop, banging on the doors, yelling commands. They were armed, menacing, and I knew resisting would only make things worse. They ordered me out of the truck, threatening me with weapons. I complied, trying to stay calm, trying to figure out what they wanted. But they were aggressive, forceful, not giving any explanation. They blindfolded me, tied my hands behind my back, and shoved me into their vehicle. I didn't know what was happening, why they were doing this. Fear clenched my chest. I was at their mercy. We drove for what felt like hours, the sound of their whispered conversations unsettling. I couldn't make out their plans, their intentions, just the sense of impending danger. They finally stopped, pulled me out of the vehicle, and dragged me into this abandoned building. It was dark, damp, a sense of dread lingering in the air. They threw me into a room, still blindfolded, still tied up. I heard them talking, discussing something dark, something sinister. My mind raced with possibilities. I didn't know what they were planning. Hours passed, and I was alone in that room, blindfolded, bound, the uncertainty and fear gnawing at me. I couldn't escape, couldn't understand why they targeted me. Then, they returned, their voices hushed but filled with a chilling determination. They forced me to stand, to follow their orders, threatening dire consequences if I resisted. They made me do unspeakable things, things that still haunt me to this day. I felt this sense of helplessness, this terror at the mercy of these assailants with their dark agenda. They seemed to relish in the fear they instilled, in the control they had over me. I tried to reason with them, to plead for my life, but they were ruthless, heartless. As the night dragged on, their intentions became clearer. They wanted to send a message, to create chaos, and I was just a pawn in their game. Eventually, they left me alone again, still bound, still blindfolded, the sounds of their movements echoing through the empty building. I didn't know if I'd ever see daylight again. Hours turned into an eternity, and just when I thought it couldn't get worse, they returned, their demands becoming more threatening, more sinister. But then, as abruptly as it started, they released me. They left me in that desolate place, battered, terrified, but alive. They vanished into the night, leaving me to wonder why they chose me, what their twisted agenda truly was. I've always lived a quiet life, content with my own company. But lately, things took a strange turn. It started a few weeks ago when the community leader, Mr. Wilson, started showing an unusual interest in my affairs. He'd drop by unannounced, offering help with odd jobs around the house. At first, I thought it was just neighborly concern, but as the visits became more frequent, I grew uneasy. Last night, it was different. It was darker outside, the usual tranquility of the night disrupted by an odd stillness. There was a knock on the door, and I hesitated before answering. It was Mr. Wilson, but there was something off about his demeanor. He seemed agitated, his eyes darting around, and his usual genial smile replaced by an unsettling grin. He started asking peculiar questions, probing into personal matters that were none of his business. His tone grew increasingly insistent, almost demanding. I tried to politely excuse myself, but he persisted, stepping closer until I could feel his breath on my face. It was uncomfortable, and I started feeling a sense of unease creeping in. The atmosphere grew tense, and I realized something was terribly wrong. His demeanor was no longer friendly, it was menacing. I could sense an underlying threat in his words, and a knot of fear formed in my stomach. My instinct screamed at me to get away, to protect myself from whatever was brewing beneath his unnerving facade. I tried to reason with him, to calm him down, but my efforts were futile. His behavior became more erratic, almost predatory. It felt like he was cornering me, closing the gap between us until I was backed against the wall. I didn't know what he wanted or why he was acting this way, but every fiber of my being screamed danger. I managed to slip past him, the adrenaline fueling my escape. I locked myself in a room, heart racing, trying to make sense of the situation. Fear pulsed through my veins as I heard him pacing outside, muttering incomprehensible words. The night dragged on, and I could hear him lurking around the house. I was terrified to call the authorities, afraid of what he might do if he realized I was trying to seek help. I felt trapped, isolated, and utterly vulnerable in my own home. My mind raced, trying to find a way out of this nightmare. I considered making a run for it, but the thought of facing him in the dark sent shivers down my spine. The hours ticked by, each minute feeling like an eternity, and the night seemed to stretch on endlessly. I couldn't sleep, couldn't relax, couldn't shake off the overwhelming fear that had taken root in my mind. I listened intently, every sound amplified, each creak or rustle sending a jolt of terror through me. I felt like a prey being hunted by a predator. Eventually, the first light of dawn peeked through the curtains, and the owls fell silent. I cautiously ventured out of the room, relieved to find no sign of Mr. Wilson. But the horror of that night lingered, a constant reminder of the chilling encounter that had turned my safe haven into a place of terror. I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched, of being targeted by someone I had once trusted. It was unsettling, knowing that the community leader, a person of authority, had turned into a menacing figure lurking in the shadows. In the following days, I kept my doors locked, constantly looking over my shoulder. I avoided any encounters with Mr. Wilson, and his sudden absence from the neighborhood only heightened my unease. I couldn't help but wonder what might have happened if I hadn't managed to evade his disturbing intentions that fateful night. The incident left me shaken, robbed me of the sense of security I once felt in my own home. It was a chilling reminder that danger could lurk where you least expect it, even within the supposedly safe confines of a quiet neighborhood. The fear that had gripped me that night refused to dissipate, a haunting memory of a chilling encounter that had turned my world upside down. Our group of friends had always been the adventurous sort. We yearned for unique experiences, far removed from the usual tourist traps. This time, we decided to charter a boat to a remote, uninhabited island. The prospect of pristine beaches, untouched jungles, and isolation had enticed us. Little did we know that this escapade would turn into a living nightmare. As we approached the island, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. The island had a rugged beauty, but it also bore the aura of isolation. Our excitement outweighed our reservations as we disembarked onto the sandy shore, leaving the boat behind to give us the much-needed seclusion. Our days on the island were idyllic at first, with beachcombing, exploration, and campfires under the starlit sky. It was the stuff of dreams. But that dream quickly soured when we stumbled upon a modest, isolated hut, nestled deep within the jungle. Curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to investigate. The hut was surrounded by a lush garden, giving off an eerie sense of tranquility. The door was ajar, and as we peered inside, our joyous adventure took a chilling turn. The hut's inhabitant was a reclusive islander, a wiry, sun-worn man with an intensity in his eyes that sent shivers down our spines. He seemed to have no intention of welcoming us. His voice was gruff and laced with a warning, instructing us to leave and never return. We were shocked, but not willing to give up our precious escape so easily. Ignoring his threats, we explained that we were merely explorers, meaning no harm. It was a mistake that would haunt us. The islander's demeanor darkened, his gaze locking onto us with a predatory intensity. He stepped closer, blocking the doorway and making it clear that we were not free to go. Panic set in as the reality of our situation became evident. We were trapped. Days turned into nights, and it became apparent that our isolated paradise had become our prison. The islander was deranged, convinced that we were invaders who sought to disrupt his solitary existence. Our pleas and negotiations fell on deaf ears. His demands were simple: obey or remain captive. We resorted to sneaking messages to the boat's crew, pleading for their assistance in secret. Each attempt was foiled, and the islander grew more menacing. He was aware of our every move, and we soon realized that our captor was not alone. His crude network of traps and alarms encircled us, and escape seemed impossible. The isolation, fear, and helplessness gnawed at our sanity. The islander was a master of psychological torment, toying with our minds. He recounted tales of past intruders who met gruesome fates. We were shown grisly mementos of their presence, personal items and trinkets stolen from the deceased. Our situation grew dire as we witnessed the lengths to which the islander would go to protect his solitude. His threats turned into violent actions. We were beaten, starved, and held hostage in that wretched hut. The island had turned from a dreamland into a macabre prison, and we feared it would be our tomb. Time seemed to blur, but we refused to give up hope. We hatched a daring plan, carefully biding our time, searching for any opportunity to escape. When the moment finally arrived, we seized it, overpowering the islander with our combined desperation. It was a struggle, one that left us battered and bruised, but we emerged victorious. Our liberation came at a cost, a heavy one that left us scarred both physically and emotionally. As we sped away from that forsaken island, our hearts were heavy with the knowledge of the darkness that had lurked beneath its tranquil facade. It was a typical gloomy night, and I found myself alone at the local convenience store, working the dreaded graveyard shift. Usually, there were two of us manning the store during these late hours, but tonight, the other worker Toby had called in sick. I couldn't help but feel a shiver of unease as I gazed out at the deserted streets. The minutes dragged by, and the store was eerily quiet. I tried to stay occupied, tidying up the shelves and counting inventory, but the isolation weighed heavily on me. The dim, flickering fluorescent lights did little to dispel the gloom that settled around me. Around 1 a.m, just when I was beginning to feel the full weight of loneliness, the doorbell chimed, signaling the arrival of a group of men. They were rugged, with unkempt appearances and a collective air of menace. My heart quickened, but I greeted them with the practiced smile I had perfected over countless late-night shifts. The men paid me no mind as they wandered the aisles, their eyes shifting furtively. I couldn't help but notice their hushed conversations and lingering glances in my direction. Anxiety coursed through me, but I couldn't put my finger on why they had me on edge. As they approached the counter with their chosen items, a sense of dread washed over me. They seemed agitated, their movements jerky and unpredictable. I swallowed hard, trying to appear calm and composed, but I knew something wasn't right. One of the men leaned in closer, his voice a low, menacing growl. "You're alone here, aren't you?" I nodded hesitantly, a lump forming in my throat. I watched in apprehension as the men exchanged knowing glances, a malicious spark in their eyes. They were in no hurry to complete their purchases, and their presence felt like an ominous shadow that had fallen over the store. As they lingered at the counter, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The leader of the group, a burly man with a scruffy beard, leaned even closer, his words dripping with menace. "You know, it's not safe to be all alone like this. Bad things can happen." My heart raced as the full gravity of the situation began to sink in. These men weren't here for snacks or drinks, they were here for something else. My instinct screamed at me to remain calm, to stall, and to find a way out of this chilling encounter. I pretended to fumble with the register, hoping that the arrival of another customer might deter the men. But the minutes ticked by, and the store remained empty, save for the menacing intruders. One of the men reached across the counter, his fingers inching closer to me, and a guttural voice filled with malice whispered, "We could have a little fun with you, you know." Panic surged through me, and my mind raced for a way out. I needed help, and I needed it fast. My hand darted beneath the counter, frantically pressing the silent alarm button. But the men saw my actions and realized that I had summoned help. Anger flashed across their faces, and the leader grabbed my arm with a vice-like grip, his face contorted with rage. "You think you can call for help? Not so fast, buddy." The bell above the door jingled, and the police arrived just in time, the flashing lights casting an otherworldly glow over the scene. The men were apprehended, their sinister intentions thwarted. As the police took the men away, I couldn't help but shudder. I had narrowly escaped a nightmare, a chilling encounter that would haunt my thoughts for years to come. My family and I cruised down the long, desolate stretch of highway during our summer road trip. The open road had always beckoned, promising adventure and shared experiences. We were making good time, but we needed a break, so we decided to pull over at the truck stop we spotted on the map. It seemed like a typical pit stop, a place to refuel and grab a quick meal. Little did we know that it would become a chilling ordeal. As we parked our car and stepped out, the air was heavy with the scent of gasoline, the thrum of idling engines, and the distant wailing of freight trains passing by. We made our way to the bustling truckers' diner, where grizzled men in worn-out denim jackets huddled in booths, eating in somber silence. Their eyes followed us as we entered, and the atmosphere was charged with hostility. We tried to ignore the unnerving gazes and found a booth near the back. Our server, a middle-aged woman with a forced smile, took our order. The menu offered the standard fare, but there was an unmistakable tension in the air. As we waited for our food, the truckers' conversations ebbed and flowed, never veering far from their own affairs. My son, Timmy, and daughter, Emily, were oblivious to the growing unease, chattering away about our road trip adventures. But my wife, Sarah, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were unwelcome visitors in this dimly lit enclave. The situation escalated when a group of truckers at a nearby table began whispering and casting dark glances in our direction. Their hushed conversations and occasional laughter, laced with malicious intent, sent shivers down my spine. Our food arrived, but none of us had much of an appetite. The truckers' stares became more intense, their eyes drilling into us as if we were trespassers in their secret world. The tension in the diner was palpable, and I knew we had to leave, but we had already paid for our meal, and we didn't want to draw attention to ourselves. As the minutes ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly hostile. The truckers were no longer content with just watching. They began making derogatory comments and crude remarks about our presence. It was as though they had marked us as interlopers who needed to be driven away. My heart pounded as one of them, a burly man with a thick beard, approached our table. His breath reeked of alcohol, and his eyes gleamed with malice. He leaned in, his face uncomfortably close to mine, and issued a thinly veiled threat. "Y'all best be hitting the road, city folk," he sneered. "This ain't no place for your kind." The menacing looks in the eyes of the other truckers told me that this was not an idle warning. We realized we were in a perilous situation, surrounded by strangers who wanted us gone. We hurriedly paid the bill and left the diner. As we stepped out into the fading light, the truckers inside continued to stare through the grimy windows. I could feel their malevolence trailing behind us, as if they were daring us to stay or return. As we walked back to our car, I couldn't help but think about the stories of travelers who had gone missing or met untimely fates at remote truck stops. We had no intention of becoming another chilling tale of the road. We piled into our car, and I quickly started the engine, ready to put as much distance between us and that menacing truck stop as possible. The headlights pierced the gathering darkness, and as we sped away, I couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror. I saw a group of truckers, bathed in the eerie glow of the diner's neon sign, watching our departure. Their glares lingered in my memory, a haunting reminder of the night we crossed paths with hostile truckers in the middle of nowhere. It was a road trip we would never forget, one filled with the kind of fear and paranoia that lingers long after the miles have passed. Back in the summer of 2019, my wife and I embarked on a road trip across the picturesque landscapes of England. Our journey eventually brought us to the beautiful Isle of Wight, a serene island known for its stunning coastline and lush forests. We decided to camp in the woods, seeking an escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. As we set up our modest campsite, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees. A warm breeze rustled the leaves, and the world around us seemed to settle into a tranquil stillness. We felt a sense of peace envelop us as we nestled in our sleeping bags, the flickering campfire providing a comforting glow. The night was serene until an eerie noise broke the silence, a distant chant echoing through the forest. My wife, Sarah, and I exchanged uneasy glances as the sound grew louder, drawing nearer to our camp. The chant was incoherent, a dissonant blend of voices. Fear clutched at my heart as I grabbed a flashlight and ventured out of our tent. Guided by the flickering light, I made my way toward the source of the noise, my wife close behind. We found ourselves standing at the edge of a clearing, hidden among the towering trees. In the center, we witnessed a sight that sent shivers down our spines. A group of people, dressed in tattered clothing, stood in a circle around a massive bonfire. They chanted in a language we couldn't comprehend, raising their hands and swaying as if entranced by the flames. In the center of the circle, a dark figure emerged. The hooded leader carried a torch, casting eerie shadows across their faces. The forest seemed to come alive with their otherworldly incantations. We were paralyzed by fear, hiding in the shadows as we watched the ritual unfold. The cult members chanted and danced with fervor, and in the flickering firelight, we noticed strange symbols etched into their arms and foreheads. It was a chilling sight, and we couldn't comprehend what we were witnessing. As the ritual reached its climax, we couldn't bear to watch any longer. Fear overcame curiosity, and we realized we needed to leave. But as we turned to retreat, a twig snapped beneath my foot, and the cult members' heads snapped in our direction. Panic surged through us, and we sprinted back to our campsite. Our hearts pounded in our chests as we heard their footsteps close behind. There was no time to pack up our belongings. We grabbed our backpacks and ran deeper into the woods, guided only by our flashlight's trembling beam. The cult members pursued us, their eerie chants echoing through the trees, growing louder and more menacing. We zigzagged through the forest, trying to lose them, but their determination was unrelenting. Fear propelled us forward, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. As the night wore on, we finally managed to put some distance between us and the cult, but we dared not stop. Our flashlights grew dim, and exhaustion weighed us down. We had no choice but to keep moving, hoping that the trees would shield us from the sinister group that pursued us. Hours passed, and the sky began to lighten as dawn approached. The eerie chanting faded into the distance, and we finally allowed ourselves to rest beneath the sheltering canopy. We huddled together, listening to the birdsong and the rustling leaves, the forest reclaiming its peaceful serenity. We had witnessed something terrifying that night, an unspeakable ritual in the depths of the Isle of Wight's woods. It was the night of our town's annual winter festival. My son and I were excited, ready to enjoy the festivities. The town square was lit up with colorful lights, the air filled with laughter and the aroma of hot cocoa. As we walked through the lively streets, something felt off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but an unsettling sensation crept up on me. I brushed it off, attributing it to the bustling crowds and the cold night air. As the evening progressed, a series of strange incidents began to unfold. A street lamp flickered ominously, casting eerie shadows across the square. I saw Mr. Reynolds, our quiet neighbor, standing on the outskirts, his gaze fixed on us. It made me uneasy, but I didn't dwell on it. As my son and I indulged in some festival treats, a sense of unease grew stronger. I noticed Mr. Reynolds again, this time lurking in the shadows, watching us with an unsettling intensity. His presence felt ominous, sending a chill down my spine. Amidst the merry atmosphere, odd occurrences continued. Some of the lights around the festival stalls began to dim inexplicably. The cheerful ambience of the festival was overshadowed by a creeping sense of dread. I tried to distract my son, to shield him from the growing unease. But deep down, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The night took a sinister turn when my son suddenly went missing amidst the crowded festival. Panic surged through me, my heart pounding with fear. I frantically searched through the crowds, calling out for him, but he was nowhere to be found. Desperation gripped me as I sought help from the festival organizers and the police. They launched a search, but there was no sign of my son. Fear consumed me, and I felt a sense of dread I'd never known before. Amidst the chaos, I remembered the lingering presence of Mr. Reynolds. It felt like a puzzle piece falling into place. There was something about his watchful gaze that unsettled me. I rushed to his house, my mind clouded with a mix of dread and suspicion. I knocked on his door, my heart racing with apprehension. Mr. Reynolds answered, his demeanor calm and composed. I tried to ask him about my son, trying to keep my composure, but something in his expression seemed off, unnerving. As I pressed for answers, he invited me in, claiming he hadn't seen my son. But deep down, I couldn't shake off the feeling that he was hiding something. My instinct screamed at me, urging me to leave, to get away from this quiet, unsettling neighbor. As I turned to leave, a sound caught my attention, a faint whimpering coming from somewhere inside the house. My heart sank, a gut-wrenching feeling engulfing me. I demanded to know what was going on, my voice shaking with a mix of fear and fury. Suddenly, Mr. Reynolds' demeanor changed. His calm facade shattered, replaced by a chilling smile. In that moment, I realized the horrifying truth. It was him. He had my son. I lunged towards him, trying to overpower him, but he was quicker. He revealed a hidden room behind a bookshelf, where my son was tied up, trembling and terrified. I tried to reason with Mr. Reynolds, to plead for my son's safety, but his eyes were filled with a chilling madness. He spoke of a twisted obsession, a dark desire that had led him to take my son. I fought with all my strength, desperation fueling my every move. In the struggle, I managed to break free and grab my son, pulling him away from Mr. Reynolds' grasp. We ran out of that house, fleeing from the horror we had encountered. The police arrived soon after, apprehending Mr. Reynolds. They assured us that he would face justice for his heinous actions. My son and I were shaken to our core, scarred by the nightmarish experience. The once festive atmosphere of the winter festival had turned into a haunting ordeal, revealing a hidden danger lurking within our supposedly quiet community. I was on a road trip with a couple of friends, taking a scenic route through the countryside. We were enjoying the drive, laughing, and listening to music. Then we saw it, a road sign that seemed off. It pointed to a shortcut, promising to save us time. We debated for a bit but decided to take the route. After all, who doesn't love a good shortcut? The road started off fine, but as we drove deeper, things changed. The surroundings turned desolate, barren, like we'd stepped into an abandoned world. Unease settled in as we passed empty houses, boarded up windows, and rusted out cars. It felt like we'd stumbled into a forgotten place. I started to regret our decision, but turning back seemed like an even worse idea. We saw a gas station up ahead, a flickering light barely visible. Relieved, we pulled in, hoping to get directions back to the main road. The place was run down, dust-covered shelves, flickering lights, and an unsettling silence. We spotted a figure behind the counter, an old man, staring at us with vacant eyes. We approached cautiously, asking for directions, but he didn't respond, just kept staring. His gaze was chilling, unsettling. There was something off about the atmosphere, this lingering feeling of dread that seemed to hang in the air. We decided to leave, but as we turned, the old man spoke, his voice raspy and distant. He warned us about the road ahead, telling us to turn back, but his words were cryptic, almost nonsensical. We thanked him and left, shaken by the encounter. Back in the car, the atmosphere felt tense, a thick silence hanging over us. The road ahead was pitch black, no other cars in sight. We tried to lighten the mood with jokes, but there was this underlying tension, this feeling of being watched. Then, the car started acting up, sputtering and jerking. Panic set in as we realized we were stuck in the middle of nowhere, with no help in sight. We tried calling for help, but there was no signal, just dead silence on our phones. It was getting late, and the darkness seemed to swallow us whole. We decided to walk back to the gas station for help. The air was heavy, an oppressive silence engulfing us. As we approached the gas station, everything felt different. The lights were out, and there was no sign of the old man. The place looked deserted, abandoned, like it had been for years. We felt this growing sense of unease, this feeling that something wasn't right. We were about to turn back when we heard it, faint whispers, barely audible, but chilling. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. We looked around, but there was no one there. Fear started to grip us, our hearts pounding in our chests. Then, a sudden gust of wind, but it carried a sinister whisper, words we couldn't understand, echoing through the night. We bolted back to the car, panic taking over. The whispers seemed to follow us, growing louder and more menacing. We tried to start the car, but it wouldn't budge. It was like the world had turned against us. The whispers became more intense, almost deafening. We felt this overwhelming terror, this feeling of being surrounded by something sinister, something malevolent. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence was suffocating, deafening. We looked at each other, breathless, our hearts racing. After what felt like an eternity, the car started. We didn't waste a second and sped away, leaving that forsaken place behind. The road led us back to familiar surroundings, and the tension in the car started to ease. We didn't speak about what happened, but the memory lingered, haunting us. It was an encounter that left us shaken, a nightmarish experience etched into our minds, a chilling warning about roads that promise shortcuts but lead to places better left unexplored. I remember that day vividly. It was an ordinary hike, exploring the remote trails I'd often frequented. The woods seemed unchanged, the trees standing tall and the sunlight filtering through the foliage. But as I ventured deeper, something caught my eye, a steeple protruding from the trees. Curiosity nudged me forward, leading me off the beaten path. I stumbled upon an old, dilapidated church nestled amidst the wilderness. Its weathered exterior spoke of years of abandonment, yet something compelled me to step inside. The door creaked open, the musty scent of decay hitting my nostrils. Darkness enveloped me as I stepped into the nave. The air felt heavy, as if the silence held ancient secrets. Illuminated by shards of sunlight, the church's interior was hauntingly beautiful, adorned with faded stained glass windows and decaying pews. But my gaze lingered on the altar, a sinister air seemed to linger around it. Curiosity turned to unease as I noticed strange markings etched into the walls. Symbols I couldn't decipher, evoking a sense of foreboding. It felt as though the church held secrets buried deep within its walls. As I explored further, a chilling discovery awaited, a hidden chamber concealed behind a tapestry. I pushed it aside, revealing a narrow passageway. Darkness swallowed the light, but my curiosity drove me to venture into the unknown. The passageway led to a cryptic chamber, adorned with candles flickering eerily in the dimness. The walls were adorned with cryptic writings, unsettling to decipher. My heart raced, a sense of unease creeping over me. In the center of the chamber stood an altar, shrouded in shadows. But what sent shivers down my spine was the presence of odd artifacts, ancient-looking books, strange utensils, and remnants of what appeared to be ceremonial rituals. My mind raced with questions, fear mingling with curiosity. What practices were concealed in this secluded church? What dark history lay dormant within its walls? An oppressive feeling surrounded me, as if unseen eyes were watching my every move. The air grew thicker, and a sense of dread settled in, urging me to leave. As I turned to exit, the door creaked shut. Panic surged within me as I tried to open it, but it seemed stuck, sealing me inside this macabre sanctuary. Fear gripped me, my heart pounding against my chest. Desperation took hold as I pounded on the door, pleading for release, but there was no response, only silence mocking my terror. The atmosphere grew colder, the candles flickering ominously. Shadows danced on the walls, and whispers echoed through the chamber, unintelligible yet haunting. Time felt distorted, as if I were trapped in a nightmare with no end in sight. I pressed my palms against the door, my breath shallow, trying to steady my racing heart. Amidst the panic, a glimmer of hope, another door concealed behind a tapestry. I rushed towards it, pushing it open with all my might, greeted by a blinding burst of sunlight. I stumbled out into the woods, gasping for air, relief flooding through me. The church loomed behind me, a sinister silhouette against the trees, its secrets forever haunting my memory. I fled from that place, haunted by the chilling encounter. It was a brush with something beyond comprehension, a revelation of disturbing practices hidden within the walls of that mysterious church. Its dark secrets, a part of a past I wished I'd never uncovered, haunted my thoughts for days to come. It was late, well past midnight, and I needed to refuel. I pulled into the gas station, a small, rundown place on the outskirts of town. The station was eerily quiet, and I noticed just one car parked at the pump. A man was standing there, hunched over his vehicle, which seemed like it had been in a wreck. I hesitated for a moment, but I needed gas, so I parked a few pumps away from him. As I got out of my car, I saw the man staggering, blood trickling down his forehead. He looked disoriented, like he was lost in his own world. His eyes met mine, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I asked if he was okay, but he just mumbled something incoherent and turned away. I grabbed the pump, trying to keep an eye on him as I fueled up. Something felt off about the situation. There were no other cars around, no sign of anyone else at the station. The man was pacing now, muttering to himself, and his movements were erratic, like he was fighting against something. I finished fueling and went inside to pay. The cashier, an older woman, looked worried. She told me that the man had shown up a few minutes ago, his car smashed up like it had been in a wreck. But here was the strangest part, there wasn't a scratch on him. No injuries, no sign of trauma, nothing. I paid quickly, feeling uneasy. As I walked out, I glanced at the man again. He was staring at his car, an odd grin on his face. And then, to my horror, he began hitting his head against the car door, over and over again, without flinching, without any signs of pain. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. It was like he was trying to hurt himself, testing his limits. It didn't make sense. I wanted to help, but I was scared. Scared of what might happen if I got involved. I hurried back to my car, trying to ignore the pounding in my chest. That's when I heard the screams. They were coming from the man at the pump. His screams were piercing, filled with agony. I turned around, and I wish I hadn't. The man was convulsing, his body contorting in ways that were impossible. It was like he was possessed by something. His limbs twisted unnaturally, and his face, it was contorted in agony, but there was something else, something dark in his eyes. I was frozen in terror, watching this horror unfold. It was like his body was fighting against some unseen force. The screams echoed in the stillness of the night, a nightmarish symphony of pain. And then, abruptly, it stopped. The man collapsed, lying motionless on the ground, his eyes wide open, staring into nothingness. I was petrified, unsure of what to do. My mind screamed to get help, to call someone, but my body wouldn't move. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking uncontrollably. But before I could dial, the man twitched. His body jerked, and then he slowly got up, that same eerie grin on his face. There was blood all over him, but he looked calm. I locked the car doors, my heart pounding in my ears. He started walking towards me, his gait slow, deliberate. I felt sheer terror grip me, the kind that makes you forget how to breathe. I started the car, ready to drive away, but as I looked up, he was right at my window, staring in with those empty eyes. I hit the gas pedal, the tires screeching as I sped away from the gas station. I didn't look back, my hands shaking as I drove, desperate to get away from whatever had just happened. The image of his contorted body and that haunting stare haunted me, replaying over and over in my mind. I didn't stop until I reached the safety of my home. I locked every door and window, my mind racing with questions. What was that? What had I just witnessed? Was it some sort of drug-induced psychosis, or something far more sinister? That night, sleep evaded me. The image of that man haunted my dreams, his contorted body and that eerie smile etched in my mind. It felt like a waking nightmare, one that I couldn't shake off. I never heard about it on the news, never found out what had happened at that gas station. It was like it never occurred, but I knew what I saw was real. It felt like a brush with something beyond comprehension, something that lurked in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. I was scrolling through Craigslist, looking for a side gig to earn some extra cash. I stumbled upon an ad that said, looking for assistance in moving heavy items. Willing to pay cash. Sounded straightforward, and I needed the money, so I responded. We agreed to meet at a local storage facility. When I arrived, A guy in his mid-30s greeted me. He seemed normal enough, just someone needing a hand with moving. He had a truck parked nearby, and he asked if I was up for some heavy lifting. I said sure, thinking it'd be easy money. We went inside the storage unit, and that's when things got weird. There weren't any furniture or boxes. It was empty, except for this weird-looking metal trunk. He asked me to help him move it, but something felt off about it. It was old and rusty, like it hadn't been opened in years. I hesitated, but he insisted it wasn't heavy. We grabbed either end, and as we started moving it, I heard something shuffling inside. It was faint, like someone or something was moving around in there. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart racing. The guy noticed my reaction and laughed it off, saying it was probably just junk shifting inside. But the noise sounded more deliberate than that. It was unsettling, and I was starting to feel really uneasy about the whole situation. I tried to make an excuse to leave, but before I could, the guy locked the storage unit door. He turned to me, and that's when I saw it, a glint of something unsettling in his eyes. It sent a chill down my spine. I demanded to leave, but he just chuckled and pulled out a knife, telling me I wasn't going anywhere. Panic surged through me, and I tried to reason with him, but he wasn't listening. His eyes were fixed on the trunk. He muttered something about needing my help to open it, claiming there was something valuable inside. I didn't want any part of it. I tried to run, but he grabbed me and dragged me towards the trunk. I was terrified. I didn't know what was in there or what he planned to do with me. I struggled, but he was stronger. Just as he was about to open the trunk, a security guard passing by heard the commotion. The guy panicked and ran off, leaving the trunk behind. The security guard helped me out and called the police. When they opened the trunk, they found something horrifying, a person, gagged and bound, barely conscious. The guy had kidnapped someone and was about to do who knows what. I was in shock, shaking uncontrollably. I didn't stick around for much longer after the police arrived. It was a close call, and I felt lucky to get out of there alive. I later learned that the guy had a history of criminal activity, and the person in the trunk had been reported missing. It was a nightmare, something I never thought I'd experience. Meeting a stranger from an online net turned into a life-threatening situation. It made me realize how dangerous it can be to trust strangers, especially in situations like that. I've become more cautious since then, always double-checking before meeting someone from the internet. It's not something I'll forget anytime soon. I was driving down a lonely stretch of highway. I saw a convoy of trucks up ahead. Looked like a group traveling together, their headlights cutting through the darkness. I didn't pay much attention at first, just another convoy, I thought. But as I got closer, something felt off. They were driving slow, too slow for a highway. I figured maybe there was a reason, a problem with the vehicles or something. But then they signaled for me to join them, like they were waiting for me. I hesitated, but something about it seemed inviting. Maybe it was the loneliness of the road, or maybe it was just curiosity. I decided to join them, pulling in behind the last truck in the convoy. The drivers didn't seem hostile. They nodded at me as I fell in line. But as we drove on, I noticed things were different. They weren't talking on the CB, no casual chatter between truckers. It was dead silent, just the sound of engines and the hum of the road. I tried to strike up conversation, but they seemed uninterested, almost like they were ignoring me. It made me feel uneasy, like I didn't belong there. Then, I noticed something strange, the cargo they were carrying. It wasn't regular stuff, it looked unusual. Large, heavy crates, covered in tarpaulins, like they were hiding something. I couldn't shake off the feeling that it wasn't normal cargo. I tried to focus on the road, but the tension in the air was thick. It felt like something was about to happen, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. Suddenly, the convoy slowed down even more, almost to a crawl. I couldn't understand why. There was no traffic, no apparent reason to slow down like that. But they kept going, slower and slower. Then, one of the trucks ahead pulled off to the side of the road. It was like they knew where they were going, like it was planned. I felt this knot in my stomach, this urge to get away from them. But before I could react, the other trucks started blocking the road, hemming me in, trapping me in the convoy. Panic surged through me. I felt trapped, helpless. I tried to pull over and get out of there, but they wouldn't let me. They swerved, cutting me off, forcing me to stay in line. It was like they were hurting me, like I was part of their plan. I saw the drivers getting out of their trucks, all wearing dark clothes, masks covering their faces. I felt a chill run down my spine. Something wasn't right. I didn't know what they wanted, but I knew it wasn't good. I tried calling for help on the radio, but it was dead. No signal, no response. It was just me and them, alone on that desolate road. They started unloading the crates, revealing something inside. I couldn't see clearly, but it looked human. My heart pounded in my chest. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I tried to reverse, to get out of there, but they were too fast. They surrounded my truck, blocking any chance of escape. I felt this overwhelming sense of dread, this fear that I was in real danger. I tried to reason with them, begged them to let me go. But they didn't listen. They just kept working, like they were on a mission, like I was nothing but an obstacle in their way. I saw them dragging someone, towards one of the trucks. It was a person, tied up, gagged, helpless. I couldn't comprehend what was happening. It felt like a nightmare. I didn't wait to see more. I floored it, pushing through the blockade they'd made. I swerved onto the shoulder, dirt flying, not caring about the damage to my truck. I had to get away, had to escape from whatever horror they were planning. I drove for what felt like hours, not stopping until I reached a populated area, somewhere safe. I reported what I saw to the authorities, but I don't know if they believed me. Who'd believe such a crazy story? I bought this old property on the edge of town, a quaint place that felt like a fresh start for me and my two daughters. There was a cabin a bit further out on the land, and curiosity got the better of us. We decided to check it out, thinking it could be a charming retreat. The cabin stood there, weathered and silent, surrounded by the whispering woods. As we stepped inside, the air felt heavy, like memories lingering in the corners. We found an old diary on a dusty shelf, its pages yellowed with time. Opening it sent a shiver down my spine. The diary revealed the story of a family that lived here before us, and it was anything but charming. Tales of tragedy unfolded, like shadows in the moonlight. They faced hardships, loss, and an overwhelming sense of despair. The more I read, the more it felt like the cabin held echoes of their sorrow. As I read aloud to my daughters, the wind outside seemed to howl in harmony with the somber words on those pages. The family's pain seeped into our surroundings, transforming the cabin from a potential refuge into a chilling reminder of the past. The stories told of sleepless nights, of footsteps in the dark, and of faces seen in the shadows. Fear gripped us, and the once inviting cabin felt like a chamber of secrets. My daughters clung to me, their eyes wide with a mixture of fascination and fear. That night, as darkness swallowed the woods, we heard creaks and whispers, as if the very timbers of the cabin were haunted by the past. My daughters, normally full of laughter, fell silent, haunted by the tales from the diary. Sleep was elusive. Every rustle in the leaves, every creak of the floorboards, sent chills down my spine. The cabin seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something. I questioned my decision to move here, to expose my daughters to this haunting history. Morning brought no relief. The sunlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows that danced on the cabin walls. We decided to leave, to abandon the cabin and its chilling secrets. But as we walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that the stories in that diary weren't just words on paper. They lingered in the air, in the very fabric of the woods that surrounded us. Weeks passed, but the memories of that cabin stuck with us. The new property became tainted by the weight of the past. The town, once welcoming, felt like it held secrets too. We tried to move on, but the specter of that tragic family followed us, a constant reminder that sometimes the past doesn't stay buried. The cabin, a place that should have been a haven, became a nightmare etched into the landscape of our new life. I was just your average guy working a dead-end job, delivering fast food to make ends meet. It was a boring cycle, driving around the city, dropping off burgers and fries to people who couldn't be bothered to leave their homes. Little did I know, my next delivery would thrust me into a nightmare I couldn't escape. It all started innocently enough. An order popped up on the app, a burger, fries, and a shake. Standard fare, or so I thought. The delivery location was a bit sketchy, but hey, tips are tips. I hopped in my car, thinking about the measly tip I'd get for venturing into this neighborhood. The GPS guided me through dimly lit streets until I reached the destination, an old, rundown apartment building. Red flags started popping up, but hunger for the tip and the simplicity of the job kept me going. I parked and climbed the creaky stairs to the designated apartment. The door opened, revealing a guy who seemed normal at first glance. He took the food, handed me the money, and I turned to leave. That's when things took a dark turn. Suddenly, two masked figures emerged from the shadows, blocking my exit. My pulse quickened as I realized I'd walked into a trap. One of them held a knife, the glint of the blade sending shivers down my spine. They demanded my car keys, my phone, everything. Panic set in, and I stammered, trying to negotiate, but these guys weren't interested in words. I handed over my belongings, praying they'd let me go. Instead, they forced me into the apartment. It smelled of stale air and desperation. The masked figures interrogated me, demanding information about my life, my job, anything they could use against me. Fear gnawed in my insides as I realized I was at the mercy of criminals with no regard for human decency. The situation escalated. They bound my hands, shoved me into a closet, and left me there in the suffocating darkness. Hours crawled by, my mind racing through scenarios of escape. I could hear them discussing their next move, planning to use my car for a getaway. The closet felt like a coffin, my breath shallow and labored. Desperation set in as I strained against my restraints, hoping for a miracle. Hours turned into an eternity, and just when I thought I couldn't endure it any longer, they returned. They dragged me out, their laughter echoing through the apartment. My heart pounded as they tossed me back into my car, shoving me into the back seat. It became a surreal nightmare, speeding through the city as an unwilling participant in their criminal escapade. My mind raced with thoughts of escape, but my limbs remained bound, rendering me powerless. The tension in the car thickened as we approached an unknown destination. My fate hung in the balance, a cruel game orchestrated by these faceless criminals. The car came to a stop in an abandoned alley, surrounded by looming buildings. Panic surged as they yanked me out, throwing me onto the cold pavement. I braced for the worst, my mind conjuring images of violence and pain. But instead, they simply left, disappearing into the shadows without a word. I lay there, disheveled and broken, watching their figures vanish into the night. The nightmare was over, but the trauma lingered, a haunting reminder of how quickly a routine delivery could morph into a life-altering horror. I stumbled to my feet, shaking off the shock. The city lights flickered overhead, indifferent to the terror I just endured. I found my way back to my car, battered and bruised, but alive. It was supposed to be a family camping trip, a weekend getaway to immerse ourselves in nature and create lasting memories. My husband, our 2 children, and I had pitched our tent near a serene, secluded cabin deep in the woods. The thought of disconnecting from our busy lives and spending quality time together was what led us to this remote location. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, we gathered around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. Laughter echoed through the forest, and the kids, their faces aglow in the flickering firelight, had never been happier. It felt like a perfect family bonding experience. Eventually, our children grew tired, and we decided it was time for bed. We had planned to sleep in our tent, but the allure of the nearby cabin was too strong to resist. It was rustic and inviting, and we thought it might make the experience more comfortable for the kids. We settled in, the 4 of us on a mattress in the cabin, and soon, the sounds of the forest serenaded us to sleep. But my dreams turned into a nightmare. I awoke to the creaking of the cabin door, my heart pounding as I realized my husband and children were still sleeping soundly beside me. Panic set in when I saw a stranger's silhouette in the dim moonlight. His presence was sinister, and he moved with deliberate purpose. I tried to wake my husband, but fear silenced me. The stranger loomed closer, and I realized we were trapped. He must have locked us inside while we slept. My heart raced as I weighed my options. I couldn't risk waking my husband and children. I needed to protect them. Gathering my courage, I confronted the intruder. I whispered, demanding to know what he wanted. He turned to me, his eyes empty of any humanity. He explained, in a chillingly calm voice, that he wanted something from us, something sinister. The details he divulged left me horrified, and it was clear that he had sinister intentions, not only towards me but my entire family. I had to act fast. While maintaining a facade of compliance, I discreetly reached for my husband's pocket knife, praying he kept it there. To my relief, my fingers grazed the cold metal of the blade, and I slowly slipped it into my hand. When the intruder momentarily turned away, I seized the opportunity. I lunged at him, the knife blade gleaming in the moonlight as it caught him by surprise. Desperation gave me strength, and the ensuing struggle was a blur of terror and adrenaline. My husband and children awoke to my screams and joined the chaos, and together we managed to overpower the intruder. Disoriented and injured, he fled into the darkness, leaving us shaken but alive. With trembling hands, we unlocked the cabin door, not knowing if he would return. The rest of the night was a sleepless ordeal, and at first light, we decided to abandon our idyllic camping trip. We packed our things and left, the tranquility of the forest forever tainted by the nightmarish encounter. I later learned that the stranger had targeted other campers in the area, and it sent a shiver down my spine to think of what might have happened if we hadn't fought back. The trauma of that night stayed with us, a stark reminder that even in the most serene settings, darkness can lurk just beyond the firelight, waiting to consume the unwary. It was a cold, winter night, and I found myself alone in my cozy home, savoring the last slice of the apple pie I had baked earlier in the day. The wind howled outside, and the occasional crackling of the fireplace was the only sound in the room. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows on the walls, giving an otherwise warm and inviting space a hint of mystique. As I savored the warm, cinnamon-infused pie, a sudden knock at the door sent shivers down my spine. I glanced at the clock. It was past 9. Who could be visiting at this hour? My first instinct was to ignore it, hoping that whoever it was would give up and go away. But the knocking continued, persistent and demanding. I sighed, wondering if a neighbor needed assistance or had urgent news to deliver. I reluctantly made my way to the door and peered through the peephole. Two men stood on my doorstep, both wearing dark coats and hats pulled low. They looked like law enforcement officers, or at least they had the appearance of it. It was not uncommon for the police to make inquiries in the area, and their demeanor seemed serious. As I opened the door, they introduced themselves as detectives, explaining that they were investigating a series of incidents in the neighborhood. They flashed badges quickly, and my unease began to ebb away as they appeared legitimate. They asked politely if they could come inside and ask me a few questions. Feeling a bit flustered by the late-night encounter, I stepped aside and allowed them entry. It seemed like the right thing to do, especially if it would assist in solving whatever was happening in the area. Little did I know how wrong I was. Once inside, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Their questioning took on an unsettling intensity, their inquiries becoming more probing than I had anticipated. They asked about my neighbors, their schedules, my daily routine, and if I had seen anything unusual. My sense of unease returned, amplified by their persistent inquiries. The warmth of the fireplace no longer offered comfort. It was as if the flames had dimmed in response to the growing tension in the room. Then, the questions took an even more disconcerting turn. They inquired about my security measures and if I lived alone. I felt a chill crawl down my spine as their eyes bored into me, and it became clear that something was very wrong. As I began to doubt the authenticity of the detectives, I noticed subtle discrepancies in their behavior. Their badges looked a little too polished, and they never seemed to relax, their faces etched with an unyielding seriousness. My unease reached its peak when one of the men, standing uncomfortably close, suggested that I go to the basement to check if everything was secure. Alarm bells rang in my head. Why would they want me to leave the safety of the living room? I managed to muster a weak excuse, stating that I wasn't comfortable leaving my kitchen unattended. Their reaction was chilling, a momentary, angry glint in their eyes before they hastily explained that it was essential for my safety. With my heart pounding, I knew I had to get them out of my home. I insisted on calling the police station to verify their identity. Panic flared in their eyes, and they exchanged a rapid, almost imperceptible signal. It was then that I knew I had to act fast. In a swift move, I grabbed the phone and dialed 911. The operator's voice was a lifeline as I explained the strange situation. The two men, realizing they were exposed, lunged for the phone, trying to disconnect the call. A struggle ensued, and the room filled with chaos, my screams mixing with their threats. Thankfully, the police arrived just in time to apprehend the two imposters. It turned out that they were not law enforcement officers at all, but criminals attempting to gain entry into my home, with sinister intentions that I could only imagine. The horror of that night stayed with me long after the imposters were taken away in handcuffs. My warm, inviting home had turned into a nightmarish battleground, a reminder that trust should never be granted too easily, even in the most ordinary of moments. The apple pie, which had once been a source of comfort, lay untouched, growing cold on the kitchen table, a silent witness to the chilling encounter that had unfolded in my home that fateful winter night. I remember that night so clear, like it was yesterday. I was driving my rig down that lonesome highway, just me and the road. The only thing on my mind was getting that load to its destination on time. But things took a turn when I pulled into a rest stop to grab a bite and stretch my legs. There was this guy, seemed normal at first, asked for a light for his smoke. We got talking, and he mentioned he knew a shortcut that could save me some time. Sounded good to me, so I followed his directions, not thinking much of it. The road got narrower, darker, and I had this feeling like something wasn't right. But I kept going, trying to shake off the unease. Then, out of nowhere, I see flashing lights behind me. Cops. My heart's pounding, and they start questioning me about the cargo. I didn't know what they were talking about at first. Stolen goods? No way. But they had proof, papers and all, showing that the stuff in my truck wasn't legit. I felt sick to my stomach, trapped in a mess I didn't even know was there. They said I was involved, that I knew what I was hauling. But I didn't. I swear, I didn't. They kept grilling me, and I couldn't prove a thing. My whole world was crashing down, and I was stuck in some kind of nightmare. They took me to this small, rundown station. Cold, dimly lit, with these officers giving me the stare like I was some criminal mastermind. I'm just a guy driving a truck, trying to make a living. Hours passed. Questions after questions. I felt like I was drowning, caught up in something way bigger than me. I pleaded, tried to explain, but they weren't buying it. And then, they let slip something about the people I was hauling for. Big shots. Dangerous folks. They left me there, alone in that station, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching. Every creak of the building, every sound outside, made my skin crawl. I wanted to run, to get out of there, but where could I go? Then came this guy, a real shifty-looking character. He wasn't an officer, but he had this air about him, like he owned the place. Said he could get me out of this mess, for a price. I didn't have a choice. I was desperate. He led me out, into the dark, whispering threats, telling me to keep quiet or else. I was shaking, thinking about my family, not knowing what was happening to me. He made me drive, guiding me through back roads, away from anyone who could help. I couldn't see much in the darkness, just his shadowy figure next to me, giving directions with this chilling calmness. My mind was racing, imagining the worst scenarios, feeling like I was walking into a trap. Eventually, we pulled up to this secluded spot. A warehouse. He told me to wait, to keep quiet, and disappeared into the darkness. I was alone again, surrounded by this eerie silence that made my heart race even faster. Minutes felt like hours. I was trembling, trapped in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. Then, I heard voices. Whispering, muffled conversations that sounded way too close. I wanted to bolt, but fear had me frozen in place. They came out of nowhere, these shadowy figures. They surrounded the truck, speaking in hushed tones, and started unloading the cargo. It hit me then I was in the middle of some shady deal, and I was just a pawn. I felt sick, my head spinning with thoughts of what would happen next. They were ruthless, cold, not caring about who I was or what they were putting me through. I was disposable. I had to get out of there. I waited for what felt like the right moment, when they were distracted by their business. Then I hit the gas, praying I wouldn't hit anyone in the darkness. I sped away, not looking back until I was miles away, heart pounding, hands shaking on the wheel. I didn't stop until I found a crowded rest stop, surrounded by people. I was safe, but the terror of that night stayed with me. I reported what happened, but who would believe a trucker caught up in some criminal mess? I quit, couldn't bear the thought of being pulled back into that nightmare. Now, every time I close my eyes, I see their faces, feel that fear all over again. I'm haunted by the realization that in the world I thought I knew, danger lurks in every corner, even in the places I thought were safe. I found a job listing on Craigslist. It was a good gig, so I applied. They called me for an interview at a cafe downtown. When I got there, everything seemed normal. The interviewer was nice, asked basic questions about my skills and experience. They said they'd let me know soon. A few days later, I got an email saying I got the job. I was happy. It was a decent paying gig. But then, things took a weird turn. I got an email from an unknown address. They knew personal stuff about me, stuff that I hadn't shared with anyone. They wanted money, threatening to expose my personal info if I didn't pay up. I was freaked out. How did they get my info? I ignored the first few emails, hoping they'd just stop. But they didn't. They kept sending more, getting more aggressive each time. I blocked the email, but they found ways to contact me through different addresses. They even sent letters to my house. I felt like I was being watched, like they were always right behind me. I didn't tell anyone. I was too scared and embarrassed. I couldn't focus on work, constantly looking over my shoulder, feeling like someone was watching my every move. One night, I heard a knock at my door. It was late, past midnight. I peeked out the window and saw a shadowy figure standing there. My heart raced, and fear gripped me. I didn't dare open the door. The person started yelling, threatening to expose everything if I didn't come out. I stayed quiet, hoping they'd go away. But they didn't. They kept shouting, banging on the door. I called the cops, but by the time they arrived, the person was gone. The officers said they couldn't do much without evidence. The harassment continued. They sent more threatening messages, saying they knew where I lived and that they'd come back. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. I felt like a prisoner in my own home. Every little noise made me jump, thinking it was them. Days turned into weeks, and I was on edge all the time. I tried changing my number, my email, but they always found a way to contact me. Then, one night, I woke up to the sound of glass breaking. My heart raced, and I grabbed a baseball bat and slowly made my way downstairs. I saw a shadowy figure in my living room, going through my stuff. Panic flooded me, and I froze. They turned around, and for a moment, our eyes met. I swung the bat, hitting them square in the chest. They fell, and I ran for the phone, calling the cops again. When the police arrived, they found the person lying on the floor, unconscious. Turns out, it was the same person behind the threats, trying to rob me. They arrested the intruder, but I couldn't shake off the fear and the feeling of violation. My safe space was shattered. It took me a long time to feel secure again, but the fear of someone watching me, lurking in the shadows, still lingers. I was driving down this familiar highway, the road I'd taken numerous times before. But today, things were different. There were detour signs, flashing red lights, and this overwhelming sense of confusion as I followed the redirected path. The detour led me onto this narrow, deserted road, surrounded by dense woods. It was eerie, this feeling of isolation that settled in as I drove deeper into the unfamiliar territory. There were no other cars around, just me navigating through this desolate route. The air felt thick with tension, this inexplicable unease settling in as I kept driving. Then, I noticed something high up ahead, a figure standing by the side of the road. As I got closer, I realized it was a person, just standing there, staring at passing cars. It was unsettling, this solitary figure in the middle of nowhere. I slowed down, contemplating offering help or asking if they needed anything, but this sense of caution held me back. They didn't acknowledge me, just continued staring ahead as I drove past. I tried to shake off this uneasy feeling, chalking it up to the strange circumstances of the detour. But then, I saw more figures, more people standing along the road, all of them just watching, not moving or saying a word. It was this surreal sight, this feeling of being watched, that sent a shiver down my spine. I couldn't understand why they were there, just standing silently in the middle of nowhere. As I continued along the detour, things got weirder. I saw abandoned vehicles on the side of the road, some of them with their doors open, almost as if the drivers had left in a hurry. I felt this growing sense of dread, this fear building inside me. I wanted to turn back, find another route, but I was too deep into the detour to go back. Then, I reached a point where the road was blocked by fallen trees, this barrier that stopped me in my tracks. I couldn't go forward, and I didn't want to turn back, trapped between this unsettling roadblock and the figures I'd passed earlier. I contemplated getting out to clear the path when I heard something, a rustling from the woods nearby. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, this ominous sound that filled the air. I felt this overwhelming panic, this urge to get out of there as fast as I could. I tried to reverse, but I saw figures emerging from the woods, these silent observers closing in around me. I was trapped, this feeling of being surrounded by these unsettling strangers, this realization that I was in a dangerous situation. I didn't know what they wanted or why they were there, but I knew I had to get out. I maneuvered my car through a small gap between the fallen trees, this sheer desperation to escape guiding my every move. As I sped away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, seeing them standing there, watching me leave. It was this encounter with the unsettling figures on the detour, this sense of being directed into a nightmare, that left me shaken and haunted by what I couldn't comprehend. The day started like any other, a solo hike through the remote trails. Nature's beauty surrounded me, the rustling leaves and chirping birds offering a symphony of tranquility. But as dusk approached, I took a turn that changed everything. The woods grew denser, the trees towering above me. That's when I stumbled upon an encampment, tents nestled among the trees. I thought nothing of it, assuming it was just another group of hikers. Curiosity piqued, I ventured closer, but as I approached, an unease settled in. The people in the camp seemed wary, their gazes shifting towards me with suspicion. I attempted a friendly greeting, but their responses were guarded, their eyes betraying a deep distrust. I sensed that I had unknowingly crossed an invisible boundary, and their discomfort was palpable. Trying to ease the tension, I continued walking, hoping to find a different path. But it seemed every turn led me deeper into their territory. As night fell, I realized I was lost. Panic started to claw at me as I retraced my steps, only to find myself circling back to their encampment. The people there watched me closely, their expressions hardened. I tried to convey that I meant no harm, but their suspicion only grew. I attempted to strike up conversation, but their responses were curt, their body language defensive. It became clear they had a deep distrust of outsiders, and I was an unwanted intruder. I sought refuge in my tent, hoping the night would pass without incident. But shadows danced on the walls, and the silence of the woods was suffocating. Then came the sounds of whispers in the darkness, footsteps around my tent. I peeked outside, but I couldn't see anyone. Fear clutched at my chest, the realization sinking in that I was being watched. I tried to ignore it, to convince myself it was my imagination playing tricks, but the sense of being unwelcome persisted. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig felt like a threat. As the night wore on, I heard murmurs from the nearby camp. Their voices carried a menacing tone, their words muffled but laced with hostility. I dared not confront them, fearing what might transpire. I huddled inside my tent, heart racing, listening intently for any movement outside. Suddenly, a flashlight beam pierced through the tent fabric. Panic surged within me as I heard footsteps closing in, heavy and purposeful. I held my breath, hoping they would pass by, but the footsteps stopped right outside my tent. A voice, cold and assertive, spoke a warning, a demand to leave immediately. I stayed frozen, my mind racing for a way out of this nightmare. The tension in the air was palpable, thick with the threat of something sinister. I heard them moving away eventually, but the fear lingered. I remained wide awake, waiting for first light, praying for a chance to escape. With the break of dawn, I packed up in haste, my heart pounding with every movement. I didn't dare look back, fearing what I might see. I walked for what felt like an eternity, relief washing over me as I finally reached a familiar trail. It was only then that I felt safe enough to breathe. It was a night of terror, encountering survivalists with a deep distrust of outsiders. Their hostility and intimidation turned a simple hike into a harrowing ordeal. I matched up with a really good-looking man on a dating app. We got chatting and he had all the vibes. But things took a turn. They knew things about me I never told them, stuff only close friends would know. It was unsettling, like they had access to my life. They'd bring up specific details, like they were reading my mind. It was impossible, but they knew too much. I felt this creeping fear, this invasion of my privacy. Then, they suggested meeting up at this remote place, a cabin in the woods. I was hesitant, but they insisted, saying it'd be private and cozy. When I arrived, the cabin looked nice, but something felt off. As soon as I stepped in, they knew things about the cabin, details they shouldn't know. It sent shivers down my spine. We talked, but it was weird. They brought up things from my past, my childhood, details that were too personal. I felt this fear creeping in, like they were reading my thoughts. I excused myself to the bathroom, but there was this strange device in there, like a hidden camera or something. Panic surged through me, heart racing. I confronted them, but they denied it, said I was paranoid. I wanted to leave, but they blocked the door, becoming aggressive. I felt trapped, this violation of my space and privacy. They started mentioning things from my private messages, my personal photos, stuff they shouldn't have access to. It was terrifying, this feeling of being watched, of having someone invade my personal life. I managed to escape when they got distracted, ran into the woods, not looking back. I could hear them shouting after me, chasing. I didn't stop running until I reached a main road, gasping for air, feeling this overwhelming fear and vulnerability. I reported it to the authorities, told them everything. But when they checked the cabin, there was nothing. No cameras, no signs of anyone. It was like I was in a nightmare, alone in this terrifying experience. I felt this constant fear, this paranoia that someone might still be watching me. I changed my passwords, my routines, avoided being alone. The thought of someone having access to my private life, it's something that still terrifies me. I've never felt that kind of fear before, the fear of someone using sophisticated technology to invade my privacy, to have access to my personal space. It's a nightmare I can't erase, a fear that still lingers in the back of my mind. I was away with my wife for a peaceful weekend at a quaint hotel. The room had a warm ambience, the kind that makes you forget the world outside. We were cozied up, basking in the serenity of the moment when an unsettling feeling crept in. At first, it was a small thing, just a flicker in the corner of my eye. I brushed it off as tiredness, but the unease grew. The door creaked slightly, and I knew, with a sinking heart, that it wasn't the wind. We hadn't locked it. The pause before pushing the door open felt like an eternity. My wife's eyes whitened, mirroring the fear reflected in mine. A silhouette stood in the doorway, a stranger, an intruder in our space. We were paralyzed, caught in a nightmare. The man was haggard, disheveled, his eyes void of emotion. He muttered fragmented sentences, something about needing help. But his presence oozed danger, an instinctual warning that chilled us to the bone. I stepped in front of my wife, shielding her, trying to reason with him. He was jittery, erratic, and my words seemed to bounce off him. He didn't want help, he wanted something else. Something sinister. In a flash, his demeanor shifted. His plea turned into a demand, his eyes locking onto my wife. I saw the danger in that gaze, a threat that screamed louder than words ever could. Panic surged within me, a primal urge to protect her at all costs. I tried to steer him away, to buy us time, but he was unrelenting. He lunged forward, and a frenzied struggle ensued. My wife screamed, the sound cutting through the chaos. I fought with all my might, desperation lending me strength. The hotel room became a battleground, a whirlwind of fear and adrenaline. We grappled, the struggle intensifying, the air thick with tension. Furniture toppled, the noise echoing through the corridors. But in that frantic struggle, hope felt distant. The fight raged on, the intruder's intentions growing clearer with every passing second. My heart raced, my breaths came in gasps. I had to get him out, had to protect her. But he was unyielding, his strength surprising for someone so disheveled. It felt like an eternity, a desperate tug-of-war between survival and danger. A final surge of energy fueled my push, sending him stumbling out into the hallway. I slammed the door shut, locking it with trembling hands. Adrenaline surged as I checked on my wife, making sure she was unharmed. The relief was overwhelming, but it was short-lived. Sirens blared in the distance, a testament to the chaos that had unfolded. The police arrived swiftly, taking control of the situation. They apprehended him, but the encounter haunted us. The sense of safety we had known was shattered, replaced by a haunting realization of vulnerability. The trauma lingered, leaving scars that ran deeper than the surface. The hotel room, once a sanctuary, now bore the scars of the night, a battleground where we fought against the unthinkable. We left, shaken to the core, forever changed by the chilling encounter. The gas station was quiet that night, just the low hum of the refrigerators and the occasional car passing by. I was alone at the counter, organizing the shelves when I noticed a man, a regular customer named Greg. He was browsing the aisles, nothing seemed off. But then, while he was at the counter, paying for gas, I caught a glimpse of something high on the small monitor that displayed the surveillance footage. I leaned closer, squinting at the screen. Craig was looking directly at the camera, his eyes fixated, and there was this strange smirk on his face. He was doing something with his phone, scrolling through it as if looking for something specific. The way he was acting, it made my skin crawl. It was like he knew the camera was there, like he was performing for it. I clicked through the footage, and my heart sank. There were more instances, not just today. He seemed to deliberately position himself in front of the camera, staring into it with that same unsettling expression. I felt a knot form in my stomach, a mix of confusion and fear. What was he up to? Was he trying to send a message? Or was he trying to intimidate? The more I watched, the more my anxiety grew. Some of the footage showed him lingering near the aisles, watching other customers, but his gaze kept drifting back to the cameras. It was like he had a sick fascination with being watched. The feeling of being observed, like I was part of his game, sent chills down my spine. I knew I had to do something, to confront him, but I was terrified. What if he turned aggressive? What if he denied everything and I was overreacting? But those thoughts were drowned by the feeling that something was very wrong. I couldn't just ignore it. I mustered up the courage to approach him, trying to sound casual, asking if everything was all right with the gas pump. His smile was too wide, too forced. He didn't say much, just muttered something about the pump being slow, and then he left. But as he did, he looked straight at the cameras again, that unsettling smirk lingering on his face. I went back to the footage, trying to figure out what he might have been doing. I saw him taking pictures of the shelves, the aisles, the customers. It was as if he was documenting something, but what? My hands were shaking, and I knew I had to tell someone to report it. But as I picked up the phone, ready to dial, I heard a sound from outside. A car door slamming shut. I glanced out the window and saw Greg's car parked just outside, his figure lingering in the shadows. My heart raced, and I froze. He was watching, waiting. I could feel the hairs on my neck stand up. I put the phone down, afraid that if I called the cops, it would escalate things. What if he retaliated? What if he came back? I was torn, trapped between a growing sense of danger and the fear of making it worse. But deep down, I knew this was wrong. I couldn't let this slide, not when there was something so deeply unsettling about it. I had to act. I stepped outside, trying to appear nonchalant, but my heart pounded in my chest. Greg was leaning against his car, his eyes meeting mine with a chilling intensity. There was a silence, heavy and menacing. I tried to speak, to confront him about the footage, but before I could, he laughed, a hollow, unsettling laugh that sent shivers down my spine. "I like watching," he said, his voice laced with a sinister tone that made my blood run cold. "You're always being watched, you know?" I felt a surge of panic, a raw fear coursing through me. I stumbled back into the store, locking the door behind me, my hands trembling as I fumbled for the phone again. This time, I called the police, not caring about the consequences. I had to protect myself. I had to make sure he couldn't do whatever he was planning. As I waited for the police to arrive, every minute felt like an eternity. I watched Greg through the window, pacing outside, a twisted smile on his face. He knew I had called the cops, and it seemed to amuse him. It was a game to him, a sick, twisted game where I was the helpless pawn. When the police arrived, Greg was gone. They took my statement, promised to investigate, but as I watched them leave, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. What was he planning? What did he want? And more importantly, was he coming back? That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak, every shadow felt like a threat. I kept checking the locks, peering out the window, half expecting to see Greg lurking in the darkness. It felt like I was being watched, like his eyes were still on me, even though he wasn't there. The days that followed were a blur of anxiety. I tried to carry on, to resume my routine, but every time a car pulled up or someone lingered too long, I felt a surge of panic. The police said they were investigating, but there was no sign of Greg. It was like he vanished into thin air, leaving behind a chilling sense of foreboding. I quit that job soon after. The feeling of being watched, the fear of him coming back, it was too much. But even now, months later, I can't shake that eerie feeling. The idea that someone could be watching, documenting your every move, it's a terror that lingers, an invisible threat that never truly goes away. I was babysitting for this family, and they had some tradespeople working on their house. The parents said they'd be home late, so it was just me and the kids. At first, everything seemed normal. The workers were fixing stuff, doing their thing. But then, I started noticing things. Little things that didn't sit right. The workers, they acted weird. Whispering to each other, glancing around like they were hiding something. I tried to ignore it, focus on taking care of the kids, but my gut was telling me something was off. One of the workers, he kept going into rooms he didn't need to be in. I caught him once, just standing in the hallway, looking around all suspicious-like. When he saw me, he acted all casual, like he was just checking things. But I knew better. I thought maybe I was overreacting. Maybe they were just doing their job weirdly. But then, I found a door. A door that was always locked, but that day it was slightly ajar. I peeked in, and it was like a storage room. But there were boxes, stacked high, and something felt wrong about them. I heard voices from downstairs, the workers chatting. I quickly shut the door, feeling this cold sweat. I didn't want to get caught snooping around. But those boxes, they bothered me. I felt like I needed to know what was inside. The kids were in bed, asleep, so I tiptoed back downstairs. The workers were in the kitchen, talking quietly. I crept closer, trying to listen in. They were discussing some kind of plan, something about making sure everything was ready. I couldn't make out all the details, but it sounded serious. My heart was pounding. I needed to find out more, but I didn't want to get caught. I felt like I was in the middle of something dangerous, something I shouldn't be involved in. I went back to that room, the one with the boxes. I found a way to peek inside one without opening it fully. And what I saw, it made my blood run cold. It was like tools, but not the regular kind. Tools that looked menacing. I didn't want to think about what they could be used for. I heard footsteps approaching, so I quickly backed away, heart racing. I didn't want to be caught. I didn't know what these people were up to, but it couldn't be good. I needed to tell someone, but who would believe me? I debated calling the police, but what if I was wrong? What if it was just a misunderstanding? I felt trapped, unsure of what to do. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt like I had to do something. I found a way to discreetly take pictures of those boxes, those tools. I knew it wasn't much, but it was evidence. I needed to show someone, to prove that I wasn't imagining things. I left the house, trying to act normal, but inside I was terrified. I went to a neighbor's house, someone I trusted. I showed them the pictures, told them what I saw and heard. They were shocked, scared too. We called the police together, explaining everything. They took it seriously, said they'd look into it. But I couldn't shake off that fear, that feeling of being in the middle of something dangerous. The parents came home later, and I didn't tell them what happened. I didn't want to worry them, but I couldn't forget what I saw. The workers finished up and left, but I couldn't help but wonder what they were planning. Days passed, and the police investigated. They found something. Those workers, they were part of a bigger thing. Something illegal. I didn't know all the details, but they were involved in some kind of scheme. The parents were shocked when they found out. They thanked me for speaking up, for noticing something wasn't right. But even after it was over, I couldn't shake off that feeling of dread. That moment when I realized I was in the middle of something sinister, something that could have turned out so much worse. It haunted me, that fear of the unknown and what could have happened if I hadn't acted. It was an ordinary evening, just another shift at the gas station where I worked part-time. The monotony of the night was only broken by the occasional car pulling in for fuel or snacks. The place was quiet, the buzz of fluorescent lights casting an eerie glow across the deserted aisles. She was one of my coworkers, a young woman named Emily, handling the night shift with me. She was friendly, always cracking jokes to pass the time. But that night, something felt off. Around midnight, she excused herself, saying she needed a break. I didn't think much of it. Everyone needs a moment to stretch their legs or grab a breath of fresh air. But minutes turned into an hour, and there was no sign of her. I called out her name, checked the employee lounge, even the restroom, but she was nowhere to be found. Anxiety gnawed at me, a growing sense of unease stirring in my gut. I decided to check the security footage, hoping for some clue. I scanned through the recordings, and that's when I noticed it, an odd, blurry figure emerging from the shadows near the back entrance, right around the time Emily had vanished. My heart raced, a shiver running down my spine. Who was that figure? Was Emily in some sort of trouble? I had to find out. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously stepped outside, the night air chilling me to the bone. The station seemed oddly silent, the usual hum of the machines gone. The darkness felt heavy, pressing in on me as I walked towards the dumpsters at the back. My flashlight beam flickered across the pavement, casting eerie shadows. As I rounded the corner, I caught a glimpse of something, a faint trail of what looked like blood droplets leading into the darkness. Fear gripped me, a knot forming in my stomach. I followed the trail cautiously, the adrenaline coursing through me. Each step felt heavier, the night growing colder, darker. The trail led me to the edge of the forest, a dense expanse of trees stretching out into the night. I hesitated, fear clawing at my chest. What if something terrible had happened to Emily? I pushed forward, the flashlight beam piercing the darkness. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a twig underfoot sent shivers down my spine. I called out her name, hoping for any sign of a response, but the only reply was the haunting echo of my own voice. The forest seemed endless, the silence hauntingly loud. I felt a growing sense of dread, an overwhelming feeling that something was terribly wrong. Then, I saw it, a faint glimmer in the distance. I picked up my pace, the adrenaline fueling my determination. As I drew closer, I realized it was a small clearing ahead, a clearing that seemed out of place in the dense forest. My heart pounded as I stepped into the clearing, my flashlight beam dancing across the scene. There, lying on the ground, was Emily's jacket, torn and stained. Dread washed over me, a cold sweat breaking out on my skin. I scanned the area, my breaths coming in short, panic gasps. And that's when I saw it, a cryptic symbol etched into the tree trunk, illuminated by my flashlight. It was strange, unfamiliar, sending a chill down my spine. Panic surged within me as I realized how lost I was in this unfamiliar, foreboding place. I felt a presence, a sense of being watched, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I heard something, a distant, muffled sound that sent a chill down my spine. It was a faint whisper, almost inaudible, carrying a haunting quality. I strained my ears, trying to make out any words, any hint of where it came from. As I moved deeper into the forest, the whisper grew louder, more distinct. It was Emily's voice, soft, trembling, pleading for help. My heart raced, adrenaline driving me forward, my instinct screaming for me to find her. I followed the sound, stumbling through the thick underbrush, my pulse thundering in my ears. The air grew colder, heavier, a sense of foreboding settling around me like a shroud. And then, silence fell like a heavy curtain. The whispering stopped, and I was plunged into an eerie stillness. I stood there, heart pounding, my breaths coming in panic gasps, trying to make sense of what was happening. I felt a presence behind me, a sensation of someone watching, of someone closing in. I spun around, my flashlight casting wild beams of light, but there was nothing, just the impenetrable darkness of the forest. I called out Emily's name, my voice trembling with fear and urgency. There was no response, just the oppressive silence of the night. I felt a knot form in my stomach, a sinking feeling of dread settling in. Then, a sudden gust of wind blew through the trees, a haunting howl that seemed almost otherworldly. I shivered, feeling as though the very forest was alive, watching, waiting. I turned to retrace my steps, to get out of this chilling forest, to seek help, but everything looked unfamiliar. Panic rose within me as I realized I was disoriented, lost in this eerie expanse of trees. The distant sound of footsteps echoed through the woods, jolting me from my thoughts. Fear coursed through my veins as I realized I wasn't alone. Someone, or something, was out there, closing in. I stumbled through the underbrush, branches clawing at my skin, my heart pounding like a drumbeat. Every shadow seemed to shift, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. I heard whispers again, ghostly echoes that seemed to surround me. I couldn't make out the words, but they sent a chill down my spine, a primal fear clawing at me. Then, I saw it, a faint glow in the distance, a dim light that seemed out of place in this darkness. I pushed forward, desperation fueling my steps. As I drew closer, I realized it was the gas station, the comforting glow of the lights cutting through the oppressive darkness. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. The gas station seemed deserted, the eerie silence sending shivers down my spine. I called out, but my voice echoed into the empty night, unanswered. I stumbled back into the station, adrenaline still coursing through me, the fear lingering like a haunting memory. I grabbed the phone, dialing emergency services, my hands trembling. When the police arrived, they scoured the area, but there was no sign of Emily. They questioned me, and I recounted everything, the strange figure in the security footage, the ominous symbol in the woods, the haunting whispers. Days passed, and there was no trace of Emily. The police conducted searches, interviewed people, but she had vanished without a trace. I couldn't shake the feeling that something malevolent lurked in those woods, something sinister that had swallowed Emily whole. The memory of that night haunted me, the fear of the unknown clawing at my thoughts. Emily's disappearance remained a chilling mystery, an unsolved puzzle that left a haunting sense of dread. The gas station stood as a reminder of that eerie night, a place tinged with an unsettling atmosphere that I could never forget. One night, I crossed paths with another trucker, this guy who seemed to have a chip on his shoulder. We were both headed in the same direction, and for some reason, he started tailing me, driving too close for comfort. At first, I thought it was just coincidence, but he kept at it, like he was deliberately trying to mess with me. Every turn I took, every lane change, he mimicked my moves, staying right on my tail. I tried to shake him off, speed up, slow down, but nothing worked. He was relentless, this game of cat and mouse turning into something unsettling. I finally pulled into a rest stop, hoping he'd just pass me by. But he followed suit, parking his truck right beside mine. He stepped out, this guy, tall and imposing, with this intense look in his eyes. He started accusing me of cutting him off on the road, of being a lousy driver. I didn't even remember him from earlier, but he was convinced I did something wrong. I tried to reason with him, to calm the situation down. But he wasn't having it. He was angry, aggressive. He got in my face, his words laced with threats. I knew I had to get out of there, to diffuse the tension. I got back in my truck, trying to leave, but he blocked my way, refusing to let me go. He started shouting, pounding on my window, this rage consuming him. I felt this chill run down my spine. Something was off about this guy, something unhinged. I managed to pull out, relieved to leave him behind. But that wasn't the end of it. He followed me, this twisted determination in his eyes. I tried calling for help on the CB radio, but it was just static. I was on my own, facing this guy who seemed to have lost his mind. He kept tailing me, driving aggressively, trying to force me off the road. I felt this fear gripping me, this realization that this wasn't just some road rage, this guy was dangerous. I made a split-second decision and took an exit, hoping to lose him in the smaller roads. But he followed, his truck roaring behind me. I saw a police car up ahead and tried to signal for help. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't an officer inside. It was him, wearing some makeshift uniform, trying to trick me. I swerved off the road, desperate for an escape. But he kept pursuing, this insane determination pushing him forward. I finally lost him in a maze of streets, but that fear lingered, the fear of encountering someone so unhinged, so consumed by rage and vengeance. I pulled over at the nearest town, heart racing, hands trembling. I reported what happened, but I don't know if they caught him. That night, I couldn't sleep, the image of that guy, his rage, his relentless pursuit, haunting me. It was a rivalry that spiraled into a nightmare, a terrifying encounter with someone who seemed to have lost touch with reality. The day started like any other hike. I followed a trail that promised breathtaking views, surrounded by towering trees and the distant murmur of a hidden stream. But as the sun began its descent, a prickling sensation crawled up my spine, a subtle awareness that I was no longer alone. I dismissed it initially, attributing it to the solitude of the woods. However, the rustling leaves behind me persisted, growing louder and more distinct. A glance over my shoulder revealed nothing but the shadows of the forest. Unease settled in, but I pressed on, hoping to outrun my imagination. As darkness draped the landscape, the sounds intensified. Footsteps, deliberate and echoing, were now unmistakable. Panic gnawed at the edges of my composure. Someone was following me, stalking me through the wilderness. My heart pounded in my chest, each step an eerie echo of my pursuer. With every twist and turn, the hunter stayed just out of sight, a phantom in pursuit. Desperation set in, and the only logical option seemed to be to find refuge. That's when I stumbled upon it, a dilapidated cabin nestled in a clearing. It stood as a sanctuary against the encroaching night. I slipped inside, the creaking door protesting my intrusion. The air within was thick with dust, and the feeble light that filtered through the cracks revealed a space frozen in time. Abandoned, yet eerily intact. The illusion of safety settled over me momentarily, a brief respite from the relentless pursuit outside. Scanning the interior, I saw a rusty radio on a worn-out table. Hope flickered. Maybe I could call for help. My hands fumbled with the dials, the crackling static a disheartening response. I cursed under my breath, realizing that my only lifeline to the outside world was as unreliable as the dilapidated structure around me. As I strained to fix the radio, the sound of footsteps drew near, now amplified in the confined space. Panic set in, and I surveyed the cabin for anything that could be used as a barricade. A heavy wooden plank caught my eye. With trembling hands, I secured it across the door, praying it would hold against the impending threat. My mind raced with thoughts of escape, but the reality of the situation gripped me. Out there, in the impenetrable darkness, was someone intent on doing me harm. The isolated cabin, once a refuge, now felt like a prison. My breath hitched as the realization sank in. The hunter was closing in. I returned to the radio, desperately trying to establish a connection. Static filled the airwaves, punctuated by unsettling whispers that sent shivers down my spine. It was as if the forest itself was conspiring against me. The footsteps outside ceased, replaced by an ominous silence. I strained to hear anything beyond the stifling stillness. Seconds turned into agonizing minutes, each passing moment heightening the sense of dread. A low creak shattered the silence, the cabin door strained against the barricade. My heart pounded in my ears as I stared at the makeshift barrier, praying it would hold. The tension in the air was palpable, and my every instinct screamed for survival. A resounding thud echoed through the cabin as the hunter assaulted the door. I backed away, my eyes fixed on the entrance, my mind racing for a solution. The realization struck I had to fight back. Searching the dimly lit room, my hands settled on an old fireplace poker. It felt reassuring in my grip, a feeble attempt to level the playing field. The door shuddered again under the relentless assault, and I steeled myself for the confrontation that awaited. The final blow came, the door splintering under the force. The hunter stood revealed, a faceless silhouette in the doorway. Fear and determination clashed in the brief exchange of glances. With a primal roar, I lunged forward, the poker a makeshift weapon against the encroaching threat. A frenzied struggle ensued, the confines of the cabin transforming into an arena of survival. Adrenaline surged through me as I fought against the unknown assailant. The struggle was primal, each of us driven by the instinct for self-preservation. In the chaos, I managed to break free, stumbling backward. The hunter, undeterred, advanced once more. With no other recourse, I swung the poker in a desperate arc, connecting with a sickening thud. The silhouette crumpled to the floor, a defeated form left in the wake of the struggle. Exhausted and shaken, I surveyed the motionless figure before me. The encounter had left me scarred, a harrowing testament to the fragility of solitude in the unforgiving embrace of nature. The cabin, once a refuge, now held the remnants of a nightmarish confrontation. I staggered back into the forest, the moonlight casting long shadows on the path ahead. The wilderness, once serene, now bore witness to the terror that unfolded within its depths. Every rustle of leaves, every distant sound, held a haunting echo of the night's ordeal. My family and I embarked on a long-awaited road trip in our trusty RV. It was supposed to be a fun adventure, a chance to bond and explore the open road together. My wife, Sarah, and our 2 kids, Lily and Ben, were excited about the journey. Little did we know that it would take us to a place of unimaginable horrors. As we traveled along the winding highways, we noticed a strange occurrence. Our RV's radio, which had been playing our favorite tunes moments ago, crackled with static and distorted voices. I tried to adjust the dial, but the eerie signals persisted. A strange voice broke through, repeating cryptic coordinates and phrases that made my skin crawl. Curiosity piqued, I decided to follow the coordinates. My family exchanged worried glances, but they trusted my judgment, so we made our way towards the source of this mysterious signal. The coordinates led us off the main road and onto an overgrown, neglected route that seemed to have been abandoned for years. We eventually reached a place that was marked as the destination. It was an eerie, sprawling facility, hidden in the midst of a dense forest. The RV came to a halt, and we all stared in disbelief at the grim, ominous structure. The building, weathered and surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire, was like something from a post-apocalyptic nightmare. I knew I had to investigate further, despite the unsettling feeling that had settled over us. My family waited in the RV, and I ventured inside the facility. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, and the dim lighting created a sense of foreboding. As I explored the facility's halls, I discovered disturbing signs of its past. Abandoned research equipment, decaying documents, and unsettling notes hinted at experiments that were conducted here. The deeper I delved, the clearer it became that this place had once been a hub of sinister activity. My heart raced as I stumbled upon a hidden chamber, and the horrors within left me paralyzed with fear. In the center of the room was an operating table, covered in restraints and sinister-looking instruments. It was surrounded by images and symbols etched into the walls that seemed to depict horrifying experiments on human subjects. I couldn't bear to look any longer, and I rushed back to the RV, where my family waited anxiously. We had to leave this place immediately, but as I turned to start the engine, a loud, metallic thud echoed through the RV. We were trapped. Looking out the window, I saw a group of men approaching, each dressed in tattered, blood-stained clothing. Their eyes were vacant, their faces contorted with a malevolent hunger. I knew we were in grave danger. In a panic, I tried to reverse the RV, but it wouldn't budge. The terrifying figures outside were closing in. With no other choice, I reached for my phone to call for help, but there was no signal. We were trapped, alone in the middle of nowhere, with no one to hear our cries for help. As the hostile group surrounded the RV, their intentions became clear. They were the victims of the gruesome experiments conducted at the facility, and they sought revenge on anyone who ventured into their territory. They had marked us as their next victims. With sheer desperation, I tried to find a way out. As the men outside began pounding on the RV, I realized our lives were hanging by a thread. I made a split-second decision to force my way through the locked gates and back onto the abandoned road. The RV screeched as I barreled through the gates, narrowly escaping our relentless pursuers. We sped away from that nightmare facility, leaving behind a trail of dust and desperation. The road trip we had looked forward to had turned into a living nightmare. We were scarred by the horrors we had witnessed and the close call that could have cost us our lives. I remember it like it was yesterday. I had just left a games night at my parents' house and was driving home late at night. The suburban streets were dark and quiet, with only the occasional flicker of a street lamp to break the silence. As I rounded a corner, I saw it. A car pulled over to the side of the road, its hazard lights blinking like desperate cries for help. I decided to do the neighborly thing and pulled over, figuring I could at least offer some assistance. I parked my car behind the stranded vehicle, and when I got out, I noticed a man sitting in the driver's seat. He looked up as I approached, his face etched with a mixture of frustration and fear. "Hey, are you all right?" I called out to him. He turned to me and said, "Just go away. I don't need any help." I hesitated for a moment, thinking that maybe he just wanted to be left alone. But then he shouted again, this time with a note of desperation in his voice. "Wait. I've changed my mind. I do need help. Can you come over here?" I approached cautiously, my heart thumping in my chest. The man seemed frantic, and I couldn't quite make out his features in the dim light. As I got closer, I suddenly felt a chill run down my spine. He had a gun in his hand, and the glint of metal in the darkness sent shivers through me. Panic surged, and I took a step back. "What do you want?" I stammered, my voice trembling. His eyes bore into mine, and he said, "I need your car. Give me your keys, and maybe you'll walk away from this." My mind raced as I considered my options. The situation had gone from being a good Samaritan to a nightmare in the blink of an eye. I could feel the cold, hard surface of my car keys in my pocket, and I knew that I had to make a decision, and quickly. I took a step back, feigning compliance, and then, in one swift motion, I bolted for my car, the adrenaline pumping through my veins. I heard the man shout, but I didn't look back. I fumbled for my keys, jumped into my car, and started the engine. As I sped away, I could see the man in my rearview mirror, his figure shrinking into the distance. The fear and shock were still coursing through me, and I knew I had narrowly escaped a horrifying encounter. I drove to the nearest police station, my hands gripping the steering wheel, and recounted the entire ordeal to the officers. They assured me they would investigate and urged me to be cautious on the roads. The events of that night left me with a deep sense of unease, a chilling reminder that danger can lurk in even the most mundane of situations. I couldn't help but wonder what might have happened if I had hesitated for just a moment longer, if I had made a different choice. It was a night I would never forget, a harrowing encounter that left me shaken and forever changed. I woke up to a quiet morning, thinking it would be a regular day. The guests who'd stayed over had booked the place for the weekend. I usually leave them be during their stay, don't want to intrude on their privacy. But that day, when they checked out, I knew something was off. As I walked into the house, the air felt different, heavy almost. The usual fresh smell of pine and what was replaced by something acrid, like burnt plastic. My heart started to race, sensing something wasn't right. The door creaked open, and there it was. The house was a mess. Broken glass scattered across the floor, furniture overturned, and some rooms looked ransacked. It was like a tornado had ripped through the place. I felt a chill down my spine. I rushed through the rooms, checking everything, trying to make sense of the chaos. The kitchen was a war zone, plates shattered, drawers pulled out, and food strewn everywhere. The living room looked like a battlefield, couches overturned, pillows ripped apart. I found a note on the table, scrawled in a hasty script, "Sorry for the mess. Sudden family emergency. Had to leave. We'll send money for damage." I read it, trying to make sense of the situation, but my gut told me something darker had unfolded here. I mean, what kind of family emergency would cause this level of destruction? I approached the hallway, and that's when I saw it, the broken photo frame, a picture of a happy family, the glass shattered over their smiles. My heart sank. This wasn't just some impulsive mess, something deeper had happened here. I noticed a faint smell, metallic almost, a scent that made my stomach turn. It led me to the guest room, the door slightly ajar. I pushed it open and my breath hitched. The room was a disaster, sheets tossed around, curtains ripped, but that wasn't the worst part. There, on the floor, was a dark stain, a stain that looked eerily like blood. My heart was racing, the realization sinking in. What on earth had happened here? The guests had left, and I was left with this horror show, this eerie aftermath. I called the police, trying to keep calm as I explained what I'd found. They arrived quickly, and as they surveyed the scene, their faces grew grim. They took photos, dusted for fingerprints, and asked me endless questions. But none of it seemed to provide answers. Hours felt like an eternity as they combed through the house. I was sitting there, shaken, not knowing what to do. They assured me they'd investigate, but in that moment, I felt so vulnerable, so exposed. As they left, I was alone in the eerie silence of the house. The horror of what had happened lingered in the air. I tried to piece it together, to understand what could have led to this chaos. But there were no answers, just questions that gnawed at me. Days passed, and the police investigation yielded no clues. The house was back in order, but the eerie feeling remained. It was like a shadow had settled over the place, a sense of unease that I couldn't shake off. I tried reaching out to the guests, but all my attempts were met with silence. It felt like a bad dream, one I couldn't wake up from. I thought about the stains, the ransacked rooms, the broken photo, and that note. It all felt too bizarre, too unsettling. I couldn't bear the weight of the unanswered questions, the unease that had settled in. It haunted me, made me second-guess every creak, every shadow in that house. What had happened that day, and why? It was a nightmare without an end, a chilling mystery that remained unsolved. The guests had left, but their presence lingered, not in the joyous memories they should have left behind, but in the haunting, unnerving mystery they brought to my doorstep. It was a day I wish I could forget, a day that still sends shivers down my spine. I'm not sure if you're pulling my leg or really want to hear about that horrific night. Okay, brace yourself. So, it was a chilly weekend getaway, and a bunch of us decided to rent this cozy little cabin in the woods. Looked like something out of a travel magazine, rustic, charming, and nestled among the trees. But appearances, well, they can deceive. First impressions with the host were unusual. He had this aloof, almost creepy vibe, not the friendly, welcoming attitude you'd expect. Anyway, we thought, maybe he's just shy or something. We started settling in, and there were these small oddities, nothing too serious at first. Little things misplaced, subtle signs of intrusion. Initially, we brushed it off, thought we were just being paranoid city dwellers in the woods. As the sun began to set, that's when things took a strange turn. We were out on the porch, enjoying the tranquility of the surroundings when a sudden noise cut through the silence, a distant scream echoing through the woods. We looked at each other, all spooked. Dismissing it as some animal or a prank, we tried to get back to having a good time, but a sense of unease lingered. It was like an invisible weight on our shoulders, a feeling that something wasn't quite right. Later that evening, we stumbled upon a locked room in the cabin. The host had explicitly told us it was off limits, but curiosity got the better of us. One of us, let's call him Mark, fiddled with the lock, tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. It felt like a silent warning, don't go there. Fast forward to the night, things started getting seriously weird. We heard eerie sounds outside, footsteps creeping around the cabin, and whispers. Not the kind you hear from your friends, no, these were gut-churning, spine-tingling whispers that made our hair stand on end. The electricity went off, plunging us into pitch darkness. Our phones barely had a signal. Panic began to set in, and we tried to keep our cool, sticking together, trying to reassure each other. But in our hearts, we knew something was very, very wrong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. A chilling, relentless knock that sent shivers down our spines. We hesitated, debated, but eventually, Mark, the brave soul, decided to check it out. I remember the look on his face when he opened the door, shock, disbelief, and sheer horror. There, standing in the moonlight, was a figure, a shadowy, sinister silhouette, clad in darkness. It felt like the embodiment of fear itself. Before any of us could react, the figure bolted, disappearing into the woods. We were frozen, stunned, and terrified. We wanted to leave, to escape that nightmare, but then we realized the keys were missing. The cabin was locked from the outside. Trapped. Our hearts raced, pounding in unison as we realized the gravity of the situation. Panic set in, and we scrambled, trying to find a way out. That's when we found it, a hidden door. A secret passage that led to that forbidden room. We couldn't resist, our curiosity overpowered by fear and dread. What we found there, oh God, it was the stuff of nightmares. Pictures, documents, news clippings, all linking our host to a series of unsolved disappearances in the area. It was like a serial killer's hideout, a grim reminder of the horrors that took place there. Our minds were racing, trying to piece it all together. The screams we heard earlier, the eerie signs, the strange happenings, it all made horrifying sense now. We were in the den of a predator, a place where unspeakable things happened. Time was slipping away, and we knew we had to get out, had to escape. But the realization that we were trapped, locked in by this maniac, it hit us hard. Our only option was to run, to flee into the woods and hope for the best. We gathered what little courage we had left and made a dash for it. Each step felt like an eternity, our hearts pounding in sync with our terrified breaths. We didn't look back, running blindly into the darkness, praying to make it out alive. We finally stumbled upon a road, and in the distance, we saw the lights of a passing car. We waved, screamed, pleaded for help. The car stopped, and we frantically explained the horror we had just escaped. The police were called, and we gave them every detail, every grim discovery we stumbled upon in that cabin. But when they reached the place, there was no sign of our deranged host or the evidence of his gruesome crimes. We were shaken to the core, haunted by that night. It was like a horror movie turned real, a nightmare that felt all too tangible. We got lucky, made it out alive, but the memories of that night still haunt me. The twisted mind behind the cabin, the horrors he might have inflicted on those who never made it out, it's something I never want to face again. I was driving down this lonely road, trees towering on both sides. It was getting late, and the darkness was creeping in. Then I saw this figure on the side of the road, thumb out, hitchhiking. I slowed down, thinking I'd offer a ride. Seemed harmless, you know? He looked normal enough, jeans, worn-out jacket, scruffy hair. But when he got in, something felt off. The air in the car went kinda tense, and I tried to make small talk, but he was quiet, just staring ahead. As we drove, he started mumbling to himself, whispering things I couldn't catch. I felt a knot form in my stomach, like something wasn't right. I tried to ignore it, hoping it was just nerves. Then he asked me to pull over, said he needed to pee. I stopped, and he got out, disappeared into the trees. I glanced around, feeling exposed, alone on this dark road. Minutes passed, and he didn't come back. I started to feel anxious, wondering what was taking him so long. That's when I heard rustling in the bushes. My heart pounded. I knew he wasn't alone out there. He emerged from the shadows, grinning, something wild in his eyes. His grin sent chills down my spine, and I regretted stopping. I asked if he was okay, but he just chuckled, a hollow sound that made my skin crawl. He got back in the car, and that's when I noticed the knife tucked into his belt. Panic hit me like a truck, but I didn't want to provoke him. I tried to act calm, like everything was normal. He started talking about strange stuff, rambling about things that made no sense. His voice was getting louder, more erratic. I didn't know what to do, didn't want to set him off. I kept driving, hoping to find some sign of civilization, somewhere safe. But the road stretched on, trees closing in, and my mind raced with worst-case scenarios. I didn't know if I'd make it out alive. He kept fidgeting, eyes darting around, like he was paranoid, or maybe planning something. I didn't dare ask, I just wanted to get away from him. Suddenly, he told me to stop the car. He said he needed to get out. I pulled over, relieved that he wanted to leave. But as he got out, he leaned close to the window, that grin back on his face. He whispered something chilling, something about seeing me again soon. I hit the gas, not looking back. My heart raced, and I kept checking the rearview mirror, afraid he'd come after me. I drove until I reached a gas station, somewhere with people around. I felt safer there, but the fear lingered. I reported it to the authorities, but they couldn't do much. They said without more info, it was just my word against his. I felt helpless, haunted by the encounter, scared he might come back for me. I couldn't sleep, couldn't shake off the feeling of dread. I kept imagining his face, that knife, his words echoing in my head. I avoided driving alone, avoided those backwoods like the plague. Even now, I'm on edge, wondering if I'll see him again, wondering what he meant by seeing me soon. It's like a nightmare that won't fade, a chilling encounter that's left me shaken to the core. I met this person on Tinder and we decided to go for a coffee. They were nice, easy to talk to, nothing weird. I felt comfortable. But then, things started getting strange. Small comments, little things that made me doubt myself. They'd say something, then deny it, making me question my memory. I thought maybe it was a misunderstanding, maybe I misheard. We went for a walk, and they'd point out things that weren't there, saying I was imagining stuff. It made me feel uneasy, like my mind was playing tricks on me. I tried to ignore it, brush it off as my imagination. Then they'd bring up stuff from my past, details I never shared. It felt invasive, like they knew everything about me. I tried to ask how they knew, but they'd laugh it off, say I must have told them and forgotten. We went to this secluded spot they suggested, and that's when things got weird. They'd say things and then act like they never said them. It was like they were toying with my mind, making me doubt my own thoughts. I tried to leave, said I didn't feel comfortable, but they convinced me that it was all in my head, that I was overreacting. I started questioning myself, wondering if maybe I was being too sensitive. They'd manipulate situations, making it seem like I was overreacting or imagining things. It felt like I was going crazy. I started second-guessing myself, my perceptions. I felt this constant unease, this cloud of doubt hanging over me. I tried to talk to friends about it, but they said it was all in my head. I felt so isolated, like nobody believed me. I questioned my sanity, my own thoughts, wondering if maybe I was making a big deal out of nothing. Every time I tried to confront them, they'd twist things around, make it seem like I was the one causing problems. I felt trapped, like I couldn't trust my own judgment anymore. They'd say things that contradicted what they said before, making me feel confused and uncertain. I couldn't tell what was real anymore. It was like they were playing mind games, manipulating me. I started avoiding them, trying to distance myself. But they'd show up unexpectedly, making me feel like I was losing control over my own life. I felt this constant fear, this creeping dread of what they might do next. I couldn't sleep, always on edge, wondering if they were watching me, following me. I felt this deep sense of paranoia, like I was being watched all the time. I tried to cut ties completely, block them from everything. But the fear lingered, the feeling of being manipulated, gaslight. The thought that someone could mess with my mind made me doubt my own reality. It's a nightmare I can't shake off. I felt so vulnerable, so scared. It was like they had this power over me, this ability to make me doubt everything. I've never felt that kind of fear before, the fear of someone playing games with my mind, making me question my own safety. It's a nightmare I wish I never had to live through. I've been babysitting for the Williams family for a fair few months now. They're a wealthy bunch, and their house is like something out of a magazine, big, spacious, and honestly, a bit intimidating. But the kids are sweet, and it's good money, so I can't complain. Tonight was just like any other night. The kids were in bed, and I was chilling in the living room, just flicking through a magazine. That's when I heard a creaking sound that wasn't supposed to be there. I brushed it off at first, thinking it might be the house settling or something. But then I heard it again, this time more distinct, like footsteps. My heart started racing. I knew those weren't normal house sounds. I crept down the hall, my pulse pounding in my ears. The house felt too big, too quiet. I peered into the dark, trying to make out shapes in the shadows. That's when I saw him, this figure moving around in the living room. My blood ran cold. This wasn't right. I was supposed to be alone in the house. I felt this surge of panic, this fight or flight instinct kicking in. I needed to protect the kids, to get them to safety. I bolted back to their rooms, this urgency guiding my steps. I grabbed the kids, trying to keep my voice steady, trying not to let the fear show. I whispered urgently, telling them we needed to hide, to go to the safe room. They looked scared, But they listened, this trust in me that I couldn't let down. We made a dash for the safe room, this little fortress tucked away in the house. I could hear him, this intruder, moving closer. My heart was pounding, my palms sweating. We managed to get inside, locking the door behind us. I felt this overwhelming relief, this momentary sense of safety. But then the reality hit me. We were trapped in this room, waiting for whoever was out there to leave. The kids were scared, huddling together, their eyes wide with fear. I tried to calm them down, telling them it was going to be okay, but I wasn't sure myself. I could hear him moving around outside the safe room, this eerie silence broken only by the sound of his footsteps. I felt this overwhelming sense of vulnerability, this fear that he might find us. I searched for anything we could use, something to defend ourselves if he got in. But the room was sparse, just a few supplies and no real means of protection. I felt this sheer terror, this helplessness of not being able to do much. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly, each second feeling like an eternity. I tried to keep the kids calm, to distract them from the danger lurking outside. But I could see the fear in their eyes, this shared dread that hung heavy in the air. We huddled in silence, waiting, hoping for this nightmare to end. I felt this overwhelming sense of responsibility, this need to keep the kids safe no matter what. I tried to listen for any signs that he was gone, any sound that would signal safety. But it was just this suffocating silence, this uncertainty that gnawed at me. Then, after what felt like hours, the house was finally quiet. I waited a little longer, just to be sure, before slowly opening the door. I peeked outside, making sure it was clear before guiding the kids out. We made our way downstairs, cautiously checking every room. The intruder was gone, leaving behind this chilling sense of violation. I felt this overwhelming relief, this gratitude that we were safe. I called the police, telling them what happened. They arrived quickly, searching the house and the surroundings. But there was no sign of the intruder. It was like he vanished into thin air. It was a night of sheer terror. It was a usual night at the gas station, nothing out of the ordinary. I was tidying up the counter when I noticed something hung on the floor. There, scattered around, were some old photographs. I picked them up and squinted at them, trying to make out the details. They were snapshots of a woman, smiling. At least that's what it looked like at first glance. But the more I looked, the more I realized something was off about those pictures. There was a sense of unease that crept in as I studied them. The woman's smile seemed forced, almost strained. Her eyes had this haunting emptiness, like she was hiding something dark behind that smile. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but those pictures sent a shiver down my spine. I couldn't just leave them lying around, so I tucked them behind the counter, thinking the owner might want to check if someone had dropped them. As the night wore on, I couldn't shake off the feeling those pictures left behind. It was like a cloud hanging over the place, making the silence of the late hours even more eerie. And then she walked in, a woman in her mid-30s, wearing a long coat that seemed a bit too heavy for the season. Her eyes darted around the store, and when they met mine, I felt a jolt of unease. It was her, the woman from the pictures. My skin prickled as she approached the counter, a forced smile on her lips that mirrored the ones in the photographs. She bought a few things, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off about her. It wasn't just the pictures, it was the way she moved, her demeanor, like she was hiding something beneath that calm facade. She left, but something made me go and check behind the counter. The pictures were gone, vanished as if they were never there. My heart raced. Had she taken them back? But why? What was so important about those pictures? I tried to push the thoughts away, to focus on my work. But then I noticed something outside. Her car was still parked, right under the flickering streetlight. She was just sitting there, staring straight ahead, not moving an inch. It was unsettling, to say the least. What was she waiting for? I tried to ignore the feeling of dread creeping in, tried to convince myself that it was all just a coincidence. But my gut told me otherwise. There was something deeply unsettling about those pictures and her behavior. I kept stealing glances at her car, trying to make sense of the situation. But the night wore on, and she didn't move. I tried to distract myself with other tasks, but the unease lingered, like a shadow haunting every corner of the store. Suddenly, the lights flickered. It was a brief flicker, but it was enough to send a chill down my spine. I glanced outside, and she was gone. The car, the woman, vanished into the night. I felt a knot in my stomach, a sense of foreboding that something was very wrong. The atmosphere seemed thicker, the air heavier, as if something was about to happen. I wanted to call the cops, but what would I say? A woman bought something and then sat in her car? It sounded absurd, even to me. Then, a noise. A faint, scraping sound from outside, like nails on a chalkboard. My heart raced as I realized it was coming from the back of the gas station. I grabbed a flashlight and hesitantly made my way outside, my pulse pounding in my ears. I shone the light towards the back, and that's when I saw her. She was standing there, in the shadows, staring right at me. Her eyes, hollow and cold, made my blood run cold. I wanted to run, to scream for help, but I was frozen in place. She slowly raised a finger to her lips, gesturing for silence, and then disappeared into the darkness. I sprinted back inside, heart pounding, hands trembling. I locked the doors, but the feeling of dread lingered, a heavy weight on my chest. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak, every sound had me on edge. What was she planning? What did those pictures mean? The next morning, I checked the area where I saw her, and there it was, a piece of torn photograph. It was her, but this time, her smile was twisted, almost maniacal, as if she was reveling in some sinister secret. I went to the police, showed them the torn photo, and told them everything. They promised to look into it, but their assurances did little to calm my frayed nerves. I kept replaying the events in my head, wondering what she wanted, what she was hiding. That sense of unease, that feeling of being watched, it stayed with me long after that night. Sometimes, it's not the things you can see that are the scariest. It's the unknown, the unanswered questions that haunt you the most. That woman in those pictures, they left a mark on me, a strange fear that never quite went away. I just got home from work, ready to unwind after a long day. It was a typical evening dinner, a little TV, nothing out of the ordinary. But then, something felt off. It was a subtle sensation, a tingling unease that settled at the base of my neck. As I moved through the house, a peculiar sensation of being watched crept over me. Every creak, every whisper of sound seemed amplified, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to find someone there. But the house was empty, or so I thought. Then, I noticed the faintest traces of movement in the corner of my eye, shadows flickering where they shouldn't be. At first, I brushed it off, attributing it to tiredness or imagination running wild. But as the evening wore on, the feeling persisted, nagging at me like an itch I couldn't scratch. I did a double take at my bedroom door, which seemed slightly ajar, just a fraction more than I'd left it. My pulse quickened, and a chill ran down my spine. I was certain I had closed it before leaving this morning. Doubt knotted my thoughts, but I didn't want to alarm myself unnecessarily. I scanned the room, looking for any signs of disturbance. Everything appeared in place, yet an inexplicable sense of intrusion lingered. I shrugged it off, attributing it to stress, but my instinct screamed otherwise. Nightfall arrived, and the uneasy feeling persisted, amplifying with each passing hour. I could almost sense a presence, as though someone was lurking in the shadows just beyond my line of sight. The night was quiet, almost too quiet. Every creak of the owls sounded amplified, and the silence was stifling. I felt like a prey being watched by a predator, the sensation gnawing at the edges of my sanity. As I made my way to bed, a flash of movement caught my eye, subtle, fleeting, but unmistakable. My heart skipped a beat, and a chill swept over me. I scanned the room, searching for the source of the movement, but found nothing. Yet the feeling of being observed persisted, intensifying with each passing second. I struggled to shake off the growing unease as I settled into bed, pulling the covers tightly around me. Every shadow seemed to take on a life of its own, morphing into potential threats in my mind. I was on edge, my senses heightened, attuned to the slightest sound. Then, a faint rustle, barely audible, but enough to snap me out of my uneasy trance. I lay frozen, listening intently, straining to discern any movement in the darkness. There it was again, the sound of someone or something moving somewhere nearby. Fear gripped me, and I fumbled for the bedside lamp, my hand trembling. But as the room flooded with light, there was nothing. No one was there, just the empty room and the eerie silence that wrapped around me like a suffocating shroud. I dismissed it as my imagination playing tricks on me, yet the feeling of being watched persisted, a suffocating weight on my chest. The night stretched on, each minute feeling like an hour. As I drifted closer to sleep, a flicker of movement, a shadowy figure darting across the room. My heart hammered in my chest, and I bolted upright, adrenaline surging through my veins. But when I turned on the lights, the room was once again empty. I couldn't ignore it anymore, the creeping dread that had taken root in my mind. Someone was watching me, stalking me, and the realization sent a shiver down my spine. My home, my sanctuary, now felt like a trap. The vulnerability was palpable, a sense of violation that left me utterly defenseless. I couldn't shake off the feeling that every move I made was being scrutinized, observed by an unseen intruder. With a surge of adrenaline, I searched the house, every corner, every nook, but found no one. My nerves were frayed, and the fear of the unknown gnawed at me like a relentless predator. I contemplated calling the police, but what would I say? There was no concrete evidence, just this suffocating feeling of being surveilled. I felt isolated, trapped within the walls of my own home. I huddled in the corner of my room, clutching a baseball bat for a false sense of security. The hours dragged on, every noise sending my heart racing. I was teetering on the edge of paranoia, haunted by the presence I couldn't see. And then, in the dead of night, I heard it, a sound, unmistakable and chilling. Footsteps, soft but distinct, echoing through the hallway. Panic surged through me, my mind racing with scenarios of imminent danger. I was paralyzed by fear, consumed by the realization that the intruder was real, closer than ever before. The sound drew nearer, closer to my door, and my breaths came in shallow, rapid bursts. The doorknob rattled, a jolt of terror shooting through my body. Someone was on the other side, trying to gain entry. Fear constricted my chest, my thoughts racing as I contemplated my next move. I had no escape, nowhere to run. My mind raced through options, all leading to a dead end. The door rattled violently, and I braced myself, ready for the worst. And then, silence, a deafening silence that filled the room. The sound ceased, and the tread lingered in the air like a heavy fog. I stayed huddled, trapped in that moment of terror, unsure if the danger had passed or if it was just the calm before the storm. The night wore on, and the tension in the air was palpable. I dared not move, not even to turn off the lights. Exhaustion battled with fear, and I fought to stay alert, unsure of what awaited me in the darkness. Dawn broke, the light filtering through the windows, bringing a sliver of relief. I cautiously emerged from my barricaded corner, the adrenaline rush slowly waning. The house was still, undisturbed, but the unsettling feeling lingered. I searched every inch, every room, but found no trace of the intruder. It was a night of terror, an encounter with an unseen threat that left me questioning my safety, my sanity. I remember that day vividly. It was a long drive ahead, and I needed a break. I pulled into this rest area along the highway. It seemed normal, nothing out of the ordinary. Families picnicking, travelers stretching their legs. Just your typical rest stop. I parked, got out, took a deep breath of fresh air. It felt good to stretch after hours behind the wheel. As I walked around, I noticed a group of people, a family maybe, enjoying a picnic nearby. They seemed happy, carefree. I wandered a bit, exploring the area. That's when I noticed something odd, a child's toy abandoned near a bench. It was a red ball, worn out, like it had been there a while. Strange, I thought, but I figured a kid had just forgotten it. Then, as I moved further, I saw more things, a pair of sunglasses lying on a table, a backpack tucked under a tree. All left behind, as if the owners had just vanished. It didn't make sense. The unease started creeping in. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I saw a couple of people looking around, as if searching for something or someone. It was unsettling. I decided to use the restroom before leaving. But when I walked in, it was empty. No one. That's when it hit me, a strange quietness hung in the air, an eerie stillness that shouldn't have been there. I hurried back outside, my heart pounding. I scanned the area, searching for any signs of life. But it was as if everyone I had seen earlier had disappeared into thin air. Panic started to rise within me. I noticed a map near the restrooms, one of those markers showing all the rest areas on the highway. That's when it hit me. Every pin on the map, every rest stop had a red circle around it. A chill ran down my spine. I started to put the pieces together, the abandoned belongings, the strange quietness, the marked map. It was like a puzzle, one that was leading to something terrifying. I couldn't ignore it. I approached a couple nearby, trying to remain calm. I asked if they had seen anything unusual, anyone acting strange. They looked at me puzzled, shook their heads. It was as if they hadn't noticed a thing. I decided to get out of there, but as I walked back to my car, a sense of dread settled in. That's when I saw it, a small trail of footprints leading off into the woods nearby. It was subtle, easy to miss. Curiosity got the better of me. I followed the footprints cautiously, my heart racing. The woods were dense, the sunlight barely filtering through the trees. It felt like I was stepping into the unknown. The footprints led deeper, further away from the rest area. My instincts told me to turn back, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that I needed to find out what was happening. I walked for what felt like forever, the sound of my footsteps the only thing breaking the silence. Then I froze. I saw something, a small clearing ahead. And there, in the middle, was a circle of red stones, arranged meticulously. My breath caught in my throat. I knew I had stumbled onto something disturbing. There was a piece of paper placed in the center of the circle. I approached cautiously, heart pounding in my chest. I picked up the paper, hands trembling. It was a list of names, dates, and locations. All matched with the rest areas on the map, all with a red circle around them. It was a list of the missing, the ones who vanished. Fear gripped me. I wanted to run, to get out of there as fast as I could. But then, I heard something, a whisper, barely audible, but it was there. I spun around, scanning the woods. There was no one, just an unnerving silence. I bolted back, following my own footsteps, praying to get out of there. As I reached the rest area, I saw people, families, travelers, just like before. But something had changed. They looked different, distant, almost like they were lost. I rushed to my car, fumbling with the keys. As I sped away, I glanced back at the rest area in my rearview mirror. That feeling of dread lingered, the mystery of the disappearances haunting me. I knew I had stumbled onto something horrifying, something beyond comprehension. And as I drove away, I couldn't help but wonder what had happened to those who vanished. And would I be next? The open road stretched before us, promising unforgettable experiences and memories. We had a route planned, complete with scheduled stops and points of interest. However, it was one unexpected stop that would turn our journey into a living nightmare. It was a remote rest area in the heart of a vast wilderness. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows among the trees. We pulled into the rest area, the only car there, and parked in a secluded corner. Stretching our legs and breathing in the crisp, pine-scented air, we marveled at the untouched beauty of the surroundings. We spent a peaceful hour enjoying our picnic and the natural serenity that enveloped us. My wife, Sarah, snapped photos of our kids, Timmy and Emily, as they explored the area. But little did we know that the tranquility of the wilderness concealed an impending horror. As the daylight waned, we decided it was time to head back to the car and continue our journey. But as we approached the spot where we had parked, confusion washed over us. Our car was gone. Panic set in, followed by disbelief. We couldn't have been in the wrong spot. We had been so careful. My heart pounded as I scanned the area, hoping we had just missed it. But the car was nowhere to be seen. In its place were only tire tracks leading away from our vanished vehicle. It was as if the earth had swallowed our means of escape. The eerie silence of the wilderness now felt oppressive, and I noticed the encroaching darkness with a sense of dread. It was no longer just a serene forest, it was an isolated, menacing expanse of trees and shadows. With a sinking feeling in my stomach, I took out my phone to call for help. But there was no signal, no bars to connect us to the outside world. Panic began to gnaw at the edges of our sanity. We were stranded, helpless, with night rapidly descending upon us. As a father, my first instinct was to protect my family. We huddled together and tried to keep our fear at bay, discussing our options. Should we try to find the nearest town? Should we wait by the rest area, hoping someone would pass by and help us? The absence of cell signal ruled out calling for assistance. Timmy and Emily were frightened, and Sarah's face reflected the same fear I felt. The forest had transformed into an ominous maze of shadows, and the chirping crickets and hooting owls sounded like taunts in the wilderness. We decided to stay put, hoping that someone would eventually come looking for their own car, find ours, and help us. With no other choice, we gathered our belongings and sat in our makeshift campsite, staring into the dense forest. The night was a symphony of unknown sounds. Each rustle of leaves, every twig snapping, sent shivers down our spines. Our imaginations ran wild, conjuring predators and dangers lurking just beyond the pale glow of our flashlights. We huddled together, seeking comfort and solace in each other's presence. The inky blackness of the wilderness pressed against the beam of our flashlight, creating a claustrophobic circle of light. Our hearts raced as the night seemed endless, and our cries for help went unanswered. As the hours passed, the temperature dropped, and we bundled up, clutching our children tightly. I scanned the surroundings for any sign of our car or other people, but found only the relentless wilderness. We were alone, and it was a terrifying isolation. Doubt began to seep into our minds. Had the car really disappeared, or had we simply become disoriented? Could it be hidden behind the trees, just out of sight? We decided to search again, despite our fear. With flashlights in hand, we ventured into the darkness, calling out for our lost vehicle. We moved carefully, each step fraught with unease, uncertain of what we might encounter in the wilderness. Our cries for help echoed through the forest, seemingly absorbed by the trees. But after an exhaustive search, we had to admit the unthinkable. Our car was gone, as if it had been swallowed by the wilderness itself. We returned to our campsite defeated, hearts heavy with the realization that we were stranded, abandoned by the outside world. The night felt interminable. We shivered, not only from the cold but also from the lurking dread that surrounded us. Every rustle, every shadow, was a potential threat. We took turns keeping watch, trying to stay vigilant in our vulnerable situation. Dawn finally broke, but the light offered little comfort. We needed to find help, civilization, anything that would save us from the wilderness that had become our prison. We knew the odds were slim, but we couldn't give up. With backpacks filled with essentials, we set off on foot, following the tire tracks that had led away our car. Our children clung to us, their eyes reflecting our shared fear. The forest seemed even more ominous in the daylight, with gnarled trees and looming shadows. I was home alone on a quiet night, the only company being the faint hum of the TV in the background. The phone rang, jolting me from my thoughts. I answered, expecting to hear a friend or family member on the other end. But the voice that came through was unfamiliar and chilling. It claimed to be watching me. At first, I laughed it off, thinking it was just a prank call. I'd seen enough horror movies to know how these things went, or so I thought. I told the caller that they wouldn't spook me with their little joke and hung up. I couldn't be bothered by a prank call. It was just a nuisance, or so I believed. A minute passed, and the phone rang again. I hesitated but answered, my amusement fading. This time, the caller described what I was wearing, down to the color of my pajama pants. A cold shiver ran down my spine. This was no ordinary prank. As fear settled in, the phone abruptly went dead. I was left in an eerie silence, my heart pounding in my chest. I began to wonder if I should have taken the call more seriously. Then, the security system in my home blared to life, sending a cacophony of alarms throughout the house. Panic washed over me. I quickly realized that someone was not just watching, they were inside my home. The fear was palpable as I tried to hide in the darkened corner of my living room. My mind raced, and I considered my options. Should I call the police? Should I make a run for it? But I didn't have much time to decide. The intruder stepped into the room, and I could barely make out their silhouette in the dim light. I held my breath, praying they wouldn't see me. My heart seemed to be pounding loud enough to give me away. The stranger moved closer, and their intentions became clear. They were searching for me. I knew I had to act quickly if I wanted to survive. With trembling hands, I reached for my cell phone and dialed 911. The dispatcher's voice on the other end was a lifeline, providing a glimmer of hope. I whispered my address, my voice barely audible, but the intruder heard. They turned toward me, their eyes locked on my hiding place. I held my breath, fearing the worst. The dispatcher was my lifeline, urging me to stay on the line, but I couldn't risk the intruder hearing me. The intruder took a step closer, and I knew it was now or never. I made a break for it, darting through the darkened house with my phone clutched tightly in my hand. The dispatcher's voice grew frantic on the other end. As I reached the front door, the intruder was hot on my heels. I swung the door open, stumbled onto the porch, and saw the flashing lights of a police car approaching. With a final burst of adrenaline, I ran toward the officers who were now rushing toward me, guns drawn. The intruder, realizing they were outmatched, retreated into the shadows. The police searched the area, but the intruder had disappeared. I was left shaken, traumatized by the chilling encounter. The sense of violation in my own home would haunt me for years to come. The investigation would continue, but the intruder remained elusive. My home was no longer a sanctuary, and the night would always be a reminder of the horrifying ordeal. Working the late shift at the gas station wasn't something I enjoyed, but bills needed paying. It was quiet, usually a few customers buying cigarettes or snacks, nothing out of the ordinary. But that night, there was something unsettling in the air, an unspoken tension that made my skin crawl. He walked in around midnight, a tall man with piercing eyes and a demeanor that seemed out of place. There was an intensity about him, an unsettling air that made me instinctively nervous. His gaze lingered too long, and a chill ran down my spine. He approached the counter with an air of confidence, asking for a pack of cigarettes. But his requests took a strange turn, asking peculiar questions that didn't quite make sense. He wanted specific brands, numbers, almost as if there was some hidden code in his inquiries. I tried to brush it off, chalking it up to late-night oddities, but there was something about the way he spoke that sent alarm bells ringing in my head. His eyes bore into mine, as if he was searching for something beyond the surface. He lingered, making small talk that felt too forced, too calculated. His words were coated in a strange charm that felt more like a facade than genuine friendliness. I felt a growing sense of unease, a gut feeling that something wasn't right. His requests became increasingly bizarre, asking for items we didn't even sell, insisting on specific combinations of products that made no sense. It was as if he was probing, testing the waters, searching for something that remained hidden to me. I tried to excuse myself, citing the need to attend to other tasks, but he wasn't ready to let me go. He leaned in closer, his eyes intense, his voice low and deliberate. He spoke cryptic words, almost like a riddle, hinting at some unknown puzzle. I felt a shiver run down my spine, a sense of urgency to escape the suffocating atmosphere he brought with him. But every attempt to disengage only seemed to fuel his persistence, his demeanor growing more unsettling by the second. I caught glimpses of something hidden beneath the surface, a darkness lurking behind those piercing eyes. His words took on a sinister edge, each syllable laced with an unnerving intent that sent a chill down my spine. His gaze never wavered, his requests becoming more intrusive, probing into personal details that felt too invasive. It was as if he wanted to unravel me, to peel back the layers until he found what he sought. I tried to signal to my colleague, hoping for a momentary distraction, but they were busy with other customers, unaware of the unsettling exchange transpiring at the counter. The man's eyes never left mine, his words weaving a web of discomfort around me. It felt like a trap, a suffocating sense of being cornered with no escape in sight. Minutes felt like hours, the night stretching on as if time itself had slowed down. The atmosphere in the gas station grew stifling, the air heavy with an unspoken tension. As he finally turned to leave, his parting words sent a shiver down my spine, a cryptic warning that echoed in my mind long after he had gone. The relief of his departure was overshadowed by an unsettling feeling that lingered like a specter. I tried to shake off the encounter, telling myself it was just a strange customer, nothing more. But the memory of his words, his piercing gaze, haunted my thoughts. The night dragged on, each creak of the door, each sound outside making my heart race. I felt as though I was being watched, a sensation that made my skin crawl. The minutes turned into hours, the clock ticking away the night. My colleague left, leaving me alone in a dimly lit station, a solitary figure in a place that suddenly felt overwhelmingly vast. I tried to focus on my tasks, to distract myself from the unsettling encounter, but every shadow seemed to move, every sound felt like a harbinger of impending doom. Then, as I went to lock the doors for the night, I noticed something chilling, a faint scratch on the glass, a symbol etched into the surface. It was the same symbol the man had traced with his fingers during our exchange. Fear gripped me, a sense of impending danger swirling around me. I locked the doors, triple-checking them, trying to shut out the growing dread that threatened to consume me. I called the police, trying to explain the unsettling encounter, the odd requests, the cryptic warnings. But even as I spoke, a feeling of helplessness settled within me, a gnawing fear that something sinister lurked just beyond my line of sight. The night seemed endless, the shadows morphing into grotesque shapes that played tricks on my mind. Every creak, every rustle outside felt like a malevolent presence closing in. I barricaded myself in the back office, the flickering light of the security monitors offering little comfort. I watched the screens, my heart racing at every shadow that passed by the cameras. Hours passed, and the darkness outside seemed impenetrable. I felt like a cornered animal, trapped in a suffocating silence broken only by the occasional sound that made my blood run cold. Then, a tapping at the window, a chilling sound that shattered the silence of the night. I froze, fear paralyzing me as I dared not move, dared not even breathe. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, a haunting rhythm that sent shivers down my spine. I could hear faint whispers carried by the wind, ghostly echoes that seemed to mock my terror. The police arrived, their flashlights cutting through the darkness as they scoured the area. But there was no sign of the man, no trace of his presence except for the eerie symbol etched into the glass. The night finally ended, but the terror remained, the memory of that chilling encounter etched into my mind, a reminder of the inexplicable fear that had gripped me. Days turned into weeks, and the incident faded into the past, but the gas station held an atmosphere tinged with an unsettling energy that I could never shake off. I'd been a cop for years, seen my fair share of bizarre things, but nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered that day in the backwoods. Dispatch sent me out on a routine call, something about a disturbance in an isolated area, a cabin nestled deep in the woods. I headed out, navigating through winding dirt roads that seemed to disappear into the forest's embrace. The trees towered over me, casting eerie shadows as the sunlight struggled to filter through the dense canopy. Finally, I arrived at the coordinates. The cabin stood alone, surrounded by trees that seemed to encroach upon it, as if nature itself was reclaiming the land. It was an old, weathered structure, giving off an ominous vibe that set my nerves on edge. I approached cautiously, the crunch of gravel beneath my boots the only sound in the desolate silence. There was a peculiar stillness in the air, an unsettling calm that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. I knocked on the door, announcing myself as law enforcement. There was a pause, a tense silence that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Then, The door creaked open, revealing a figure in the dimly lit cabin. The man standing before me was strange, to say the least, wild-eyed, unkempt, and wearing clothes that looked like they hadn't seen a washing machine in years. He spoke in a raspy voice, barely above a whisper, inviting me in with an unsettling grin. I stepped inside cautiously, my senses on high alert. The interior was dimly lit, casting long shadows across the worn-out furniture. The place reeked of neglect, a musty smell that clung to the air. As I glanced around, I noticed more figures lurking in the corners of the room, shadowy silhouettes that seemed to materialize from the darkness. They were a family, or so they claimed, a motley crew of individuals with an unsettling aura. Their behavior was off, disjointed conversations that hinted at something amiss. I tried to gather information, but their responses were cryptic, veering between eerie laughter and uncomfortable silence. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong here, a primal instinct urging me to leave, to escape the ominous presence that surrounded me. But duty compelled me to stay, to assess the situation and ensure everyone's safety. The longer I stayed, the more unnerved I became. There was a tension in the air, an unspoken threat that loomed over the cabin like a dark cloud. My senses were on high alert, every fiber of my being urging me to tread carefully. I attempted to gather information about the disturbance, but their stories were inconsistent, fragmented, almost as if they were deliberately withholding the truth. I noticed peculiar things, a glint of something metallic beneath the floorboards, hushed conversations that ceased abruptly upon my approach, and a peculiar marking etched into the wall. Then, a feeling of dread settled in, a gut-wrenching realization that I might not be leaving this cabin unscathed. It felt like I'd stepped into a situation far beyond my comprehension, a tangled web of secrets and danger. I knew I had to call for backup, to have more eyes on this bizarre situation. But as I reached for my radio, my hand froze. Their piercing gazes were fixed on me, an unspoken warning to leave well enough alone. My heart pounded in my chest as I contemplated my next move. The atmosphere grew thicker, suffocating, a tension that seemed to coil around me like a vice. Suddenly, the power in the cabin flickered, casting the room into momentary darkness. In that brief moment, I glimpsed something, a flash of movement, figures darting across the room, swift and silent. Fear gripped me as I realized the gravity of the situation. I was outnumbered, trapped in a cabin with a family whose intentions were unclear, but undoubtedly sinister. I made a split-second decision to retreat, to get out of that cabin and call for backup. But as I turned towards the door, it slammed shut, sealing me inside with them. Panic surged within me, my heart racing with a primal fear. I tried the windows, but they were barred shut, trapping me in a nightmare from which I couldn't escape. The family members circled around me, their faces twisted into unsettling grins. They spoke in hushed tones, their words carrying a menacing undertone. My mind raced, searching for a way out, an escape from the clutches of this strange and unsettling family. But the cabin felt like a prison, its walls closing in around me, suffocating me with a sense of impending doom. I pleaded with them to let me go, to allow me to leave unharmed. But their responses were cryptic, their intentions veiled behind a facade of eerie calm. Time seemed to stand still, every second feeling like an eternity in that stifling atmosphere. I felt like prey, cornered by predators whose intentions were unknown but undoubtedly malicious. My training kicked in, urging me to stay calm, to strategize an escape plan. But fear had a vice-like grip on me, paralyzing my thoughts, rendering me helpless in the face of this chilling encounter. The minutes stretched into hours, the cabin feeling like a prison from which there was no escape. I felt like a pawn in their game, a piece in a puzzle I couldn't comprehend. Just when despair threatened to consume me entirely, I heard the distant sound of approaching sirens. Relief flooded through me, the cavalry had arrived, salvation was within reach. The family's demeanor shifted, a fleeting moment of panic crossing their faces. In that moment of distraction, I seized the opportunity, making a desperate dash towards the door. The lock gave way, and I burst out into the open, greeted by the sight of fellow officers rushing towards the cabin. I stumbled towards them, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest. I relayed the urgency of the situation, warning them of the dangers lurking inside. Backup arrived swiftly, surrounding the cabin, their voices ringing out in commands as they cautiously approached. As I watched from a safe distance, I couldn't shake the bone-chilling encounter, the strange family, the eerie cabin, and the unspoken threat that lingered in the air. The family was taken into custody, but the eerie feeling of that encounter remained etched into my memory, a chilling reminder of a nightmare I barely escaped. I signed up for this survival challenge, thinking it'd be fun, you know? Out in the wilderness, testing my skills. But things went south real quick. We were dropped off in the middle of nowhere, miles away from civilization. The goal was to survive for a week, no phones, no help. I was pumped, excited for the adventure. The first few days were tough, but I managed. Built a shelter, hunted for food, tried to stay positive. But then things got weird. One evening, I heard footsteps, faint but there. I brushed it off, thinking it was just an animal. But the feeling lingered, like someone was watching me, waiting. That night, I heard whispers, voices in the dark. I thought it was my mind playing tricks, but it felt too real. I stayed awake, clutching my makeshift weapon, waiting for dawn. Days passed, and the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I kept my guard up, always looking over my shoulder. But I couldn't shake off the unease. One morning, I found strange markings on trees, symbols scratched into the bark. It freaked me out, but I told myself it was probably just some prank by the organizers. As the days went by, food became scarce. I had to go deeper into the woods to hunt. That's when I stumbled upon something chilling, a makeshift camp, not too far from mine. There were remnants of a fire, empty food cans, but no one in sight. I felt a chill run down my spine. I wasn't alone. Panic surged. Who else was out here with me? I tried to stay calm, focused on surviving, but every sound made me jump. The whispers at night grew louder, like they were circling me. Then, one evening, I saw a figure in the distance, just for a moment. It disappeared into the trees before I could make out who it was. Fear gripped me. Was someone stalking me? I didn't sleep much after that. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a branch sent shivers down my spine. I felt like prey, like someone was playing a twisted game with me. I wanted to bail, to get out of there, but it was a challenge, and quitting wasn't an option. I had to tough it out, even though every instinct screamed to run. One night, I woke to find my camp ransacked. Supplies were scattered, my shelter damaged. I panicked, heart pounding in my chest. I knew I had to leave. I packed what I could and started moving, not caring about the challenge anymore. I needed to get out, to find help. But as I ventured deeper into the woods, I heard footsteps behind me. I ran, not looking back, adrenaline pumping through my veins. I didn't know who or what was chasing me, but I didn't want to find out. Fear drove me forward. Hours passed, and I finally stumbled upon a road. I flagged down a passing car, frantically explaining what had happened. They took me to safety, and I reported everything to the authorities. They searched the area, but they found no one. No evidence, no signs of another person out there. They said it might have been my mind playing tricks, the stress of the challenge getting to me. But I knew what I experienced was real. I felt eyes on me, heard whispers in the dark, and saw someone lurking in the shadows. It's like I stumbled upon something I shouldn't have, someone who didn't want me there. Even now, I can't shake off the feeling of dread. I don't know who or what was out there, but it's left me terrified of the woods, haunted by the memory of that survival challenge gone wrong. I was babysitting for this family, just a regular night, or so I thought. The parents had left, and it was me and the kids at home. They were asleep, and I had some time to myself, so I decided to explore the house a bit. I'd been there a few times before, but I hadn't really checked out the basement. It was always closed, and I was curious. I found the door, and it was locked, but I managed to find the key tucked away in a drawer. I opened the door, and this chill ran down my spine. There was this strange smell, this musty odor that made me uneasy. I switched on the light, and the dim glow revealed this narrow staircase leading down. I felt this sense of curiosity and dread, this urge to know what was down there. I took a deep breath and started descending, step by step. As I reached the bottom, I saw it. There were these shelves, covered in dust and old boxes. It felt like a forgotten place, hidden away from the rest of the house. I started going through the boxes, and that's when I found it. There were these old photographs, but they weren't just any pictures. They were photos of the family, but in each one, their faces were scratched out. I felt this surge of fear, this sense of something terribly wrong. I didn't understand why someone would deface these photos like that. It felt ominous, like someone was trying to erase them from existence. I kept searching, and I found this old diary tucked away in a corner. It was dusty and worn, but the entries inside sent shivers down my spine. It talked about strange rituals, about sacrifices made in the basement, and about a dark family secret. I didn't want to believe it, but the more I read, the more terrified I became. It felt like I had stumbled upon something sinister, something that should have stayed hidden. I heard a noise upstairs, and it startled me. I quickly closed the diary and put everything back where I found it. I felt this overwhelming need to get out of there, to escape that dreadful place. I closed the basement door, but I couldn't shake off the fear. I didn't know what to do with what I had discovered. I wanted to tell the parents, to warn them, but I didn't want to seem nosy or make them think I was imagining things. I tried to push the thoughts away, to focus on taking care of the kids. But every noise made me jump, every shadow felt like it was watching me. I couldn't shake off this feeling of dread. Later that night, as I was putting the kids to bed, I heard something again. It was this faint chanting, this eerie sound that seemed to be coming from below. I felt this panic rising in me. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, but the fear was overpowering. I didn't want to go near the basement again, but I felt this pull, this need to know what was happening. I mustered up the courage and went to check, and the door was open. I didn't remember leaving it that way. I felt this icy coldness in the air, this oppressive feeling that made it hard to breathe. I switched on the light, and the basement was empty. But I could still hear the chanting, this haunting sound that seemed to echo in my mind. I didn't know if I was hallucinating or if something was really happening. I rushed back upstairs, locked the basement door, and tried to call the parents. But the line was dead. I felt this overwhelming fear, this sense of being trapped. I went to check on the kids, and that's when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. I felt this terror gripping me, this sense of imminent danger. I didn't know what to do, or to hide. The footsteps stopped right outside the kids' room, and I heard this whispering, this chilling voice. I didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe. I just prayed that whatever it was, it would go away. Suddenly, everything went silent. I didn't know if it was over or if something worse was about to happen. I felt this overwhelming dread, this feeling of helplessness. I heard a creaking noise, and I peeked out. The basement door was open again. I felt this urge to run, to escape, but I couldn't leave the kids behind. I mustered all my courage and went to close the door, but I saw something inside. There was this figure, shadowy and indistinct, standing in the darkness. I felt this terror paralyzing me, this sense of facing something beyond my comprehension. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and ran to the kids' room. I grabbed them and rushed outside, not looking back. I didn't know what I had seen, but I knew we had to get away. I called the police from a neighbor's house, told them everything. They arrived at the house, but they didn't find anyone or anything in the basement. I felt this mix of relief and fear, not knowing if it was really over. The parents arrived home later, and I told them what happened. They looked shocked, but they didn't say much. I didn't know if they believed me or if they thought I was making it up. I once booked an Airbnb for a weekend getaway with my friends. The place was a charming old cottage nestled in the countryside. The host, Mrs. Matthews, greeted us warmly when we arrived. She seemed friendly, albeit a bit reserved, and gave us a quick tour of the house before leaving us to settle in. The cottage had a peculiar charm. It was cozy, but there was an unsettling feeling lingering in the air. The atmosphere felt heavy, as if the walls held onto something dark and hidden. As the night progressed, strange things started happening. We heard eerie noises, like whispers echoing through the halls. Shadows danced in the corners of our eyes, disappearing when we turned to look. We dismissed it, attributing it to an old house settling in. Curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to dig into the cottage's history. We found out that the property was linked to a tragic event from years ago. A young couple had lived there, and the husband had passed away under mysterious circumstances, leaving the wife in despair. Rumors floated around town about the husband's death, hinting at foul play. Some claimed the wife had been seen wandering the property at night, whispering to herself. It sent chills down our spines, and we began to wonder if the strange occurrences were related to this tragic history. Things escalated quickly after that. Doors would slam shut on their own, objects would inexplicably move from one place to another, and a sense of unease lingered, especially at night. We couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching us. One night, as we sat by the fireplace, recounting stories, we heard a mournful wail that seemed to come from nowhere. The chilling sound echoed through the cottage, sending shivers down our spines. Fear gripped us as we tried to rationalize what we had heard. The next day, while exploring the cottage, we found a hidden room tucked away in the attic. It was a small, dusty space filled with old photographs, letters, and belongings of the deceased husband. Among the items was a diary, belonging to the husband, chronicling his descent into madness before his untimely death. The diary revealed disturbing details about the husband's obsession with the supernatural. He believed that the cottage was haunted by a malevolent presence, and he had been conducting strange rituals to communicate with the spirit world. The more we read, the more uneasy we felt. It seemed the husband's obsession had consumed him, leading to his demise. We couldn't help but wonder if his spirit lingered within the walls of the cottage, seeking solace or revenge. That night, things took a terrifying turn. We heard footsteps pacing in the hallway outside our rooms, but when we investigated, there was no one there. The air grew icy cold, and a feeling of dread settled in. We were no longer alone in that house. As the night wore on, the activity intensified. Objects flew off shelves, shadows darted across the walls, and we could feel a presence lurking in every dark corner. It felt like the cottage was alive with a malevolent energy, and we were at its mercy. In a state of panic, we decided to leave immediately. But as we made our way to the door, it slammed shut with an unnerving force, trapping us inside. Fear consumed us as we realized there was no escape. Whispers echoed through the cottage, growing louder and more menacing. Shadows danced in the dimly lit rooms, taking on sinister shapes. We felt a presence closing in on us, suffocating and terrifying. Desperation set in as we frantically searched for a way out. We tried calling for help, but our phones had no signal. The haunting sounds and eerie whispers surrounded us, instilling a deep sense of dread that we were never getting out. In a final act of desperation, We gathered in the attic, hoping to find answers or a way to break whatever hold the cottage had over us. But as we reached the attic, we found the diary open, pages flipping wildly as if moved by an unseen force. The diary's final entry spoke of a ritual, a way to appease the restless spirits that haunted the cottage. We didn't fully understand it, but in our terror, we decided to try it. We followed the ritual's instructions, hoping it would bring an end to the torment. As we completed the last step, an eerie silence fell upon the cottage. The air grew still, and the whispers ceased. For a moment, we thought it had worked, but as we turned to leave, the cottage let out a mournful wail, shaking the very foundation. The windows shattered, and a burst of unearthly light filled the room. When the light faded, we found ourselves outside, the cottage reduced to a pile of ruins. We were alive, but shaken to our core, unable to comprehend the terror we had just experienced. We fled the scene, vowing never to speak of that night again. But the memories haunted us. I was driving on this old road, not too far from town, when I noticed something odd. There was this guy standing by the side, wearing some homemade costume or something. He had a bandana over his face, dark clothes, and this determined look like he owned the place. At first, I thought maybe he was in some kind of trouble, so I slowed down. But then he started waving at me, signaling to stop. That's when I felt this shiver run down my spine. I mean, who stands by the side of the road dressed like that? It was like he was waiting for someone, or something, to come along. I decided to keep driving, but he didn't like that. He pulled out something from his pocket, a homemade sign with weird symbols on it. I didn't get a good look, but it was enough to freak me out. I just stepped on the gas and drove past him, but I couldn't shake off that uneasy feeling. As I continued down the road, I saw another person on the side, dressed similarly. I thought maybe it was some sort of protest or local event, but then I noticed they were signaling me to stop too. I didn't want any part of it, so I just kept driving. But then I saw more of them. They were lurking in the shadows by the road, watching every car that passed by. I could see something glinting in their hands, like weapons or tools. My heart started racing. What kind of messed up situation was this? I couldn't just turn around. There was no way I was driving back through that. I had to keep going, hoping to reach a more populated area, find help. But the further I went, the more of these people I saw. It was like they were on some mission, and I was caught in the middle of it. I started to feel like they were following me, keeping pace with my car. I'd see them in the rearview mirror, just lingering on the edges of the road. I tried to shake them off, taking turns, speeding up, but they were persistent. I felt this fear creeping up, this sense of being hunted. I had no idea what they wanted, but it sure as hell wasn't anything good. My mind was racing, trying to think of what I could do, but I was just a regular person caught in this bizarre situation. As I approached a curve, I saw a bunch of them blocking the road. They were standing there, blocking the way, holding weapons. I hit the brakes hard, swerving to avoid them. I didn't know what they were capable of, but I sure as hell didn't want to find out. I managed to navigate around them, but they were relentless. They started chasing my car, running after me like some twisted horror movie. I was panicking, trying to think of any way out of this nightmare. I saw a gas station up ahead and decided to make a run for it. I swerved into the station, my heart pounding in my chest. I rushed out of the car, trying to alert the people there. They must have seen the terror on my face because they hurried to lock the doors. I tried to explain what was happening, but they just looked at me like I was crazy. I watched through the window as those people surrounded my car, inspecting it like they were looking for something. I felt this sickening dread, They weren't giving up. I didn't know what to do. I was trapped in that gas station, surrounded by those people outside. I felt like a sitting duck, waiting for something terrible to happen. I was desperate, trying to think of anyone I could call for help, but I was in the middle of nowhere. I waited, praying for them to leave, but they just lingered outside. It was like they were waiting for me to make a move. Every shadow outside the window made my heart jump, thinking they were coming in. The whole situation was surreal, like I was stuck in some twisted game. Hours passed, and they finally dispersed. I cautiously stepped out, looking around, making sure they were really gone. I felt this overwhelming relief, but also this lingering fear that they might come back. I got back in my car, hands shaking as I drove away from that gas station. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town. I felt paranoid, like they were still following me, watching me. It took me a long time to shake that feeling. To this day, I still don't know who those people were or what they wanted. But that night, that sense of being hunted, it's something I can't forget. It was a living nightmare, and I hope I never have to experience anything like it again. We lived in a quiet community nestled in the woods, far from the chaos of the city. Life was simple, predictable, until that night. The sun dipped below the horizon, and an unsettling stillness settled over our small enclave. It started with distant echoes, gunshots that shattered the serene silence. My wife and I exchanged uneasy glances, the sound sending ripples of fear through our peaceful existence. We rushed to lock our doors, a ritual we had never needed until now. The air thickened with tension as more shots echoed through the woods. Panic spread among our neighbors, whispers of uncertainty flowing through the community like a dark undercurrent. I clutched my wife's hand, reassuring her with a forced calmness that even I didn't feel. Peering through the window, the moon cast an eerie glow on the trees, creating dancing shadows that seemed to whisper malevolence. Our community was supposed to be safe, insulated from the madness of the outside world, but that illusion crumbled with each echoing gunshot. Our community had never faced a threat like this, and the uncertainty fueled the fear. The distant pops drew closer, and a rising tide of collective dread filled the air. We huddled in our home, straining to hear any clue about what was happening. Then came the chilling realization: the gunshots weren't random. They were getting closer, methodically encroaching on our supposedly secure haven. The safety of our community shattered as the rhythm of the shots grew louder and more deliberate. Sirens wailed in the distance, the cacophony blending with the erratic symphony of gunfire. The darkness outside our windows became a canvas of fear, the shadows concealing an unknown threat that prowled our once tranquil woods. As the commotion reached a fever pitch, we heard frantic footsteps approaching our door. An urgent pounding echoed through the house. My heart raced as I cautiously opened the door, revealing a neighbor, wide-eyed and pale, gasping for breath. He spoke of a madman, armed and dangerous, wandering through our community with a chilling purpose. Panic set in as we realized the danger wasn't an external force, but an intruder among us, a wolf in our once safe sheepfold. Our community, once bound by a sense of security and familiarity, now fractured into a collective paranoia. We formed a shaky alliance, barricading doors and sharing nervous glances. The once tranquil woods transformed into a labyrinth of fear. The relentless footsteps of a madman echoed through the night. Each creak of the floor, every rustle of the leaves outside, became a potential harbinger of the impending threat. We whispered hurried plans, navigating the shadows with trepidation. As we moved through the community, the air grew thick with tension. Fear wasn't just an emotion, it became a palpable presence, clinging to us like a suffocating shroud. The madman's presence was felt but unseen, a ghost haunting our once secure haven. Then, in the eerie glow of a flickering street lamp, we saw him, a silhouette moving with malevolent intent. He wasn't a faceless intruder, he was a manifestation of our collective nightmare, a tangible embodiment of the chaos that had invaded our sanctuary. Chaos erupted as he spotted us. The chilling glint of his weapon reflected the moonlight, and a wave of terror crashed over us. Panic fueled our flight, each footfall echoing the desperate beats of our hearts. The once familiar paths became a maze of fear, a labyrinth with no apparent escape. We stumbled through the woods, branches clawing at us like unseen fingers of the night. The distant shouts of neighbors, the haunting laughter of the madman, it all melded into a disorienting symphony of horror. Our small community was no longer a haven, it was a nightmare unleashed. As we ran, the realization sank in, there was no sanctuary. The woods, once our refuge, had become a trap. The madman pursued with relentless determination, his laughter echoing through the trees, an ominous soundtrack to our desperate flight. Exhausted and breathless, we stumbled upon a clearing where we stayed until morning. When the police arrived, he was long gone, but the memory of that night is far from gone, even now, years later. A week of sun, sand, and relaxation at a beautiful beach resort was much needed. We had rented a cozy beachfront cottage, the kids were ecstatic, and my husband and I were looking forward to some quality time together. Little did I know that this trip would turn into a nightmare I'd never forget. Our first few days were filled with laughter, building sandcastles, and taking long walks along the shore. But on the fourth day, something changed. I noticed a man, a complete stranger, lingering nearby. He was tall, with a disheveled appearance that set off warning bells in my head. He wore a baseball cap pulled low, making it hard to see his face clearly. At first, I dismissed it as mere coincidence, thinking he might be another vacationer exploring the area. But as the days went by, his presence became increasingly unsettling. No matter where we went, a visit to the local market, a trip to the ice cream parlor, or a stroll on the beach, he was always there, lurking in the background. I grew uneasy as I noticed his gaze fixed on me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being relentlessly pursued. My husband reassured me, saying it was all in my head, but I knew something was amiss. I began to avoid leaving the cottage unless absolutely necessary, fearing that I would run into him again. One evening, as the sun set, casting a warm, golden glow over the beach, my husband suggested a romantic walk along the shoreline. Reluctantly, I agreed. I hoped it would help me relax and escape the eerie feeling that had gripped me. We walked hand in hand, but the unease didn't fade. My eyes darted around, scanning the surroundings, searching for that unsettling figure. As we strolled, I spotted him at a distance, still wearing the cap pulled low. My heart pounded, and I could feel the tension mounting. I told my husband about the man I'd been noticing for days, and he finally looked in the stranger's direction. My husband's face grew serious as he turned to me, acknowledging my concerns. We decided to head back to the cottage, and I could feel my pulse quicken with each step. As we approached the cottage, my fears were realized. The stranger was getting closer, still maintaining a discreet distance, but with every step, his presence felt more ominous. My husband, a protective and level-headed man, decided we should confront the stranger and address the situation directly. As we turned around to speak to him, we found ourselves face to face with the man in the cap. He was standing in our path, an unsettling grin on his face. My husband demanded to know who he was and why he had been following us. The man's grin widened, sending shivers down my spine. He spoke in a soft, sinister tone, revealing that he had been watching me for days and was captivated by my presence. He professed an obsession that made my skin crawl, telling us he had no intentions of leaving. Terror surged through me, and my husband's protective instincts flared. He tried to reason with the man, insisting that he was causing distress to our family and that he needed to leave us alone. But the stranger's fixation only seemed to intensify. As the confrontation escalated, the stranger's demeanor shifted from sinister to outright menacing. He became confrontational, making threats that sent a shiver of dread down my spine. My husband, realizing the potential danger, attempted to steer me away from this unpredictable man, urging me to go back to the cottage while he dealt with the situation. My heart was heavy with fear as I retreated, leaving my husband to face the relentless stranger alone. I watched from a distance, hidden from sight but unable to turn away. The man's demeanor grew more erratic, and my husband's attempts to reason with him were met with an unsettling mix of aggression and fixation. I realized we were dealing with someone who was not merely a vacationer with an unusual interest. This man was unhinged, his relentless pursuit fueled by a sinister obsession that had placed our family in jeopardy. Tears welled in my eyes as I fumbled to dial the resort security line, desperately requesting assistance. Fear gnawed at my insides, and I could only pray that help would arrive in time. As the minutes dragged on, my husband and the relentless stranger remained locked in a chilling confrontation. When resort security finally arrived, they swiftly detained the man, leading him away in handcuffs. My husband returned to me, his face pale and his hands trembling. The relief was palpable, but our vacation had been irrevocably tainted by this nightmarish encounter. As we returned to our cottage, the gravity of the situation sunk in. We would never forget the relentless stranger with the sinister fixation who had transformed our dream vacation into a living nightmare. I remember it was a chilly night when I left my friend's party. I had a bit too much to drink, and the subway was my only way home. As I walked down the dimly lit street, I had that uneasy feeling like someone was following me. My heart started pounding, and I quickened my pace. I glanced over my shoulder and saw a man about a half block away, walking in the same direction. It sent shivers down my spine, but I tried to convince myself that it was just a coincidence. I continued walking, hoping to lose him in the bustling subway. When I reached the station, I nervously bought my ticket and headed for the platform. I looked around, and there he was, the same man, buying his own ticket. My anxiety intensified, but I told myself it was still a possibility that he just needed to catch the same train. I boarded the subway car, and my heart sank as I watched him step onto the same one. He took a seat a few rows away, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me. I texted my friend to let her know what was happening, just in case. As we neared my stop, I started to panic. I knew I had to get off, but I was terrified that he would follow me. My stop came, and I mustered the courage to exit the subway. I walked quickly up the stairs, my heart racing as I listened for footsteps behind me. Sure enough, when I reached the top of the stairs and looked back, there he was. He had followed me out of the subway, and his presence felt ominous. I picked up my pace, praying I could make it to my apartment building safely. I rushed inside, my trembling hands struggling to unlock the door. I slipped inside, feeling a fleeting moment of relief, but it was short-lived. Just as I closed the door, there was a loud, forceful knock. I jumped in fear, and my heart seemed to stop. Through the peephole, I saw his face, twisted into a sinister grin. He demanded that I open the door, his voice laced with menace. I retreated, grabbing my phone to call the police, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I could hear him pounding on the door, growing more and more frantic. My voice trembled as I spoke to the dispatcher, telling them my address and explaining the terrifying situation. They assured me that officers were on their way. I huddled in the corner of the room, trying to remain as quiet as possible. The pounding on the door continued, and he began to threaten me, promising that he would get in one way or another. Tears streamed down my face as I waited for the police to arrive. Finally, I heard the sirens in the distance, growing louder with each passing second. The man outside must have heard them too, because he suddenly stopped his relentless pounding and disappeared into the night. When the police arrived, I explained everything that had happened. They searched the area but couldn't find him. They escorted me to my friend's place, and I stayed there for the night, too terrified to return to my apartment. The chilling encounter haunted me for weeks, making me question my safety and security. I couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if the police had arrived just a minute later. It was a nightmare that I would never forget. I had this thing with photography, you know? I love to capture moments, the kind that made you stop and think. One day, I decided to take a road trip, seeking inspiration for my next project. I was drawn to this remote stretch of highway. Something about it just felt right. As I snapped pictures, I noticed something odd. Each photo I took seemed a bit off. At first, I thought it was my camera acting up, but it wasn't. It was the images themselves. There was this underlying sense of unease in every frame. The more I photographed, the clearer it became. The roadside held secrets, things that the naked eye couldn't see but the camera could capture. Shadows in the corner, subtle distortions, a sense of foreboding, things that made me shiver. I tried to rationalize it, blaming it on lighting or angles. But the feeling in my gut said otherwise. Each photo revealed more, a dark truth hidden in plain sight. It felt like I was unveiling something I shouldn't be seeing. As the day turned into night, I decided to call it quits. But even as I packed up, that sense of unease lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was leaving something behind, something important. That night, I couldn't sleep. The images haunted me, the unease growing stronger. I couldn't resist the pull to go back and take more photos. It was like an obsession, this need to uncover the truth. The next morning, I returned to the same spot. As I clicked away, the unease intensified. The photos were becoming more disturbing, as if they held a secret message only visible through the lens. I noticed a pattern, a recurring shape in the background of every picture. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a silhouette, blurry yet unmistakable. I couldn't place what it was, but it felt ominous. Then, I heard it. A faint whisper, barely audible, like a distant echo. I froze, scanning the area, but there was no one around. Fear gripped me, and I snapped a few more pictures in a hurry, wanting to leave. As I reviewed the photos, my blood ran cold. The shape in the background, it wasn't just a shape. It was a figure, a dark silhouette, almost human-like. It was in every picture, lurking in the shadows. I felt this overwhelming urge to get out of there, to flee. But before I could, a chill ran down my spine. The whisper was back, closer this time, almost beside me. I turned, but there was nothing there. My heart raced, adrenaline surged. I grabbed my things, scrambling to leave. But as I drove away, I glanced at the photos once more. In the last frame, the figure wasn't in the background, it was right behind me, its presence chillingly close. I sped off, heart pounding, panic gripping me. That night, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd captured something malevolent, something that shouldn't exist. I couldn't bring myself to look at the photos again. The unease lingered, a constant reminder of that encounter. I never went back to that stretch of highway, and I never touched my camera again. It was a nightmare, a series of unsettling images that had seared themselves into my mind. I knew what I had captured was real, something dark and chilling that had just beyond our sight. And I prayed that whatever it was, it stayed far away. I had this second house, nothing fancy, just a place to make some extra cash renting it out on Airbnb. I'd had guests there before, no big deal. But then one night, I get this call from the guests, saying something's wrong with the place. They sounded scared, freaked out. So, I figure I'd better go check it out. I got there pretty quick. The night was dark and quiet, and the house looked normal from the outside. I went to the front door and knocked, but there was no answer. I had a key, so I let myself in. As soon as I walked in, I felt it. Something was off, you know? The place was dimly lit, and it was cold, but not the kind of cold you'd expect. It was like the air itself was heavy, like I was breathing something thick. I called out, asking if anyone was there, but there was just silence. I started to go through the rooms, looking for these guests. Everything was in order, except for one thing: the basement door was slightly open. I went down, feeling uneasy. The air got colder, and I could barely see anything. Then, I heard a noise, a sort of scraping sound. I called out again, louder this time. That's when I heard a voice, faint, coming from deeper in the basement. I went towards the voice, and that's when I saw them, the guests. They were huddled in a corner, looking terrified, staring at something I couldn't see. They were shivering, pale, wide-eyed. I asked them what happened, but they just pointed behind me. I turned around slowly, and there was someone standing there, a figure in the shadows. It was a man, but something was off about him. He was just staring at us, unmoving. I asked him what he was doing there, but he didn't answer. The silence was heavy, uncomfortable. Then, without a word, he started to move towards us, slow and deliberate. I told the guests to get behind me, trying to stay calm, but inside, I was panicking. This guy, he had this strange aura, like something was seriously wrong with him. He came closer, and I could see his face now, emotionless, cold eyes, and this eerie smile that sent shivers down my spine. I stepped back, my heart racing. He kept coming, like he wasn't even real. I tried to reason with him, to ask what he wanted, but he just kept moving, that creepy smile never leaving his face. I couldn't take it anymore. I told the guests to run, to get out of there. I wasn't going to stick around and find out what this guy was capable of. I grabbed one of the guests and bolted towards the stairs, but I could feel him following, slow and steady. As we reached the top, I looked back, and he was right there, inches away. I slammed the basement door shut, locked it, and pushed a heavy cabinet in front of it, my hands shaking. I didn't wait around to see if he could get through. I grabbed the guests and got them out of there, to safety. We called the police, but by the time they got there, the guy was gone, and the place was quiet again. I sold the house not long after. I didn't want anything to do with it. I couldn't shake off that feeling that something had been seriously wrong in that basement. That guy, that encounter, it was like something out of a nightmare, something you can't explain, and you don't want to remember. I still wonder who that guy was, what he was doing there. But honestly, I don't want to know. All I know is that I never felt safe going back there, and I never will. That night, that chilling encounter, it's something I'll never forget. I remember the camping trip like it was yesterday, all of us excited for a weekend in the wilderness, surrounded by nature's tranquility. We picked a remote spot deep in the woods, a perfect escape from the chaos of city life. The first day was idyllic, setting up tents, gathering firewood, and sharing stories under the stars. But on the second night, things took a chilling turn. We noticed some traps set around our campsite, a bit odd for a public camping area. Initially, we brushed it off, assuming it was just someone trying to catch some wildlife for observation. As night fell, strange sounds echoed through the woods, rustling leaves, twigs snapping. We chalked it up to nocturnal animals scavenging around our camp, trying not to let it bother us. But then, we saw a figure lurking in the trees, a silhouette against the moonlit backdrop. Our hearts skipped a beat, and a sense of unease settled over us. It looked like someone was watching, observing our every move from a distance. Anxiety crept in as the figure disappeared into the darkness. We brushed it off as nerves, but the atmosphere felt charged with an inexplicable tension. Then, the night erupted with bone-chilling howls, no ordinary forest sounds. They were human, too human. Fear clenched at our chests as the owls grew closer, closer than comfort allowed. We huddled together, trying to keep calm, hoping it was just some local prankster trying to spook us. But the unease lingered, the air thick with an ominous aura. As the fire crackled, casting eerie shadows, we noticed movement among the trees. Shapes darted in and out of the shadows, fleeting glimpses that sent shivers down our spines. Suddenly, something crashed through the bushes, a trap, one of the same ones we'd seen earlier, its jaws menacingly snapped shut. Fear twisted our stomachs, a cold realization settling in. The owls continued, closer this time, echoing around us, encircling our campsite. Panic set in as we realized we weren't alone in the woods, and we weren't the hunters, we were the prey. We decided to leave, to pack up and get out of there as fast as we could. But every step felt watched, every rustle in the bushes seemed like a lurking threat. We heard whispers, chilling whispers that made our blood run cold. It wasn't just one person out there, it was a group closing in around us. Our attempts to leave only seemed to escalate the situation. The traps we dismissed as harmless now felt like a warning, marking our every move. The night felt endless, filled with paranoia and the sound of footsteps that weren't ours. Every shadow felt like an ambush waiting to happen. We tried to navigate the forest, but it felt like an insurmountable maze, pushing us deeper into unfamiliar territory. Fear surged within us as we realized we were completely disoriented, lost in the darkness. The forest seemed to play tricks on us, branches cracking, leaves rustling, distant whispers. It felt orchestrated, calculated, and our hearts pounded with the fear of the unknown. Every glance over our shoulders revealed fleeting shapes, figures that vanished as quickly as they appeared. We couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, hunted. Exhaustion weighed us down, but we couldn't stop, the terror driving us forward. Fear had replaced rational thought, and all we could do was flee. We stumbled upon our campsite again, our refuge turned into a trap. The owls grew louder, surrounding us from every direction. It was then we realized the wildlife traps weren't meant for animals. We were the prey, ensnared in someone's sick game. Adrenaline surged as we sprinted, our lungs burning, desperate for escape. Every step was a gamble for survival. Finally, we burst through the trees, our campsite vanishing behind us. We ran until our legs gave out, collapsing in a clearing, gasping for breath. The night was etched in our minds, a nightmare that became all too real. We'd stumbled upon someone's twisted game, an ordeal that left us scarred, haunted by the terror of being hunted in the very woods we sought solace in. As I finished up my shift at the gas station, the night stretched out in an eerie quiet. The flickering neon lights outside cast an unsettling glow, but it was part of the usual routine: close up, lock the doors, and head home. I was wiping down the counter when a man walked in. He was tall, shadowed by the darkness, and I immediately sensed something off about him. His eyes darted around, unsettlingly quick. "Sorry, we're closing," I said, keeping my voice steady. But he just stood there, silent. His gaze lingered on me a little too long, making my skin crawl. I could feel a knot forming in my stomach. Finally, he spoke, his voice too low, too hoarse. He asked for directions, something about a road that didn't exist. I stuttered, telling him I didn't know it. He didn't leave, though. He just stared, that intense gaze fixated on me. I forced a smile and pointed to the clock, saying we were closed. But he ignored it, taking a step closer. My heart raced. I could feel the panic rising within me. His presence was suffocating. He leaned in, too close for comfort, and I caught a whiff of something foul. I fumbled for the phone, pretending to dial the police, hoping it would scare him off. He didn't move, just stood there, watching me, a chilling grin on his face. Every second felt like an eternity. My hands trembled, and I could barely manage to keep the phone steady. "Listen, I'm closing," I insisted, my voice quivering. But he remained, his eyes piercing through me. There was no reasoning with him. I felt sheer terror bubbling inside me. Then, he reached into his pocket, and I tensed, fearing the worst. But he just pulled out a crumpled bill, slid it across the counter, and left without a word. I stood there, shaken, watching him disappear into the night. As soon as he was out of sight, I bolted the door shut, my heart still pounding. I checked the locks twice, ensuring they were secure. With trembling hands, I counted the cash, finding the bill he'd left behind. It was wrinkled, stained, and almost felt like a twisted trophy. After that, I called the police, giving them every detail I could remember. The night dragged on, and I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that lingered. I was haunted by his piercing eyes, that chilling grin etched in my memory. Long after the police left, I sat there, wide awake, haunted by what could have happened. Every creak outside made my heart leap. It was a night etched in fear, a night I wouldn't forget. Closing up that gas station would never be the same again. I was on my last delivery of the night, a pizza to a trailer park on the outskirts of town. It was late, and the night had this eerie feel to it. As I drove into the trailer park, I felt this sense of isolation, this feeling of being far from everything familiar. The trailers were spaced out, and there weren't many lights around. I pulled up to the address, this eerie quiet surrounding me. I grabbed the pizza and walked up to the trailer, feeling this chill down my spine. As I knocked on the door, I heard shuffling inside. The door creaked open slowly, and this guy appeared, this unsettling figure in the dimly lit doorway. He had this wild look in his eyes, this unkempt appearance that sent a shiver down my spine. I tried to be polite, giving him the pizza, but he just stared, this eerie silence filling the air. He mumbled something incomprehensible, this unsettling mumble that made me uneasy. I felt this overwhelming urge to leave, this sense of danger lurking around me. I tried to back away, but he stepped closer, this menacing presence right in front of me. I felt this suffocating fear, this realization that I might be in danger. He grabbed my arm, this tight grip that made my heart race. I tried to break free, to get away from him, but he was too strong. He started talking, this nonsensical talk that sent chills down my spine. I felt this overwhelming fear, this dread of what he might do next. I managed to pull away, running back to my car, not looking back, just desperate to escape this nightmare. I felt this chilling sensation, this fear that he might come after me. I drove out of there as fast as I could, the trailer park fading into the distance. But the fear lingered, this haunting memory of that chilling encounter,